Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, Chatty Gang? Yeah, Michigan Wolverines getting the belt.
Nice.
Nice, man.
We're running out of shows this year, Kyle.
Yeah, I got 3 next week, though. Ooh, ooh. Jesse might be coming in to help us out. TBD.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That would mean that we could
we could do a real show.
We could be in the same room.
What's up, Steven? What's up, Drew? Hey, Shane says, "Good morning, Chatty House. You make the workday awesome." I can also say that.
Just saw a tweet from the Lincoln Project. Just political, but
Brian gets it.
Made me laugh.
All right, let's do a show.
All right, let's do this.
3 to 6 a.m. exclusively on ESPN 1320. Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Sacramento's sports leader. Always live on the Odyssey app. It's time to go beyond the headlines. For the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
You know, I have to do something that we don't typically do on this program. And I like just follow you got to follow me here.
Okay.
But a big shout out to the Golden State Warriors.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
It did the Kings a big time solid last night, taking the Celtics to overtime. They beat Boston 132-126. And Jason Tatum a little bit banged up in that one. Although he left, I think it was in the second quarter, he left with what looked like a ankle issue, but he came back and finished the game. Didn't play particularly well down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
But Boston, man, that's a bad loss for them. We talk about bad losses a lot. Mm-hmm. What isn't a bad loss. If you're a Boston fan, it's a bad loss. Now they have to come up by 80 and play a much better team in the Sacramento Kings. Like, oof. Tough stretch.
A much better team, but a team that doesn't have one player that can single-handedly swing like everything from one way to the next. Like, yeah. I mean, Steph Curry, what he can do, I'm not like trying to take anything away from De'Aaron Fox, but
that's kind of, go ahead.
Keep going. Ability to shoot the three like he does and to just break your spirit so quickly. And for him, like, you can get a hard-earned basket, right? That takes you the entire shot clock, and maybe you get a rebound and you get a putback, whatever. He goes down and like 3 seconds later, he's already hit a three and he's like doing the sleepy time on your head. And, you know, he's just brutal the way he breaks a team spirit.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting. So yeah, he had 10 points in the first half. What did he do in the second half? He had 20 points in the fourth quarter in OT. I know
26 in OT. And I thought was the final.
Is 16 in the second half, 7 in the
so OT. 23 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
But 20 through the fourth quarter in OT, 13 in the fourth, and then 7 in OT. Yeah, it was man, just from a basketball standpoint, what a super fun game. The Warriors, funny note here, 3-1 without Draymond Green. They've won 3 in a row.
Oh. It's
Steve Kerr falling backwards into playing his young players. They like need athleticism. And you play the athletes and they play well. Like Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga played really well last night. He was good defensively. He scored the ball. He was like directing traffic. It was crazy. But hey, look what happens when players get regular minutes.
Hey, he had a really nice defensive stop against Jason Tatum late.
Yeah.
That really made him work.
Yeah. Yeah, and then had a big steal and a dunk in overtime.
Yep.
And as I watch that, that's not the reason for me that Keegan Murray is good, but I do think he benefited a ton from not only getting to come into a well-coached team that had a really good plan for him, but that he just got to play last year.
Yeah.
He got to play through whatever ups and downs a rookie goes through. It wasn't, hey, you're going to come off the bench and you're going to play 14 minutes a night. Oh, hey, you're playing. Here's a start. Oh, you didn't play well in the first 8 minutes of that start. You're done for the night. They didn't jerk him around. It was, hey, go play.
Well, I think that there's something about drafting a mature player, right? The Kings draft what they know. They don't speculate. They're not in the prospecting business. And I think a lot of teams, you almost have to be, right? Like Kuminga is a top tier talent. I mean, played for the G League Ignite. He's a player that everyone's known of for a long time. So it's not like he isn't talented, but there's a big difference between an 18 or 19-year-old rookie and a 21-year-old rookie. And that's where I think, even De'Aaron Fox is in his being like a smart ass towards Keegan Murray. He's been very clear, well, when I came into the league, I was 19. When I was a second-year player, I was 20. I wasn't 23.
Yeah.
Those are the jabs he takes, but he's right.
Yeah.
You expect more. And I mean, it's why I think a lot of people are so down on Davion because he's 24. Like you expect more from a guy to understand and have it click and to move forward at an advanced age, a player who's played 4 years of college basketball.
That's kind of how that was kind of always how I felt about Bogdan Bogdanovic. It was just like, yeah, he's good, but I don't know how much better he's going to get because he's 25.
Well, no, this is who he is. He's right here.
That's not a bad thing.
No,
it's just there wasn't like this monster leap that was coming. It just kind of is who he was.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand that on a really good team, Bogdan Bogdanovic is probably your sixth best player, and that's what he's always been. But when you're a bad team and he's got to be your second or third best player, then you're in trouble. Yeah. And that's not a knock on Bogey at all. I think Bogey's a really good player. And right now, I mean, he's a 6th man of the year candidate, big time.
Yeah, he's a good player for sure. So Steph, we mentioned 20 points in the fourth quarter in OT last night. I want to talk about what you just said about De'Aaron Fox and and Steph being a guy who can just flip a game and break a team spirit and this and that. I want to talk about that in a second. But Shaq, after the game on Inside the NBA, said that Steph belongs in the GOAT conversation. And I hate this because I don't agree, but I also don't want to come across like that's ridiculous. How could you say? Like for me, it just, this is such a hard conversation because it's you can cherry pick whatever you want and you can put whatever stipulation on it you want to say that, yeah, this player, whoever it is, whether it's Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Wilt Chamberlain, Steph Curry, whoever, you can fix the criteria to fit whatever you want to fit in there. And so I get that. I think honestly, I'm not putting him in that conversation.
Okay.
There's a lot of criteria you got to hit to get there. And I don't think he's done that necessarily, but that a great player like Shaquille O'Neal, who just tosses him in there, to me says a lot about where he is all time, even if he's not top 3, top 5, top 8, top 10, wherever you think he lands.
Yeah. Okay. So I think when you, we could get into the discussion all day long about your top 3. For me,
sure.
My top 3 is Michael Jordan, Wilt Chamberlain, and LeBron James.
Okay.
That's my top 3.
Sure.
And anyone else can argue whatever. My top 4 is probably, my next player is probably Magic. Right. So I'm going to say that when I look at players and I look at how they stand in the history of the NBA, there's a couple of criterias that I typically look for. I think no one changed the game ever like Wilt Chamberlain did because of his size. Yeah. Because he made basketball straight up a tall person game.
Right.
Right. That's what he did. He changed the world and made it a tall person game.
Yep.
That's where Wilt comes along and other players come along. I think the next player to change the trajectory of the league completely is Magic Johnson. We'd never seen a 6'8" point guard run and flip the ball behind his back and throw the ball behind his head and do Showtime. The next player is Michael Jordan. who completely
just-
revolutionized the game.
Put it into a different stratosphere.
Well, he put the game into a different stratosphere for sure. But what happens next is, again, it's kind of like the Wilt and Kareem conversation. Michael Jordan, they changed all the rules to slow Michael Jordan down, to give him more runway to be great, to give him these opportunities to have the big dunk. They start, the hand check rules and everything changes. And it's not Michael who really takes advantage of that. It's Kobe.
Yeah.
So again, Michael Jordan crawls and walks so Kobe Bryant can run.
Right.
But I think what we've seen now is the next, like, LeBron James is different. He's just like the greatest winner. And like, it doesn't matter where he goes, he wins.
Sure.
But the next player who I think has changed the game the most out of anyone is Steph. Like, I mean, he's revolutionized the way the 3-point shot is used in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kings are shooting 45 threes on almost every single night.
It's insane.
45.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Mitch Richmond didn't have like 12 3-point attempts a game. He didn't have like a season where he averaged 10. Now we got guys all over the league who are averaging.
There's like 50
7,
guys
8, 9,
averaging
10.
more than 7.
Yeah,
it's
it's absolutely wild. And like, even I talked about it, Peja Stojakovic retired in 2011, right? He was 3rd on the all-time list of 3-point makes. He's now like 27th. That's what Steph has done to the game. So, yeah.
The Celtics last night, by the way, missed, not took, missed 41 threes.
Oof.
Missed.
They lead the league in attempts and makes.
They went 17 of 58.
That's crazy.
That's insane. That's so many.
You know what's crazy though?
They went 7 of 22 in the second half.
It feels like all week,
9 of 30 in the
the
first
last
half.
week and a half, the Kings have been playing that team. Like, because Brooklyn came in like number 1 in makes and number 3 in attempts. And then who was the next team they faced that was the same?
Who did they beat?
Why are we drawing a blank here?
They beat the Nets. And then the next night it was like, hey, this team shoots the heck out of the ball.
The Clippers or the Thunder? I think it was the Thunder.
The Thunder. Yes, it definitely was. They were shooting like 39% from 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Thunder.
It's a funny thing that the Kings are beating teams at their own game.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So we get to see if they can do it to Boston. A tired, worn out, overtime.
Boy.
And they had
to
no
grind,
legs.
dude.
They had no legs left.
If you didn't watch a game at the end of regulation, Boston had this possession. I think it was tied. But they got like 3 offensive rebounds and 4 attempts from 3 in the possession and didn't hit any of them. It was a really, really rough go for. I think their 1-3 they hit in OT was Al Horford from the corner with like 20 seconds left.
Crazy.
Man,
that was a wild game to watch. It was fun.
Yeah, really, really fun game. And man, if you're a Kings fan, you had to enjoy the heck out of the fact that you had Boston play 5 extra hard minutes.
And
Golden State.
They looked shot by the end of it.
They did, dude. That was it. Well, they were up 17.
They lost their legs, man. I was watching them like
they're the best team in the NBA. They're up 17 against whatever this version of the Warriors is. It's like, oh, okay, I'm cruising. And then all of a sudden you lose?
Yeah.
Man, it's a tough way to go. Let's continue talking Kings-Celtics. Ja Morant also made his return last night. We'll talk about what that means for Sacramento. Tons of NBA stuff coming up. Jake Fischer of Yahoo Sports has been doing a ton of reporting on the trade deadline, specifically what's going on in Toronto. We will talk to him at 11 o'clock. Do not go anywhere. We're with you until noon on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is 3 games and 4 nights for Boston. This is the 4th night.
4th night what?
They played the last 3. Well, I mean, this is our 3rd game in 4 nights. So they had Orlando at home. They flew to SF to play the Warriors, and then they backed that up with a game against the Sacramento Kings. And then they come back on Saturday, and they've got Clippers, Lakers. So they're doing the West Coast, well, the California swing. Yeah, Zabo, I think we're going to talk about this.
What's that?
The Neemias Queta revenge game.
Oh, we definitely are.
Yeah.
What were the two other things? I was going to write down something we talked about.
I'm going to take Miles brings up something here. Hey, Miles, like I have never been totally opposed to John Collins in the past. I kind of am now. If you look at his like box plus minus, like he's the worst player on that team.
So, dude, John Collins is one of those players that every time I watched the Hawks, well, when he was on the Hawks, I would hear all about John Collins.
Yeah.
And then I'd watch it. I would just never be impressed. And I know the amount of Hawks basketball that was played and the amount that I watched, like the amount I watched is very fractional.
Yeah.
It's probably the equivalent of like 10 games across his entire career with the Hawks. But I just never, ever came away impressed by him.
I've always liked him because he is like he can shoot the three ball. There are times where, I mean, he's shot up to, I think 38.9% is like his career high in a season. He can dunk on anybody. He can rebound. I mean, he, as like a 23-year-old, he was a 20 and 10 guy.
Yeah.
But his regression has been extreme, and
Yeah.
his impact on the court is wild.
Yeah.
I coming into the game, he was there. He was in last place out of every player. Oh, it's time.
We're back. I was living the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're listening in your car or maybe on the app and you get to your destination, maybe you get to work, maybe you're going home from work and you get home and you get out of the car and you're like, well, not listening anymore. Good news. Head to youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and you can watch us live. Or maybe you can't do that. Make sure to download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show wherever you get your podcasts. That's what it's called. Swear to God. You can download that wherever you get your podcasts. And it is uploaded in hour 1, hour 2. So you can listen back or listen for the first time. If you don't get to listen to the whole show, we would greatly appreciate it if everybody went and did that. What was I going to say? Oh, I always appreciate that the chatty house like helps produce the show. It's really great. They'll bring up things that we're already going to talk about. They'll bring up things I hadn't thought about. It's awesome. So join the chatty house, subscribe on YouTube and Twitch, hit the little thumbs up, hit that like button. We would appreciate that immensely as well. Kings-Celtics tonight. The Celtics, this is a stretch of games. It's Boston, Phoenix, Minnesota. And when that first pops up on the schedule, you go, and this is why we have to, watch the games and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Because when that first pops up on the schedule, you're looking at it, you're going, man, Boston has a back-to-back, but it's just Golden State they have the night before. So that's going to be a really tough game. It's the number 1 team in the East. You got the number 1 team in the West with Minnesota, and then you got Phoenix, who, I think they're 14 and 13, but I think that's not a team that you want smoke with on a given night, just because of all the talent they have at the top end of their roster. But now all of a sudden, I'm looking at this game for the Kings. I'm going, hey man, Boston's good. Boston might win the title. Like Boston is super talented. They are well built. They have if Kristaps Porzingis and Al Horford are both on the court, along with Drew Holiday, and you're adding that to Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, it's like, oh my God, like they are just a monster. But then you watch them last night. You see, okay, Jason Tatum came up a little gimpy in the second quarter, and then he eventually came back, and they lost their legs in that second half. And now they got to play again tonight. I'm not putting this game on Sacramento where I'm like, man, if they lose, it's a huge disappointment, because losing to Boston is something that a lot of teams are going to do this year.
Yep.
But I would very much pick them to win.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that they are favored. And I think when watching Boston, some of the things that I noticed is Boston, once you get past their first layer of defense, if you're a team who moves the ball quickly, you can score on them easily. And they also, Al Horford doesn't play on the second night of back-to-back.
Right.
So he doesn't play on back-to-backs. He plays one of the 2 games. He played last night. Porzingis didn't. Maybe Porzingis plays tonight. Maybe both of them don't play. So we don't know yet. The injury report's not out yet. I mean, we could literally see a game where Neemias Queta starts and plays a good portion of the game.
There's already people in the chatty house that are worried about the Neemias Queta revenge game. Yeah, Sacramento favored by 2.5 points according to Drew Down.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And confirming that right now on a sports betting website.
Well, what's nice too is the Sacramento Kings are now 10-3 at home. They did not do a good job of taking care of the home court last year. They were, what do we say, 23-18 at home. This year, they're pacing to be much, much, much better. Like we're talking about a 30-win home team. If you can win 30, this team wins 50 plus. They might even win 55. I mean, that's where we're at. So I definitely think that like this is a game where I would probably take the Kings just because watching last night, and this is 3 games in 4 nights for Boston. It's not just the second night of a back-to-back. They played, what is today? Today's Wednesday. So they played on Sunday. They had Monday to fly to from Boston to San Francisco. And then they've got the back-to-back. And this is a tough road trip. They still have the Clippers and they still have the Lakers on this road trip.
Yeah, what a tough stretch.
They're
for the Celtics.
They're gritty though, man. That's the problem.
Dude, that's why the Kings favored by 2.5, like we said. But that's why I'm not going to put this as a game where it's like, this isn't the Wizards game for me. You know, it's not like, hey, the Kings need to win this game or I'm going to have questions. If they go lose to Boston, it's like, yeah, hey, it's probably an indicator that teams with length and athleticism on the perimeter give the Kings trouble.
Yeah.
And if that's the case with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown tonight, and if Kristaps Porzingis plays and Drew Holiday's out there, like you see where, okay, this could be a little bit of a problem. But also, if you watched that game last night, is particularly the second half of the fourth quarter in OT, you got to feel very confident. And it would take here's what I'm trying to articulate. I think a even B-level Kings performance tonight wins. Or at least it should.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
I think
if you're getting less than that, you're losing. And then we can have the larger discussion about, man, there's something this team's missing that teams like the Clippers, like the Celtics, like the Pelicans just give them problems.
Well, I think that's always going to be the problem. It's not just length; it's length and athleticism and physicality, and that's the problem. Like Jason Tatum is super physical. Like if Keegan Murray's going to get stuck on him to start, and that's just a really, really tough matchup. And I think that's where you look at almost every one of their positions. Like I don't think if they don't have Al Horford, they really don't have someone who can slow down Sabonis. But the rest of that squad, they can throw, they can mix and match. They can throw, they're going to start Drew Holiday on De'Aaron Fox, which for them, that's a strong matchup. Drew Holiday is one of the better perimeter defenders in the league. Then they can mix it up and do Derek White. And Derek White is an excellent defender as well. And then they can throw Jaylen Brown at you. Like this is what they come at you in waves. And so I think if the Kings play their brand of basketball where they funnel everything through Sabonis, they've got a good shot because that's where, again, you can beat them up on the interior, especially if Horford's not playing. And I don't care if Porzingis plays. Porzingis, sure, he can score.
He's a 3. Sabonis. He's a tall 3.
Yeah, but what Sabonis will do to him in the paint is he'll just throw him around. So I don't really fear that. But I do fear the rest of this team because there's even a point where we could see Jason Tatum defending De'Aaron Fox. And what I would like for Fox, so today is De'Aaron Fox's 26th birthday. It's also our friend Sean Cunningham's birthday.
Oh, that's a way. You know what? De'Aaron wasn't going to get any sound. Sean Cunningham is going to get sound. Happy birthday to Sean Cunningham and also De'Aaron.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Fox 40, Sean Cunningham.
De'Aaron Fox 40.
Yeah, there we go. What I want De'Aaron Fox to do in this game is to keep this thought in mind. Winning the battle means nothing if you lose the war. Like the goal of this game is to win the basketball game. It's not to show everybody that he's as good or better than Jason Tatum, who is taken ahead of him in the 2017 NBA draft.
Yeah, well,
go out there and play it.
Okay, so that's if you told me that De'Aaron here's a take. If you came down from the future and you said, "Yo, De'Aaron goes for 50 against the Celtics," I would have questions about whether they won.
Yeah.
Because that means it was probably a lot of De'Aaron going, "All right, hey, I'll go score on this possession."
Yeah, giddy up. Let's go.
Now, if you told me that it offensively looks like it did against Washington, where it's 19 shots for De'Aaron, and I think 17 shots for Keegan and 16 for Domantas Sabonis, I don't even care what the numbers are. I would think, and maybe they miss all their shots and they lose, but I would think based on that shot distribution that you saw a maximized version of the Kings offense once again. Against the defense that's going to, like, they're just going to switch. They're not going to,
Everything.
It's not matchup hunting. They're just going to switch everything. We saw Derek White last night in the first quarter against Golden State. He was going, they were trying to run Steph and Clay off screens, and he was just running around the screen and getting up behind them. And he blocked 2 threes like that. And that's something that he is capable of doing because he's a very, very good defender.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown, capable of that. Jason Tatum, capable of that. So I would like to see Sacramento tonight, distribute their shot selection. That's not right. Have a shot distribution that look more like it did against the Wizards. I would like that way more than I would like De'Aaron Fox to go, "Hey, I'm better than Jason Tatum, and I need to have a higher career high than Keegan Murray."
No, I totally agree. The shot distribution, 19 for Fox, 17 for Keegan, 16 for Sabonis, just like you spouted off.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes, 11. Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I will.
If he's open.
Yeah. I mean, I need more from the 7 points from Malik Monk. But still, I mean, the 7 shot attempts from Malik Monk.
Yeah. What do you have, 10 and 6?
He did have 10 and 6. But I think that, again, was a situational game. Yeah, so, this is a game where the Kings need all hands on deck.
Mhm.
Like, this is a tough game against one of the best teams, if not the best team, and a team that typically, does major damage against you. The Kings have had a lot of trouble defending this team and hanging with this team.
Yeah, and I think, and we talk about this a lot with back-to-backs. It's like that opening wave from the team on the back-to-back, that's going to be there. But how are their legs in the second half?
Yeah.
How are their legs as the third quarter grinds on and the fourth quarter grinds on? Especially if the Kings can get out and run and move around a little bit on offense.
Yeah.
If they're doing that, even if Boston comes out and wins the first quarter by 10, if you stay in your offense and you keep moving, eventually they can overcome that. Sacramento can overcome that. So that's what I don't want to see tonight is them get punched in the mouth and roll over. We saw them do it against the Wizards. Okay, great. Now can you do it against a really good team like the Celtics?
Yeah, I think that's the buildup, right? You need to show that it's not just the teams like that. But the Kings have done a really nice job this year being the teams above them in the standings.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat Denver, they've beat Dallas, they've beat Minnesota.
I was looking at
OKC, they beat them twice.
We're going to talk a little bit more about this later, but ESPN's power rankings, the 3 teams immediately ahead of the Kings are the Clippers, who they've lost to a couple times, but then OKC, who they've beaten twice, and Denver, who they beat.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 teams directly ahead of them. So then Boston's number 1 in those rankings.
In any power ranking, I'm putting the Kings above OKC. They're just not there yet. Everyone wants them to be there. They're like 6 to 8 months behind the Sacramento Kings. I don't even think they're a full year, but they are behind. They're behind on where they are in their development as a squad.
Yeah, they're gonna be interesting to watch after Christmas because that's when things get real.
Yeah,
can they keep playing like this? Can they keep being a 2 seed into January and February? That's a big question. Yeah,
and I'm not saying that they're a bad team. I'm just saying that the NBA has a progression,
right?
And their progression is, they weren't really a solid playoff team last year, and they're building towards something, but they aren't there yet.
Derek White shot 24 shots last night and 18 threes.
That's wild.
That's so nuts. He shot 7 more times than Jason Tatum.
That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, if he does that again, the Kings are in a good spot.
I would love to see.
I don't think Derek White's going to make 7 threes again.
De'Aaron Fox needs to take what happened with Team USA. He needs to take that personal, and when he's matched up against Derek White, he needs to go at him.
By the way, big fan of Derek White now.
Yeah.
Now that he's come home.
Yeah,
now that he's in the Bald Gang. Like I couldn't take him seriously with that hair. Now that he's bald, love him. Big fan.
All right.
Big Derek White guy. All right. We got to hit the break. Do we? Yeah. We got to hit the break. Let's take a look at the Kings. We're just talking about the standings. They're a couple spots behind OKC. Let's talk about where the Kings are in the standings now and what that looks like. And then we got to talk about John Morant coming back because all of a sudden the Grizzlies might be a little bit scary. We'll talk about all that next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Let's see. Oh no, it was New York last year. Is he still there?
Who?
I just had to yeah, okay. I haven't heard. Oh, that is crazy. Evan Fournier has played one game this year for the Knicks. He's gone from like a guy who started 80 games in the 2021-22 season to 27 games played to 1.
Oh my God. Didn't they pay him too?
I don't know. I mean, he's 31 years old. Like
Evan Fournier is only 31.
Yeah.
If you had told me to guess Evan Fournier's age, I would have set the over-under at 34.5.
Oh, he has a team option at $19 million next year. I don't think he's getting the team option picked up.
I was going to say, I'm going to do a little reporting here. They're not going to pick that up.
Yeah, he's at 18.9. How many? Is this a long break? Do I have time to go get coffee?
You have 2.5 minutes left.
Oh, I don't think I have time.
You can try it. I can just open it. I got a read I can do. I can promote what we got coming up. You just got to go like now.
It's okay. I'll wait.
Okay. Jason Concepcion. I'm going to try and get him on the show. He's good. I don't know if you follow him at all.
You did see, I sent you a phone number, right?
Yes.
We have to call him.
Yep. I just got it. Well, I just saved it. He said every NBA team should be allowed to clone one all-time franchise great, like in Foundation. No doubles. The Warriors can't have two Currys, for instance. They could technically clone Chris Webber, though, who would be perfect for them. Is that who you'd clone for the Kings' Webb? Peja. It's got to be Peja. Can you imagine Peja in this offense?
Oh, yeah. Peja
running off
screens.
Dude,
yeah,
Peja putting up 10 a game, 10 threes a game.
I think
my man's scoring 25.
Modern NBA, though, I think Chris Webber would take 6 to 8 threes a game.
That's true.
I might take Chris Webber.
Who would Chris Webber be in the modern NBA? Trying to think of like a current player he would be. Bam doesn't shoot enough threes. And he's too good of a defender, I think.
Yeah, he's way too good a defender. Of a defender.
Let's see. 3-point attempts. He's in the 8.
There's someone who does like. There's someone who I've compared to like a modern day Chris Webber. And I can't remember who it is now.
Would it be Siakam? He probably doesn't shoot it enough, huh?
No, he's not a good enough rebounder. I think that's a big separation there. Webber was a quality rebounder.
God, Steph is shooting 41.6% on 11.6 threes a game.
Oof. That's crazy, man. Oh, Paolo Banchero.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's where I had like kind of.
I like Paolo a lot, man.
Yeah.
Hang on, we're coming back. This beat goes so hard. I love it so much. Doesn't this sound like the intro to a basketball game?
Yes.
Like it has big like NBA pregame intro vibes.
I'm in.
That's why I like it a lot. It's called Boom by Yachts by Blackpink. Check them out.
Okay.
Want to remind from K-pop to country music.
Nope.
Golden Sky 2024 is going to be 3 big rowdy days of country music and all the festival fixings you can handle under the sun and stars. Get your crew lined up because ESPN 1320 has your chance to win weekend passes. Just visit ESPN1320.com and fill out the online entry form for a chance to win 2 weekend passes and qualify to upgrade to 2 VIP weekend passes. I've always said, if you're going to go to Golden Sky 2024, 2 VIP weekend passes is the way to go, and you can enter to win yours at ESPN1320.com. Hell yeah.
Yep.
James, your thoughts?
No. Do you have to wear flannel there? Do I have to
Dynamite drop in, James. Moving on.
Do I have to wear Wranglers? Because I'm not wearing either.
You have the PBR hat. That's step 1. I think if you pull up in a sweater with a collar underneath it, though, like you're gonna get some sideways looks.
Yeah, probably. Especially since the shirt underneath isn't a flannel.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
No chance.
Paolo Banchero averaging 21 points, 6.8 rebounds, 4.4 assists. I thought he'd be a better passer. I'm surprised he doesn't have more assists. But yeah, that Orlando
I think he went on
team,
I think, dude, they're good.
Yeah,
Orlando can hoop.
they got so can Franz Wagner.
Franz, yeah.
Franz, I am Franz.
Jason Concepcion, who hosts a podcast on Wondery called 6 Trophies. It's very fun. It's him and Shea Serrano. He tweeted this kind of hypothetical. I guess hypothetical. Yeah. Every NBA team should be allowed to clone one all-time franchise great, like in Foundation. Here's the stipulation: no doubles. So the Warriors can't have 2 Steph Currys, for instance. They could technically clone Chris Webber, though, who would be perfect for them. So that led to you and me at the break, and you can hear this if you tap in on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Please hit the thumbs up and subscribe. We were discussing this, and I said Peja would be perfect for this Kings team because you get Peja on an offense where he can hoist 9 threes a game.
Yeah, 10, 12. Yeah.
I mean, he's giving you 25 a night.
Yeah, one of the great pure shooters of all time.
Of getting to that many opportunities. Yeah, his career high in 3-point attempts would have ranked him in the like 30s of 3-point attempts this year.
You know, I'm gonna go a little sideways here.
Okay.
I'm gonna say not Chris Webber. I'm gonna say Mitch Richmond. Because his two-way ability, his ability to defend was incredible. And his ability to shoot, like a 3-level scorer, get out and run. Like, I think that he would be, because my first thought was, well, the Kings need is a defender. And, Doug, like, I don't think you're going to clone Doug in that situation.
Well, no doubles. He's on the coaching staff.
That's true. That's true. But you do have, like Mitch is like, what he brought to the table, his consistency night in and night out. The fact that he averaged over, I think, 21 points a game, like 8 consecutive years, something like that. Like just so consistent. And his defense was like spot on. He could rebound, he could pass. You play him at the 2 and the 3. Yeah. He might be the guy.
916-909-1320. Which Kings franchise great would you clone? Is it Oscar Robertson?
Oh, yeah, probably.
I don't know. See, a guy like Oscar, like obviously in his time, he's an all freaking timer and a legend of legends in the NBA. I wonder in this scenario though, are you cloning him and you're just dropping 21-year-old Oscar Robertson onto the Kings roster where he has to learn the modern NBA and figure? Because I don't know how many threes he's knocking down. Okay.
No, I think that would be the problem. That's where I think Mitch Richmond could deal with, the 8 to 10 threes a game. I
like Chris Webber too, though.
Yeah, no, I think Chris would be a very, very good.
Would Chris Webber just
fit.
be? Would he just be Domas?
Maybe.
I mean, maybe a little more willing to shoot it.
He's a better perimeter, even like mid-range shooter,
right?
And of course, a better athlete, better shot blocker. Yeah, I think he would actually. In the modern NBA, I think Chris Webber could shoot 6 threes a night.
Man,
yeah,
You brought up Paolo Banchero as a comp. I like that. I'm a big Paolo guy.
Yeah. I don't think Paolo's the rebounder that Weber was either. So, but not far off.
Sauce Castillo. Thanks, Tyler.
We're not
a good
bringing
one.
Sauce Castillo. You
Yeah.
can just go sign him. Although I think he's probably retired at this point.
Manny says he'd clone a healthy DeMarcus Cousins.
Okay. But I don't think that would work with alongside Sabonis.
Yeah.
And like
I agree.
DeMarcus Cousins is healthy right now. Just saying.
Keegan Murray Watch says, give me Sam Lacey, move Domas to 4 and Keegan to 3.
Okay. Yeah, but can Sam Lacey shoot the 3 ball? I'm just
It's a
saying.
requirement.
Yeah.
Hedo Turkoglu?
Now, see, Brother Hito would be intriguing. Although there are some concerns about his political affiliation since leaving the NBA.
But is that his clone's problem?
But the 6'9", you know what? It's funny. If you could clone Gerald Wallace, but not on the Kings, the Gerald Wallace that came after the Kings. Yeah, that Gerald Wallace might be that long athletic.
But I think that still plays because the scenario Jason brought up on Twitter was the Warriors could technically clone Chris Webber. Warriors version of Chris Webber in neither stint was like incredible.
No, the first stint was good, but he was just really young.
Right.
I mean,
right.
19
and he and
years
Don
old.
Nelson didn't get along.
No, not at all.
Yeah. But I don't hate the Gerald Wallace idea.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
Tim
if we're talking
Salmons?
about just straight up what you need. Yeah.
Francisco Garcia, anybody?
Francisco. We had that discussion about Francisco the other day in the locker room because someone had gotten injured doing something. And then,
Hate when that happens.
Francisco had, I think he was barbell pressing 90 pounds on each side on a blue exercise ball, and the ball popped and he got a compound fracture of his arm. And that's why Francisco Garcia's career fell off a cliff. Like,
That is my nightmare.
Yeah, well, I don't think you're going to be bench pressing 90 pounds on a blue exercise ball on each arm.
No, just the exercise ball popping.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's my nightmare when it comes to working out on an exercise ball.
Okay.
Like, are we sure about this thing?
Are we sure about this?
Are we totally sure? It's not a little overinflated to you? I'll go through each one at the gym and like push on each one. I'm like, this one feels right. I'm not trying to become
Yeah.
I don't want an internet video where I'm in the background of someone doing their lifting and then
some Instagram girl doing her
doing whatever hang cleans or whatever,
doing
and then,
squats, and there's Kyle back
and then just bang.
Oh, Kyle.
I don't.
The worst part is we can see this all happening.
Oh, it
could fully
like
play out.
it's so vivid in my mind that I'm like, this has happened to me in a past life.
Yeah.
Like this has definitely happened to me.
Well,
before,
now you
and
know
that's why I'm scared of it.
It happened to Francisco Garcia, so
Just trying to be like my guy Cisco.
Well, I guess the Kings could clone Kevin Martin and just go all in on offense.
No.
No.
You could clone Kevin Martin or trade for Zach LaVine.
There you go.
How much would you have to pay the clone? I have questions. Is he on a league min deal?
Does the clone fit into your salary
Is
structure?
it rookie wage scale? I don't know.
And how old does he fit your player arc?
Yeah.
Because you clone a 19, 20-year-old Chris Webber. Now we're back to the 2 timeline thing with the Warriors.
That's a great point.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
And then are you cloning them and they're stepping out as a 19 or 20-year-old? Or are you raising them as a baby? Does somebody in the org have to make sure that this baby is being raised to be a basketball player?
We're going to have like the nature versus nurture conversation about if you raise a kid just in the basketball system, what is,
right. What is it? Do they just become the Leo Messi of basketball?
That's right.
I mean,
we have a lot.
I think we just wrote a great movie.
We have a lot of
wrote
questions.
a really good movie.
It's very possible. Yes. I don't know how we got to all this.
Because I saw a tweet.
I know. It happens. It happens.
You guys, hello everybody. Welcome into the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. What you just witnessed was what goes on in my brain every second of every single day.
Okay.
I'll see a thing and my brain just takes off with it.
That makes sense. That
Scrolling
checks.
Twitter and I see a question like that, I'm like, well, this is going to occupy my mind for the next 15 minutes.
We have I think everybody is so different about how they manage how their brain works, and
I would agree.
I'm sitting here. There's a basketball game right there. There's a chatty house right here. There's me and Kyle right there. My laptop is down below where I'm scrolling either Twitter or checking on Paolo Banchero stats.
As one does.
Like when I write, I typically have a game on, have a TV series on, and I'm writing all at the same time. Like that's my brain is working overtime all the time. So I like to Kyle. I like that your brain just goes sideways and hey, I need a tangent right now. Oh, there's something I can think about wildly.
Do you know how hard it is to do a radio show and do this and do all the things that you just mentioned?
Oh yeah.
Well, I can't even have Twitter up during the show because I'll look at it once, and if something catches my eye, it's over for your boy.
Well, the chatty house is basically our equivalent of the Twitter box.
Yeah, but the chatty house is great because I can just grab this chat and throw it in here and turn it into content. I can't do that with a tweet unless I have time to process it and bring you in on the bit. So that's a whole problem.
I'm with you.
It's fine. All right.
I love the idea of them having to take the clone, because then it's not you're going for the best player possible. You're no longer looking at your roster and saying, what do I need to clone to bring into my squad?
Mm-hmm.
Because that squad won't be the squad,
sure,
19, 20 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people wearing insider sweatshirts right here in this. I think Megan just walked by wearing a.
And
I think she just pilfers whatever she wants every day.
She should. She works so hard.
Yeah.
She can have whatever she wants.
So the local Ace Hardware by my house.
Shout out Ace.
Shout out to
Ace.
Ace.
Helpful place.
It is. There's a guy there who literally pulls a pair of the eyeglasses, the reading specs.
Yeah.
He just grabs a new one off the rack every day and then puts one back when he's done.
Gross.
So everyone there's been used, but it still has a price tag on it. You'll walk in. He's wearing a pink set. He can't see it all, so he literally puts on a pair of their spectacles. So that's what I think she does. She's just I think today I feel like wearing a red insider sweatshirt. She puts on and then she throws it back in the box, and no one knows the difference.
Good to go.
This one kind of smells no,
this one smells worn to me.
This one smells worn.
Bro, I will not that I would ever need to buy reading glasses specifically from that Ace, but I wouldn't if I had to.
No, I'm going.
That's disgusting.
Else. I'm buying the pack that's.
I don't want to know what's going on that guy's nose, behind his ears.
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm buying the one that's in the plastic case.
Yeah, 100%.
That no one else has gotten into. If I have
100%. It's not even close. The Kings are the number 4 seed. Like I said, this is the insiders. We're actually going to talk about basketball now. The Kings. Number 4 seeded 16-9. They are behind Denver, who's at 18-10. Oklahoma City's at 17-8. They're the number 2, and then Minnesota sitting at the number 1 seed at 20-5. Neither you nor I were in on Minnesota before the year. I think I had Minnesota as an 8 seed in our preseason pontifications.
Yeah,
I might have said 9 or 10. I was not high on Minnesota. They figured it out a little bit though, man. They can play.
Oh yeah, they're really good defensively.
Yeah,
and I think if you really look, the Kings beat them the one time that they've lost at home was a loss to the Kings. They didn't have Jaden McDaniels.
And he's their big defensive stopper.
He is so good defensively.
He is a monster.
Yeah. And then I love Naz Reid. Naz Reid would be he would be an instant fan favorite in Sacramento.
Yeah. Naz Reid is a hooper, man.
He is. I guess, in all reality, there isn't a lot of difference between a Naz Reid and a Trey Lyles. Right now, I mean, Naz Reid is averaging a lot more points per game, but that really is dependent on because they don't have a Malik Monk off the bench.
Right.
So, but yeah, their team is solid. They're solid all the way around, and they have some top tier talent. I still don't. I'm not 100% okay, this is the team. But I do think that they're good.
And Naz Reid, geez, 13.5, 5 boards. Half a block.
38.8% from 3.
50% from the field. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Solid player.
Gosh.
They paid for him, but solid.
Yeah. They didn't even pay that much for him.
Yeah. What did they get him? $12 million a year or something?
No, it was less than. I don't know exactly what it was. I'm getting that now. 3 and 42. That's what he got. So 14.
16.
14.
14.
14 a year.
So 14. That's. I mean, that's not nothing.
No, for
So-
sure. I thought he was going to get a monster deal from somebody else. But you mentioned this. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday. You mentioned desire to play somewhere matters.
Mhm.
And if he's going, man, I have this great role. I'm a backup center, and I'm going to get my 23 minutes a night, 25 minutes a night, whatever he's playing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just get to be the dude in that role. Stuff matters.
Yeah. I mean, I think he is like a 3-point shooting version of like Montrezl Harrell. Like maybe, well, but he plays defense. Montrezl Harrell never played defense at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just look Jaden McDaniels.
Just a tough matchup, Naz Reid.
Yeah. Very,
Just
very tough.
Really hard to just find people who can hang with him.
Yeah. Jaden McDaniels, who again the Kings didn't face the last time, and I also don't think De'Aaron Fox played in that game. Maybe I'm wrong. But Jaden McDaniels just signed he's got a monster deal.
Yeah, they paid him a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like extreme. He makes like 22.5 next year, but it goes up to 24.4, 26, 28, 29.8. Like there's a point where Jaden McDaniels will make $30 million a year. That's wild.
Yeah, to play defense.
Yeah, to play defense.
I think they're hoping he turns into like Kawhi, where he starts knocking down shots and being more of an effective offensive player. There's no way they're paying him that just to be a defensive stopper. By the way, De'Aaron Fox did play in that game. He put up 32 shots. He went 36, 7, and 12.
Okay.
Yeah, that was that game.
The Kings were missing somebody though.
Keegan.
Okay.
That was after he hurt his back against New Orleans.
Okay. So that makes sense. I was thinking that it was even that they were both missing.
Right. Yes.
Like integral players.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I don't think that they believe Jaden McDaniels will become Kawhi. I think they're hoping that he might become Mikal Bridges.
That's
okay. Yeah. I mean,
Kawhi's just always the guy I think of when I think of a player that doesn't shoot it great and eventually starts shooting the heck out of it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
I mean, him and Kawhi in the mid range is crazy.
It is ridiculous. He is.
Yeah.
I feel like we gloss over the Kawhi stuff because it's just like, is he going to play? Like, can you be on the court?
Yeah.
I personally, I don't want to project this on anybody else. I personally have gotten so into that mindset that I've forgotten how damn good Kawhi is at basketball.
Yeah.
He is unbelievable, man.
Well,
and there's been no when he's on the court. There's not been a significant defensively. There has been. He's not the defender he was, but offensively, man, he is so freaking good.
But the reason you forget about him and you forget how good he is he doesn't play, and the fact that he's played in all 26 games this season, it's just absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I did not see that happening. The NBA, we kind of gloss over this, but the NBA hit a home run with their new rules where you have to play a certain amount of games in order to, be an all NBA player and all that stuff. I mean, Kawhi Leonard is instantly an all NBA player, and he's not on the all NBA list because he doesn't play enough games last couple of years. And I think that this is a home run by the NBA. Like we're going to see a lot more, and it's good for the fans. Fans, you should get to see Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, you shouldn't forget that Kawhi Leonard is as good as he is.
Yeah, you shouldn't forget that he's like a first or second team All NBA player when he's healthy.
Yeah, first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes,
unbelievable player on both ends. Yeah, if you had told me at 26 games, if you had said, "Hey, over under 21 and a half for Kawhi played," I would have gone under, way under. I felt great about it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but good for him. Yeah, the Clippers are. Hey, okay, here's one. Who scares you more? Because you're kind of down. I don't want to say down on OKC, but you don't believe that OKC is going to finish the year as the 2 seed. Can I go that far?
Well, no, I think that they could finish the season as a 2 seed, but I still don't think that they're like. I feel like they're a little bit like where the Kings were 3 seed last year.
Yeah, they got some stuff to learn in the playoffs.
I don't want to take anything away from the Kings being the 3 seed, but like the fact that they lost in the first round, that wasn't a surprise.
Sure,
like that's the natural progression of an NBA team. They skipped like 3 steps. They got there. Now, I think OKC has been building slowly and trying to get to this point, but like they still have players there that have never really experienced any real playoff like atmosphere or anything else. Like they have a lot to learn. And can they
Yeah.
beat some team? Sure, they can beat a team. But I'd also like they really almost need to face another team like them in the first round in order to take the step through, where the Kings faced like the NBA champs, a seasoned great team
Right.
at the end of their run, but a great team. Like you're more often than not, a team like the Kings is going to lose that series, even if it's really competitive and you lose in 7. We can point to a missed shot. We can point to an injury to De'Aaron Fox's finger, whatever you want to point. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they lost. And that's because most of the time that's what happens.
That's just kind of the natural progression. If you're the Kings in a playoff series, who scares you more, Oklahoma City or the Clippers?
Clippers.
Yeah, I think so too. I wouldn't have said that like 3 weeks ago. They're figuring it out though, man.
No, they are.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, they have 4 Hall of Famers, Kyle, and that's it's something I talked about early in the season. I think people just kind of like, oh, come on now, they aren't the same,
right? Because Paul George and Kawhi just weren't playing.
Yeah,
it's going great. 4 Hall of Famers for a combined 90 games.
Yeah, no,
cool.
They're really good, Kyle.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, and we've been waiting for the Clippers to actually show up and be great. I still think that they're going to struggle. Like they're going to go through like phases of the season where they lose themselves. And the Kings playing them, I was shocked that it was just James Harden's team. Like I was totally shocked by that. Like he'd been there like 2 weeks and he was the guy directing everything.
I had all the jokes when he said, "I am the system." It was like, okay, James. And now here we are.
He is the system.
Screw me, right?
All right. You heard
I'm
Kyle.
just an idiot. All right. It wasn't just me.
No.
I wasn't the only one saying that. I had one more thing on this. Where was it? Okay. Do you think the Kings finish as the 4 seed this year?
I think they finish above 4.
Okay. So right now your top 4 is Sacramento, Denver, OKC, Minnesota. Who falls out?
Well, I think 2 teams could fall out pretty easily.
Oh.
I think Minnesota, I think OKC could easily fall out. And I don't think they're falling far. But like if they finish the 5 or the 6 or the 7, I'm not like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened.
I would be floored if they were the 7.
You'd be floored if they were the 7, but you know who like the 8, 10, and 11 are right now. Like the 8, 10, and 11 are like the Lakers, the Suns, and the Warriors. Like those teams can figure it out at any point and be right back to where they have been. Like I know the Lakers were the 8 seed last year going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the Warriors were they were the 6, right?
Yeah, it's 3-6.
If they're 6 and 8, I wouldn't be shocked. And if the Pelicans catch fire again, and they're just the biggest yo-yo team there ever was.
See, I'm all in on OKC though.
Okay.
I think they have, with what Chet Holmgren has done. And again, a lot of this is couched with the season doesn't start till Christmas Day, right? That's when the good teams really ramp up and you start to, the cream rises to the top. So maybe Oklahoma City after Christmas looks like an entirely different team. But right now, with the way they can play defense, with the way they can shoot the 3, Chet Holmgren is a marvel. And I think we would be talking about him more if Victor Wembanyama was not a thing. I think what they've done from a team building standpoint is super impressive. And what Mark Dagnall's done as a coach is super impressive. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a legit MVP candidate. And when you have a legit MVP candidate with the amount of guys that can shoot it on that roster, that's tough.
I understand. I'm not sold yet. And I think I fear them being a major player and trading as much as I do anything else.
That's going to be interesting.
Yep.
Speaking of the trade deadline, that's a great transition by you. Jake Fischer from Yahoo Sports is going to join us next. He has been all over the NBA trade rumors, specifically what's going on in Toronto. We will talk to him next on The Insiders. You're not going to want to miss that. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we are on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Okay. Can we go to just me and you talking?
Yeah. Hang on. I'll come in there.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, actually, you know what? All right, we're back.
Okay. I just sent you a screenshot.
This is so funny. No. I have to make a phone call. Shoot. All right, here we go.
Here we go. He's at the G League showcase. Tom, I might have an answer for you later in the show on that. And who I prioritize and who the Kings might prioritize are different.
Hour number 2, we are taking you right up to noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Been talking a ton of Sacramento Kings as they gear up, not only for the NBA trade deadline, but they also face the Boston Celtics tonight at the Golden One Center. To talk about the trade deadline, though, let's bring in Yahoo's Jake Fischer. He is also the author of Built to Lose, How the NBA's Tanking Era Changed the League Forever. Jake, thank you so much for hopping on with us today. We really appreciate your time, man.
You got it. Here from Orlando at the G League Showcase. So happy to take a minute to get away from this whole circus.
I hear that's the spot this time of year, is to be hanging out at the G League Showcase.
Yeah, it's kind of like the NBA's version of winter meetings. I mean, there's every GM in the league is here sitting at a conference table looking at all these games. So
And
it's a good place to rub some elbows.
Awesome. Well, hey, so you've been all over this reporting, all the NBA trade rumors regarding specifically the Toronto Raptors and the Sacramento Kings, and are they involved? Are they not? My first question for you, Jake, is: do you foresee OG Anunoby actually getting dealt? Because for me, it's like all the reasons that all these teams would want to trade for OG. That seems like a great reason for the Raptors to want to keep him.
Yeah, it's the great conundrum of all these trade deadline, top tier candidates, right? I think it definitely seems like Pascal Siakam is the real trade candidate that team people are more expecting to be eligible to move this year, just being that he's obviously a lot older and he's going to be more expensive. It's going to be a challenge, I think, for him to find a team that wants to give him that contract. But the Raptors also haven't shown as much interest to do that either. So I think he's the one who's probably more likely out the door than anybody in Toronto.
You know, Jake, your piece that you wrote the other day, it mentions the Sacramento Kings being interested in, or at least cursory part of discussions for guys like Zach LaVine and OG and Pascal, but also Lauri Markkanen. Why is it, do you think, that the Kings are thrown in every single potential major trade that has ever happened in the NBA over the last 3 years?
I think it's as simple as Monty McNair comes from the Daryl Morey front office tree, where that's what you do. When game-changing players are, in theory, available, even, the door is open just the slightest inch, with Markkanen in Utah. I don't know, that couldn't be trade. I was just talking to someone here yesterday who's very close to that situation. He said, doesn't think anything's going to happen, but the Jazz are telling teams to make those offers. So the Kings, just like any smart, pragmatic team, they're going to at least check that temperature, I think, whenever somebody like that becomes available. So I just think that's smart business. It doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to get something done. But I remember talking to Chandler Parsons years ago when I was working on my book, and he said to me, during those Houston years that he was there with Daryl, that it even felt good for players who were part of that core to know that their front office is kind of always looking to make that thing better. So I think that's where it comes from.
Talking with Jake Fischer. He covers the NBA for Yahoo Sports. He's actually down there at the G League Showcase in Orlando right now. Jake, do you get the idea that, because out here it's like the Kings are not going to trade Keegan Murray. Is Keegan Murray the piece that has to be on the table for a team that wants to make a deal with Sacramento?
I think that's going to be the asking point, especially when we talk about Toronto. I mean, the Raptors, when teams call them asking about their players, they're saying, we'll give us everything in the kitchen sink. And I think with Utah, that's probably going to have to be a consideration if you're thinking about Lauri Markkanen and considering what the Jazz price point is. But I'd be absolutely floored if the Kings moved on from Keegan. I think this is not a Tyrese Halliburton situation from a couple of years ago. I think Sacramento, from all my conversations, values him as an absolutely elemental piece of this franchise between De'Aaron Fox and Tomas Sabonis in their lineup. And they took him number 4 overall when a lot of people in the NBA would have taken Jaden Ivey. There's that, kind of viral video in Detroit where they were snickering to themselves in their war room and Ivey fell to them. And the Kings have been so high on this dude for a long, long time throughout that pre-draft process. I would just be shocked if they ever really considered something like that.
Yeah, I don't see them even considering it either, Jake. Of course, we're talking to Jake Fischer from Yahoo Sports. What do you think about this trade deadline, Jake? Is it going to be a wild one, or are we going to have a whole lot of talk and a whole lot of nothing come February 8th?
I think it will be active. The last couple of years, there's been a lot of activity. Not necessarily a ton of, all NBA All-Star guys changing hands every single year. But I think the fact that we're in this new era where the play-in tournament gives pretty much every single team outside of the very bottom cellar of the league. Right now, pretty much everyone outside of Detroit and San Antonio, even the Charlotte Hornets could probably convince themselves that they're just a couple of, LaMelo comes back and you get a couple of injury things working out in our favor, some fortunate matchups on the schedule. We can make one more addition here. Not to say that the Hornets do think themselves as a buyer, but that just goes to show the range of teams that I think are going to be willing to put on one first-round pick on the table to try to get somebody, especially being that the G League Ignite are playing right now. Every single front office has a contingent watching them play the Canton Charge, 100 feet from me, where Ron Holland's supposed to be a top pick. Montez, I'm going to not be able to pronounce his last name correctly, so I'm not even going to say it. It's supposed to be a top pick, and like no one's right now looking at this game thinking that there's a bona fide guy in the top 5 of this draft. I think there's going to be a lot of first-round picks available to be spent for teams who think they've got just a couple of tweaks to make to move themselves closer to the playoff picture, to the championship picture, than we usually see in years past when teams clutch those first-rounders like precious jewels.
All right, Jake, we know you're a busy man down there in Orlando, but I want to ask you about your book, Built to Lose, How the NBA's Tanking Era Changed the League Forever. We have a lot of Kings fans in this area that are listening intently, and maybe they don't know. What is it that they can get from your book when it comes to the Sacramento Kings tanking and sort of like this avenue? Because I love the topic. It's a great book, and I think that you have a unique perspective on tanking.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to do another quick push during the holiday season about it. So I think from a Kings perspective, a Kings fan perspective, right now, if you're reading it, it's a really good look back at like how tough a rebuild actually is to get to the point where the Kings are. To like really appreciate how hard roster construction is as an exercise. Where I talked to over 300 people around the whole league, but a lot of people around Sacramento too, about the early days of Vivek's ownership and the craziness that came with George Karl's tenure. And there's one fascinating story in there where at Summer League, the Kings coaches, even before George Karl came into play, with Michael Malone's staff, they all went to lunch and they were hearing all the rumors about George Karl coming into town, potentially, being the replacement. And they're all having lunch in some random spot on the strip. And lo and behold, who walks in as they're walking out? But Vivek and Chris Mullin and George Karl. So that's stuff like that you just can't really script, that are just wild behind the scenes stories that happen in the NBA. And for a long time, as Kings fans know, it was quite a circus in Sacramento. So I think it could be a fun trip down memory lane for a lot of Sacramento fans and just like better appreciate. I know it's being so appreciated right now, but just sometimes to look back at where you came from helps kind of reestablish how great a current situation you're in.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah.
I can't wait to read it. Jake, really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much for hopping on with us, and we'll do it again soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, that book sounds fascinating. Make sure you're following Jake's stuff at Yahoo Sports. He's been all over the NBA trade deadline, and we will make sure to stay in touch with him as the news keeps coming down. But man, that book sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And what I like about Jake is not only like the book is so well researched and everything, like he's had 300 plus people. But what I like about Jake is he isn't afraid to put out some of the stuff that he hears. Like it's not like the trade, they aren't trade rumors, but it's like, this is what, like some of the things that are being talked about, just like in this last like huge trade piece, is like you really understand that Zach LaVine would like to come to Sacramento. Whether Sacramento would like Zach LaVine to come to Sacramento or not is neither here nor there.
Right.
But also like what Toronto, if Toronto, you're going to go in on OG Anunoby or Pascal Siakam. Okay, well that's fine, but it's also going to cost you, if that's what you think that you want one of our guys. Like the starting phone conversation is about Keegan Murray. And so I think it's unique because it's like you can get a different angle on trades by having someone who's like throwing out things that aren't going to happen today, but that you get at least one side of the story, so the other side can be chased as well.
As people who do a radio show and do a radio show on the back of speculation, rumors, particularly educated speculation and rumors and little trade breadcrumbs, it is greatly appreciated, let me tell you. So he brought up something in there as he was talking about his book about the difficulties of team building. And while the Kings have done a lot of things right, more than most teams over the last couple of seasons, you texted me last night about something they might have missed on. A couple of things they might have missed on.
Yeah.
This offseason. We'll talk about that next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Good segue, Kyle. I need my coffee. I have 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
All right, James is out of here. He's done. He's going to go get his coffee, I guess. I mean, it's just you and me. Chatty House, what's good? I'm actually got to edit some stuff real quick. Sorry. I wonder if he goes by Jake Fischer because he was in a fishbowl. Am I right? I always love talking to NBA reporters who are like live on wherever they are, and you can hear the basketballs in the background. I don't know what it is about the sound of a basketball hitting the court, but it's one of my favorite sports sounds. Like as a radio person who's trying to get audio, it can be super frustrating when you can't hear because there's basketballs and stuff and shoes squeaking and whatnot in the background. But as a sports fan, which is what I am first and foremost, that is such a cool noise to me. Big fan. Crack of the bat, stuff like that. Oh, hell yeah. Shout out Sudwork. Phil, did I see anything in China? I did not. I saw they were doing some upgrades and to the queue at in the Haunted Mansion. I saw that, but I did not see anything about Space Mountain. I wouldn't hate if they changed it though. Like it definitely, like Space Mountain was built in an era where they were just trying to get like teenagers in the park. And it's cool, but it definitely feels a little bit dated or stale. Like the nostalgia kick is always going to be there for me with Disneyland and all Disney related things, but I definitely am also not opposed to change. Wow, this is so nice. Thank you. It's cool when people say nice things. Would I trade Kevin Huerter for Bruce Brown? Yes, definitely. I would 100% do that.
Yeah, Kyle.
James, would you do Kevin Huerter for Bruce Brown? 5 seconds.
I missed that.
Okay, hang on. And we're back in here. I'm Kyle. That's James. So somebody threw this in the chat, and I want to talk about the team building stuff. But just real quick, James. Somebody, Terrence, threw this in the chat. Would you trade straight across Kevin Huerter for Bruce Brown?
That's a tough one.
I would.
Yeah. I mean, in the current roster construction, probably.
Yeah.
And because he can, multi-positional player, 27 years old. He's not a great three-point shooter, but he's aggressive. He rebounds. He's a good playmaker. He's a good steal guy. Excellent defender. I think what you're just looking at is the difference between, like, it's two different routes in team building, right? So I think it does play into your greater discussion of team building. And I think when you get to a certain point when you're building out a roster and you're creating something, you get to certain points where you plateau and you look at your team and go, okay, what do I need to get over the hump? How do I change pieces to make this work better?
Sure.
And, I always go back to like the 2002, the golden era of Kings, 1998 to 2006, right? So there was a point where you understood that you had kind of run your course with Jason Williams and that Mike Bibby was a safer player, not a better player, not a more dynamic player, but a better shooter, a safer overall player. But in order to have a guy like him, you needed a different type of shooting guard. So while you still had Peja and you still had Vlade and you still had Weber, you had like this great front line that was up and coming as a group. There was this moment where you had to make really tough decisions and switch gears. So that's kind of, you're going to run into it like a year and a half in, 2 years in, where you go, okay, this piece is good, but we need something. It doesn't even have to be a better player. It has to be a different type of player, a different fit that could help you move the thing along. So like a Nick Anderson or, like all the shooting guards that the Kings had before they landed on Doug Christie.
Mhm.
I don't know that Doug Christie and Jason Williams were going to be a perfect fit forever, but certainly Mike Bibby and Doug Christie were a perfect fit as a
Mhm.
backcourt. A defensive-minded guy who can really handle the ball and set up players, and an offensive-minded guy who would float on the perimeter, space the floor, and create space.
Mhm.
And I think the Kings could get into a situation where that's exactly what they have to keep doing. And De'Aaron Fox at 33% shooting from three, and De'Aaron Fox at 38% shooting from three is a totally different player. And
Mhm.
it means that you can put a totally different player alongside him. Because if teams have to go over the screen and stick with De'Aaron Fox on the 3-point shot,
Mhm.
that means that you can have a more defensive-minded, less offensive shooting guard next to him.
Mhm.
And that just like a team is always evolving. It's always changing. And I think this is part of the organic growth of the Kings, where you can see where a player could fit better than another player.
Bruce Brown's just got some dog in him.
He does.
Kevin Huerter in a vacuum is probably a better NBA player than Bruce Brown.
Okay.
But I hate doing this because I like to be able to like empirically back up but you can't measure dog. And I just rock with Bruce Brown in that way.
No, I
Like,
get that.
in a tough spot, you need somebody to go get you a bucket, and for whatever reason, they double De'Aaron and it gets to Bruce Brown. You feel really good about Bruce Brown going and getting you a bucket.
Okay.
And I frankly, I don't with Kevin Huerter.
When it comes to him, I think it's the defensive side. You have no questions about whether or not he's going to be able to hold up his end of the bargain. Is he going to be perfect? Is he going to stop a Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown? Is he going to be able to do that? No one can. Like the league is built for offensive players to play better offense.
Mhm.
Like that's how the league is built. It's the Michael Jordan rules. I mean, you change the game so like high level perimeter players can go and score and do their thing.
Mhm.
And that's where I think, like a guy like Bruce Brown really does fit what the Kings, you just want to make life difficult. Just like Doug Christie, he didn't ever stop Kobe, but he made life difficult on Kobe.
Mhm.
He made him work. And that's how when you're dealing with a game of inches, that's how sometimes you get by. You just make somebody work that little bit extra.
Right. That guy's going to get up 25 shots. Can you make him go 12 for 25 instead of 18 for 25?
Yeah. Or can you have a game where he goes 9 for 25?
Yeah. Yeah.
And not every game where he's 16 of 25.
Yeah.
So it's those small pieces that you're looking for. And again, I think that the Kings have done a really good job of building out the roster now, but it's the roster it's almost like the starter template. And then they ran it back with the same starter template, and you need to see how it looks in year 2. We already have enough of a sample size to see where you need improvements and where you can figure things where it looks like it's gonna work out. But I think Jake Fischer made a really good point that was hiding in that, and I know it wasn't the greatest audio, but he said that Monty McNair comes from the Daryl Morey tree.
Yeah.
And the Daryl Morey tree is always chase a star. Oh, if you can get a star,
Sure.
a hook, liner, whatever, you go get the star because you can find the pieces to go around them.
Yeah.
And that's where I think why we see Monty McNair chase every single one of these guys. And you hear the Kings involved in all of these trades because they don't have the 3 stars right now that they think that they need. Maybe they do, but for today, do you? And if you can add that piece and then somehow still have a young player that becomes a star and helps carry forward what you're doing, that's how the Morey tree looks. That's how they search out superstars. They don't do the Sam Hinkie tank and keep tanking until you find a superstar.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah.
It's just their avenues is totally different.
Yeah. And that's something that the Philadelphia Eagles, as we go cross sport here.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman, their GM, is, from everything I've heard and read about Howie Roseman, he is just constantly on the phone. This running back has a good game. He's calling and going, hey, will you take a 3rd round pick for that running back? No. Okay. Worst they're going to say is no.
Yeah.
And that's just, dude, just constantly being on the phone, because who knows, maybe you fall backwards into a guy that's in your starting rotation. That's in your starting lineup, that is in your rotation. for a couple of second round picks.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
you're just
totally.
on the phone and making these calls, and maybe some team is fed up with a guy, or maybe a GM is just dumb or panicking, and all of a sudden you fleece a team in a deal just by working the phone and being on the phone. So that's another reason, everything you laid out. And then just, dude, being in contact with teams, knowing that they're open for business, knowing who's open for business, letting them know you're open for business.
Yeah, I think also that's where you just have to be a good communicator.
Mhm.
And that's why things like the G League Showcase are so big,
Mhm.
because you get everybody together, everyone's hanging out, drinks are had, folks are going out to dinner,
Mhm.
and sometimes you just spitball. You're sitting alongside somebody and saying, "Hey, I like this player and this player on your roster, and what do you like on my roster?"
Mhm.
Or maybe that's just a general question. What do you like on my roster? Is there a player on my roster that that you're interested in that you think could make your team better? And
Sure.
let's just exchange some ideas. And then it's also where you get into these 3 and 4 team trades.
Mhm.
Like those things don't happen overnight.
Yeah, right.
And
Yeah, it's a long process.
yeah, and I know I heard Wes Wilcox said one time, like half the teams in the league, half the GMs in the league I'm really good with. Like 25% I'm okay with, and then 25% I'm, like we're not
Just
that
out on.
close, right?
Yeah.
He's like, but that's probably a good thing, because you need all of that to push yourself and
Mhm.
to create some sort of momentum, and you need to be able to reach out to a team that you're comfortable with
Mhm.
and have them reach out to a team that maybe you're not, to involve them in a three-way
Yeah.
trade. And these things they come together in weird dynamic ways, but that's you shouldn't be okay with everybody. Everyone shouldn't like your approach. And if if everyone likes your approach, you probably have a really, really bad team.
Sure.
If you're
Sure.
everyone's favorite guy, that means that you gave them something that you probably shouldn't have at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. There's no harm in opening those doors and opening those conversations, because maybe you run into a GM who loved Davion Mitchell during the scouting process and is like, we would love to have Davion Mitchell, and we will give you this player you like and a pick for him.
Mhm.
And you fall backwards into that. So I think that's another reason we're going to see the Kings involved in a lot of this stuff. We didn't even get to the actual team building thing that we want to talk about.
Oh, that's not good.
That's actually, I mean, that is good.
It is good because the conversation's flowing.
Yeah, I have some Christmas stuff I want to talk about. It's not like we were talking about that.
Oh man, I want to talk Christmas stuff, Kyle.
You don't?
I do. I do want to talk. I do want to talk
I mean, you
Christmas
do that
stuff.
next
That's fine.
or tomorrow, Friday.
Whatever. I like Christmas.
Me too. Big Christmas guy. You know what else I am? I'm a big Golden Sky 2024 guy. Let me tell you, can't wait for I call it the G Sky 2024. If you want to get in on the slang, Golden Sky 2024. That is going to be that is going to be 3, not just 1, 3 big rowdy days of country music and all the festival fixins you can handle under the sun and stars. Get your crew lined up, because ESPN 1320, that's us. We're going to have your chance to win weekend passes. All you have to do right now, visit ESPN1320.com and fill out the online entry form for a chance to win 2 weekend passes and qualify to upgrade to 2 VIP weekend passes. If you're going to experience G Sky 2024, you're going to want to qualify to upgrade to those VIP passes, because VIP is the way to go.
VIP. Yeah.
In all my experiences at Golden Sky, which are plentiful.
Plentiful.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Not, totally. It's a thing that it's the festival fixins that I'm there for.
The festival fixin' sounds good.
Yeah.
But if I got to wear a giant belt buckle to get in the door, I ain't going, Kyle.
If somebody, dude, if I'm at a restaurant and I can order a baked potato with fixins and it's spelled FIXN',
Oh,
I'm in there.
Oh,
That's about to be the best baked potato I've ever had.
All right. I like a good baked potato, Kyle.
We
Now
have-
I'm hungry.
We have actual team building stuff to get to, and we've talked a lot about OG Anunoby. I don't think he's actually going to get traded. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody?
Are you talking?
No, I
Oh, okay. It
I
was
said
just
what-
very quiet.
No, I said, what's going on, everybody? I reached over to scroll.
Oh, okay. It's
Oh,
probably the chatting outside.
Russell
Sorry.
Hunt is out here putting his list out. Christmas movie list.
Oh, I haven't watched Elf yet. I gotta watch Elf.
Ever?
No, I've seen Elf a million times. I haven't watched it yet this year.
Jesus, she had me freaking
No,
out.
dude, relax. It's okay.
I was just gonna put it on right in the middle of the. We'll finish the whole show.
But at the
with-
Elf, what's your favorite color?
Oh, maybe that makes sense now. You answering the phones as Buddy the Elf. ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah, 909 916 909 1320. What's your favorite color?
That's right.
Hey, what did we talk about in the first hour? What am I going to title this?
I think we talked about the Kings.
Just the Kings. That's what you want me to title the podcast?
Kings-Celtics.
Kings-Celtics.
Yeah, we talked to. We didn't really talk that much about John Morant. We talked about the Warriors.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Warriors take Kings to the
Kings,
brink.
A solid.
No,
James and
Warriors take
Kyle.
Celtics. There we go. Oh, now everybody's putting out their. See, I like a good Rudolph the Red-Nosed.
Hey,
reindeer.
we'll talk. We will do a deep dive on this tomorrow.
Silver and gold.
So let's copy paste your
Silver and
responses. Keep them saved. We're gonna do a Christmas movie deep dive, and then Friday all the rejoins will be Christmas music,
Oh yeah,
and we'll be a little more silly on Friday.
Tom, I'm gonna say who would the Kings prioritize? The answer is yes. No, I mean really, it's like each of these players have a different value. Each of these players are going to cost a certain amount. Each of these players fit in Sacramento in a different way. It's part of the fact that Keegan Murray can play the 3 or the 4, so you can have OG or Pascal or Laurie. You would love Laurie because of his salary for the next 2 years and his age and his fit next to Sabonis. You'd love OG because he's not going to cost as much as Pascal, but he also is a multi-positional defender. And you like Pascal Siakam because he's the most seasoned of all three and probably has 3 or 4 good years left in him, but he's going to cost a lot of money. He's going to cost a lot of money on the backside, but he's not going to cost as much to trade for. Yes. So each of those players, again, OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam should be slightly devalued because they're both expiring contracts. That's not the case when it comes to Lauri Markkanen. You're going to have to pay crazy money for Lauri. Crazy picks, whatever it is, you're going to have to pay crazy, crazy stuff. You're going to get him for 2 years on the cheap, but after that, it gets wild.
The wildest ride in the wilderness. See, Harry Potter is not those are not Christmas movies, but people typically watch them around Christmas because it's on ABC Family.
We have all of them.
So they get thrown into that. Oh, 5 seconds. There we go. Watching the Warriors beat the Celtics in overtime last night. And we were kind of talking about it, just, talking about what was going on in the game. Hey, it's Celtics-Kings. Oh, it's going overtime. Holy crap, Steph, et cetera, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Crab Rangoons, things of that nature. And you said something fascinating to me that as a host of a radio show, when somebody says something like this, especially somebody like you who's around the team and is on the beat and knows as much or more than anybody else about the inner workings of that franchise, when you say something like this to me, my antennas go up because you don't say things like this lightly.
Yeah, haphazardly.
More or less, and I'll let you crack this open and dive into it, but more or less you were like, Kings messed up with Neemias Queta.
Yeah, So, I mean, okay, like, people should understand. I don't have some delusions of grandeur about Neemias Queta. I mean, he's played 6 games this year for the Boston Celtics. But we're talking about a 24-year-old big man who is like he checks so many of the boxes. And I get the Kings are at a point where they going out and finding a veteran to play the backup center position makes a lot of sense, right? And then when you went out and you got like 3 of them, then that became even more difficult. So I understand why they cut Neemias Queta. They cut him so he could go and flourish elsewhere if he can. They cut him early. They cut him and Nerlens Noel at the same time. But I think at the end of the day, you're watching a player who, if he can get on the floor with the Boston Celtics, there's a good chance he could have gone on the floor with you. And we've already seen that, like, some of the players, well, Alex Len, unfortunately, has been unhealthy. He's out 6 to 8 weeks with an ankle injury. He's probably still a week or 2 away at a minimum. We've seen JaVale McGee, like, hasn't even been in the rotation a couple of nights this year. I don't see how keeping around a 24-year-old 7'1" dude who was what was he, the MVP of the G League or the runner-up MVP? All G League first team, all G League first team defense. Like, you asked him to do certain things, and he went and did those things, and he flourished, and he was great. And now your G League team is not very good, and it's because part of it is because you don't have him on it. And I know at some point you have to, he didn't want to take a 2-way contract again, although he took one in Boston.
Sure.
But there came a point where, like, did you really get better by bringing in guys that, I would have brought in one of Alex Len or JaVale McGee and kept Neemias Queta, just in case, Kyle, just in case he's really good. And I don't mean really good as in really good. He's a starter and an all NBA player. I mean really good as in he could fit in as a role player on the end of your bench.
So that's what's kind of interesting about that is, I mean, the Kings here. Let's get this on the table. The Kings aren't going to win and lose an NBA championship this year because of Neemias Queta or Alex Len or JaVale McGee.
Nope.
Like, that is, if any of that trio is playing a lot, something has gone terribly wrong.
Yep.
So that's not what this is about. This is just about the fringes of the roster and trying to just maximize the 15 spots they have.
Mm-hmm.
And with Queta, I maybe he's not a veteran like JaVale McGee, who's been around and he's seen everything and he's been on title teams and he knows his role in this and that. But what I don't understand, I guess, the idea of let's keep Alex Len and JaVale McGee and then get rid of this 24-year-old who may or may not be something. And that's the thing is we're not saying Neemias Queta is going to go be an all-star, but why not bet on the 24-year-old instead of somebody like JaVale, who even in a, hey, he's going to play a ton of minutes world, is playing 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, Neemias Queta couldn't have done that. Couldn't have played those 12. He was that much worse that you just let him bounce.
Yeah. And what I would say too, we're talking about the
philosophically, that's interesting to me that they would do that.
Yeah. It's the 4th center position because even your third center is Trey Lyles. He might even be your second center, which he was the other night.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, that changes everything. But, like, Neemias Queta is a huge man, and he blocks shots and he rebounds, and he's really good in the pick and roll. Sets huge screens. Like, some of the things he does, the way he was developing as a passer, all those things, like, he was impactful in the game yesterday against Golden State Warriors.
21 minutes, 10 points, 10 boards, an assist, a steal, 5 of 8 from the field.
What was his plus minus though?
Plus 10.
Okay.
He had another game against Orlando this year where he played 18 minutes. He was a plus 13. He went 4 points, 3 boards, 3 blocks, 2 of 3 from the field.
Well, that's the thing. You need a shot blocker. And, like, whether he swings at the ball or not, like, JaVale McGee really isn't much of a shot blocker anymore.
No.
Like, he blocked shots on occasion, but, like, there was a point where Malik Monk had more blocks than he did. Like, that's I mean,
that's not great.
So, yeah, my point is that, like, if you're going to team build and you're going to look out, like, project out, then I would have liked to have not seen them bring 2 30-plus-year-old centers and to back up an all NBA center, and especially since neither one of those two centers can run any of the play sets that your all NBA center can run. It just changes the dynamic. And I know like Alex Len was a great teammate last year.
Yeah.
And a great table setter. And I get that JaVale McGee has a huge tie to Mike Brown.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them at least give him a shot to go battle in preseason in training camp. But then again, he doesn't land anywhere else if you do that. So, that's a tough thing.
Yeah. I like I said, the interesting thing to me is just the philosophy of having two veteran centers who ostensibly play the same role, neither of which is a particularly big role. And when one of them is playing, that means the other one's not. I don't understand the philosophy of keeping two veterans to do that instead of rolling the dice on a player who, hey, you know what? Maybe in 5 years, he is playing 12 effective minutes a night for you, or 15 effective minutes a night for you.
Yeah.
You're not getting that out of Alex Len. You're not getting that out of JaVale McGee.
I think my problem has always been, it's not even whether he's going to play or not. It's that you don't have a player to come in off the bench who can do what Domas does.
Well,
even at a
half a dozen guys in the league who can.
Well, no, but even at a dumbed down level, like if you just have a guy, okay, we say that there's only 12 guys, but like I talk about Mason Plumlee all the time until people like want to like throw rocks at me. But the other guy, like Kelly Olynyk. Yeah, Kelly Olynyk, right? You can see how Kelly Olynyk could run your offense. He
absolutely.
He had 13 assists against the Kings the other night, right?
Yeah, dude, Kelly Olynyk can hoop.
Like, how did that happen? Now, defensively, he was a hot mess. He just he was
also the thin headband thing. Get out of my face. I hate it.
Okay, you hate that. That makes sense.
Not a fan.
But that's where I'm like, hey, Neemias Queta has more of the basic rudimentary traits of Domantas Sabonis than either Alex Len or JaVale McGee. And it brought us to the second point that we had brought that I had brought up to you. It's that the other guy that they really should have just taken in the late second round, who's just sitting there, is Trayce Jackson-Davis.
A darling of Kings Twitter.
Trayce Jackson-Davis, everyone loved him, but they loved him because basically if you look at his college stats, he's a shot blocking Domantas Sabonis. No perimeter shooting skills at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like he only took 3 threes his entire 4-year career in college.
Yeah.
But the fact that he can pass, he can get you 20 and 10, and that he can block shots, and then you watch him play on the Golden State Warriors against the Boston Celtics last night, and he's one of the biggest reasons they won.
He's huge. He's a plus 25 in a game they won by 6 in overtime.
Yeah, this is no slight on like Jalen Slauson, but when Trayce Jackson-Davis fell all the way down to where he was, and everyone knows that he wanted a roster spot. He wanted
not a two-way.
And not a two-way, he wanted an NBA roster spot. Okay, like figure it out. That I mean, the Kings just signed Juan Toscano-Anderson to an extra roster spot because they had one.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you could have potentially had a player like this on your roster that you could have had at the G League playing. But again, the traits are there.
And again, this goes to the philosophy of this is a 4-year college player who did all the things that you need a backup center to do.
We know who he is.
What I would love to know, and we never would, but I would love to know in the scouting process, what deterred them? Is it because he's old? Is it because he's 23? He turns 24 in February, where they were just like, yeah, no, we're not using a draft pick on a guy who's going to turn 24 in his rookie season.
Well, the second that NBA teams passed on that they knew he was falling to the second round, it was put out there like very clearly, like, look, he will not be signing a 2-way contract. He wants to be on the main roster.
Right, but that's fine. I just if you're the Kings and you're watching what he does in college, and he's doing all these things that would be helpful alongside Domantas Sabonis.
Well, that, and if you're a team who values what players do in college, because they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Kings value what they know about a player.
And you look
at his stats, you're like, oh. So hey, look, I'm not like this. They've done a great job of roster building, but it's not like everything is always perfect and they haven't missed, because here and there you do miss. I mean, like as of right now, they've and I'm not saying he's a bad player. They've missed on Davion Mitchell. Like
Sure.
Davion Mitchell is a swing and a miss for this team.
As a fit for the team, yeah.
Well, like, and he can go on to have a great career, but for this team, he's lost his job to Keon Ellis,
Mhm.
who's burning through his two-way games left and right,
Mhm.
and who has deserved to play. But they also found Keon Ellis. So what am I? It's hard to like put this on them fully. I'll also tell you, like,
Reminds me of the Trey Lance, Brock Purdy thing.
Yeah.
Like you swung and missed on Trey Lance, but you found Brock Purdy. So like,
yeah, you swung and missed on Jimmer Fredette, but you found Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
That you picked one
That's a
guy
better
at 10 and one guy at 60.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you're talking about. Like, that happens. And I like that, like, historically, the Kings have gotten off of bad contracts when a guy
Mhm.
isn't going to fit. But this is one of those times where it's like, hey, look, if you could just have a backup plan in place for a player, there's no replacing Domantas Sabonis. But if I have a player that does some of the similar things to him, and I can put him in a starting position and have him run the offense the way in any way, shape, or form that Domas is, then that's where I would go.
Yeah, just Trace Jackson Davis, by the way, he's averaging just 10 minutes a game. He's played in 16 games, but his per 36 numbers, he's at 15 points, 10.5 boards, and 2 assists.
How many blocks?
And 2.7 blocks.
Yeah,
and a
those,
steal.
Those blocks for a team that needed a shot blocker. Now, whether he's a great defender or not is a whole nother question. Whether he's a good shot blocker, he's a good shot blocker.
See the block he had on Jaylen Brown last night?
Awesome.
Holy crap, man.
Yeah. I like him. I like him a lot.
And like the thing for me, and so the whole Neemias Queta thing, if he was going to be your fourth center, your third center, or whatever, that to me, Trace Jackson Davis is the one that was going to be a rookie who could either be your third center and you could confidently play 12 to 15 minutes a night, or you could play him alongside Domas, I think, depending on how he develops in his rookie season. Like, there were so many things that they could have used him for right away that would have made them better right away.
Yeah,
that's the bigger kind of I hate saying miss, because again, we're talking about 13th, 14th, 15th roster spots.
Yeah.
But that's the bigger kind of deal to me, or bigger issue, quote unquote.
Yeah, and I mean, these are, like, again, they're back into the rotation, back into the roster guys that may or may not have an impact. But and I will tell people, like, I know there's the word on the street was that, the Warriors that was as far as Trace Jackson Davis was going, because of course Mike Dunleavy's brother is his agent. But I also know that night they were hoping the Kings would select him.
Yeah.
So,
and I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
If you're a young player, it's a good spot to go. Ed in our chat says, I believe by next season, Colby Jones will play significant bench minutes. Yeah, that's another one. Like, maybe Colby Jones is just coming off the bench and playing really well next year. And
yeah. Well, and I think
everything's fine. And
like Colby and Keon, that's why
he doesn't fix the center stuff. But go ahead, sorry.
But that's why you don't go out and spend like $18 to $20 million a year on Bruce Brown, because you can, in a world, you can create in the NBA world, you can create that style of player, a 3-and-D wing,
1,000%,
especially using the G League the right way.
1,000%,
which I think the Kings are doing. I think they're helping to create those players, and it's something that that we saw with Houston with when Monty McNair was there. They did an excellent job of developing Daniel House and like all of these
just contributors.
Tariq Black, right? Like these weird specific types of players that just come in and do specific things. But you need those players. So.
Yeah, that's gonna be the next level of if Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are gonna be their big three.
Yep.
If Keegan keeps developing the way they believe he can, and the way we're seeing him develop over the last couple of weeks, and you sign Malik Monk, okay, now you're gonna have to start filling in your roster with some less expensive options, and some cheaper options, and that's where your late first round picks, your second round picks, your undrafted guys, developing the Colby Joneses of the world, developing the Keon Ellises of the world. That's what's going to ultimately separate Sacramento.
Well, especially if you go out and you trade for a guy like Pascal Siakam who wants $40 million a year, somebody's got to make nothing. And you hope that they're generous and they're helping each other out there. But, most rookies, they got to go out there and buy the Chick-fil-A every single flight or buy donuts every day. And it's like, hey man, you make $40 million over there, and I'm like on a $500,000 two-way contract. You think you could pick up
They
the
make
tab?
players buy the Chick-fil-A for flights.
Oh, you
Oh,
Yeah,
my bad, Kenny. I
they're in
turned your mic off.
charge. Yeah.
You know, you guys talking about that brings up something that I thought about over the weekend with Malik, you know, one of the plays telling Keegan, get your ass up. And De'Aaron talking about, well, I'm great all the time. I don't know if every rookie would embrace what goes on the way Keegan does. Like they're having a good time with him. He understands, like they love him, and they just giving him the rookie treatment, even though it's his second year. I don't know if that will go over well with every rookie. And that's a testament to Keegan and the relationship that he has with Fox and the entire team, really, man. I just thought it was really cool that they still have a good time with him, and and he's accepted of it.
Kenny Caraway of D-Lo and KC joining us now for the handoff. Yeah, I think that's a testament to the culture. Like Keegan during this whole offseason, like babysitting De'Aaron Fox kid and his uncle Keegan, and them poking at each other in press conferences, or specifically De'Aaron kind of poking at Keegan in press conferences and stuff. I think that's cool. That's fun.
Yeah, I'd even say this though. A lot of that is because that's who Keegan is. Keegan, and not only that, but that's who De'Aaron Fox was. He was quiet. He's a little more like outgoing and quirky, but still quiet. And I think what we're seeing is that De'Aaron is pushing buttons, trying to draw out Keegan, and he's trying to help him along to be that guy, to like be able to show more personality.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the good thing was, we have a flag down.
Yeah, we had a flag on Drew.
Yeah, Drew down.
Yeah,
that is holding 10 yards.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, but James, like I know that kind of intangible stuff and that team chemistry stuff sounds like, oh, hey, that's fun on social media.
Yeah.
Oh, look, hey, Keegan Murray smiling in a photo. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, De'Aaron Fox called him old. Oh, that's so funny. Like all that, like, but on the court, that kind of stuff, building that relationship allows Keegan Murray to comfortably go, hey, I am red hot from three to start this game. I'm going to keep shooting it. Hey, yeah. I'm on the floor with two All-NBA guys. I'm going to shoot it 17 times tonight because I'm that dude. I belong here. I belong in this group. And that starts in the locker room. That starts off the court.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd also say too, the deal with Keegan that people like you forget because he's here all the time now. And but Keegan is a twin who grew up with someone right next to him playing in every sport, going to every class, like growing up with him right next to him every day. They shared an apartment in college. They shared a car. They shared a bank account, all of these things, right? Like when you sever that tie, it's not just that you have to support a rookie. You have to make him part of your family. And that's where I think De'Aaron Fox and Rasay and Reno and Rain, like they have made Keegan part of their family because Keegan's family is a long ways away. His dad is a high school basketball coach. He's got sisters that are playing. Like there isn't time to go baby Keegan while he's away in Sacramento. But we're talking about a kid who's like 1,800, 2,000 miles away from his family. His brother, his twin brother is somewhere else. All of these things, they have accepted him into their world, and more than just like, hey, teammate, let's go get coffee after practice, or let's let's make sure we share a conversation on the team plane.
Right.
No, he's part of their family.
Right. And
that's where it's not just empowering him on the court, but when you start to see the ups and downs of one of your brothers, you know to step in a different way. When you see someone struggling, whether it's around the holidays or whether, whatever it might be, they have a relationship that it goes well beyond basketball. And I think that's crucial.
Yeah, no, it's a great dynamic. And I'm not here to pick on the guy or do anything like that. Plenty of time to do that on D-Lo and KC. But it's not Draymond like sunning Wiseman, Kuminga, and Poole. Like, I'm the big dog. You gonna listen to me. You're part of this. Like, we believe in you. You're part of this. And I just really enjoy the dynamic that Keegan has with specifically Fox and Monk. You know what I mean? I just think it's really cool.
Yeah, and I even say too, like we all want the team to have that dog, right? But sometimes that dog ignores this entire aspect that we're talking about of what it is to be a teammate and what it is to build a team, especially when you get too many years into it and you're just so used to treating people a certain way. And I think that sometimes you get lost in that. That's where I think the the relationship, and I'm going to put a lot of this on Mike Brown. I think Mike Brown has really done a good job of building a family here.
Yep.
And I think
agree.
that's big.
Yeah.
I agree.
Big game tonight.
Yeah,
big
it's a
one.
little big.
Warriors did the Kings a solid last night.
They did, man. They did. They went to OT. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Kenny's just rooting for OTs. Another one.
I think everybody in Sacramento was.
Oh, for sure. No, I just you brought it up. Golden State's young guys playing a lot better since the suspension. Warriors 3-1 since the suspension.
Well,
I'm just
look, I'm gonna tell you right now, that team looks re-energized. They look refocused. Since I'll just say it, Dark Cloud isn't hanging around.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah, kind of feels like it.
When he does come back, he's gonna have to learn how to fit in, as opposed to I'm back now. Nah, fit in, bro.
He's never going to fit in, and I know that. I mean, I dealt with DeMarcus, same thing.
Yeah,
like they've done it this way their whole career. They think that they've made it because of their not being flexible and of their way or the highway. They think that that's how they made it. Makes it really tough.
They're gonna try and woo-saw him into the bench. Remember your pressure points. I don't know, man.
No, they'll make sure that they say it to him so many times that it's his idea, and then he's okay with it.
There you go.
1,000%. That's
you gotta mess with his mind.
Yeah.
Kenny, what do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC?
Man, previewing the big game, Celtics-Kings tonight. We'll talk about the games, the NBA last night. The NBA was popping last night. There was some big time moments, and I think we're gonna spend a lot of time on the greatest player of all time because that seems to have taken off this morning.
Yeah, Shaq's crazy for that one. Shaq's kind of.
I wouldn't say he's crazy, but I agree with Kenny.
The fact that there's a great player like Shaq that's willing to put that out there says a lot. Like that's whether you think Steph's the greatest of all time or not, like that doesn't. The fact that he's there is a pretty big compliment to me. Shoot, what was I going to say? I was about to say. Oh, did you see Derek White shot 18 threes last night?
I didn't know he shot that many.
He shot 18 threes. He shot more shots than anybody on their team. He shot 24 times.
See, that's the formula.
41 threes as a team.
Damn. That's the formula. Like Derek White is good, but he's doing like a little Marcus Smart situation. Tatum needs to be taking all the shots.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what you're going to see tonight. If he plays. Injury report's not out yet. He got a little banged up last night.
Yep.
All right, that does it for us. James and I are out of here. D'Lo and KC are in here. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Chatty House.
Man, about 3:45, man. They in here. Let me get my other stuff.
Chatty House, great job today. Really appreciate you guys. Always love when we can snag content from you guys. That's okay. I'm not talking to you, dog. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the Chatty House.
All right.
I'm just thanking them.
Hit the thumbs up.
Yeah, everybody hit the thumbs up while you're in here. We got 342 people in here. Let's bang that thumbs up.
That's right.
That's Jesse.
Smash that key.
Smash that.
Throw that. Jesse will be there too. Row AA, is that you? Kenny seats?
Courtside Ripley.
Got KC seats.
Courtside Ripley.
Side Kenny.
What's up, Hammer?
What's going on, guys?
Looking forward to this game.
De'Aaron Fox drops 50 on his birthday. That's what Jesse said is going to happen.
Well,
Shaq on his birthday. Somebody, actually, matter of fact, somebody
win the war, not the battle.
somebody needs to not allow Reese tickets to the game tonight.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened when Shaq went for 60. They weren't letting all his people in. The Clippers weren't, and he got pissed off and went for 60. So
Yeah, win the game. Whatever it takes, just figure it out. Win the game.
win.
Keegan's going to steal De'Aaron's moment and go for 60.
The problem I have is that Drew Holiday is an incredible defender, and Derek White is a really good defender, and Brown can be a good defender. Like, they just have so many players to put up here.
The Celtics are absolutely
Just run them out of
stacked.
the gym for 3 quarters and see
Yeah,
if they're
but-
still standing on the floor.
Feed Sabonis. Let him. You see the quick passes that the Warriors made late in the game that just ate them alive?
Yeah.
What you got to do? All right, I'll see you guys at 3.
Okay. Thanks, Hammer.
I'll be back.
Thank you, my man.
I don't know what I'm doing. I might go shopping. Maybe that's what I got finished.
I guess we'll see you Friday then.
So this is Chris.
Luck with that.
Is TD playing?
Who's that?
Is Terrence Davis playing right now? No, that's not his team.
Oh, how is he doing in the G League? I think.
Yeah, 30.
Oh, yeah, he had like 40 something yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, 38.
Well,
38?
he can play. Showcase. And we
He's
had Jake
overqualified.
Fischer on at 11, but he was at the G League showcase and his audio was crap.
Oh. Chatty House, what's good, baby? Man, this is a mess. Good there. KSFM stuff is different. We move this over here.
Oh.
Drops, KC. I still ain't got the Chatty House pulled up. There we are. Michigan, what's good? Miguel, what's happening? Brett, what's good?
Miguel, love you like a brother. Treat you like a friend. Respect you like a lover. Whoa,
Securing the beam. We'll be there. We'll be there, though, right at 7. We'll be across the street at the ice rink tonight.
Y'all come
from
by to the
5
ice rink
7.
real quick
Yeah.
as you're walking up. Say what's up.
There we go.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, it's game day, baby. What is good? What is good? What is good? One more time, just for fun. Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
Welcome in to the Wednesday, December 20th. Come on, man.
Felt like it was just February.
Oh, that's crazy. December 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Peace, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here. Shout out to John Moran.
I'm in God mode.
My goodness. Welcome back to the league, young brother.
Yeah, that was cool to see.
We've got the Sacramento Kings and I imagine a slightly pissed off Detroit Boston Celtics team tonight at the Golden One Center. Of course, we'll talk all about that. We'll get you ready for that game. Our man Will Z will be with us. James Ham will be back with us as well before we all head downtown. We get the opportunity to do our KSFM show live from the ice rink across the street from Doco, downtown ice. Yes, the rain is going to clear up.
Yeah.
We have demanded it.
Yep.
And we will be out there. We hope all of those headed into the Kings and Celtics will come by, say hi. Those who are just in the downtown area, we hope that you'll come by, say hi. We'd love to see each of you as we do our
Pull up
KSFM
on us,
business
man.
out there.
Yeah, come pull up on us, man, and say what's up. You can, skate with D-Lo if you want to, because he
Keep
said
doing
that
that.
he's going to skate. so-
Never happened. There's no record of that happening anywhere. The only person who has said that is you.
Come on, man. Go out there and skate one time. It's the holiday season. I'll be over here waiting in the background. Go ahead.
Why don't you skate? It's the holiday season. You got your Will Z lined coat ready
Yeah.
to rock. Like you can
Well, like I
like
said,
Rocky and Russia.
One thing that I've learned about me this past fall and winter is that I'm fully accepting of the fact I hate being cold. So I'm going to
That's
bundle
true,
up.
you do. And
Even
the funny
if
thing
it's
is,
extreme.
the funny thing is, you hate it even when it's not that cold. You'd be like, man, it's really cold out. It's like, Kenny, it's not that bad.
Freezing. It's brick out here.
Like, Kenny, it's
55.
52 degrees. Like, you're fine, buddy.
It's the best time of the year right now.
Well,
You'll be fine.
settle down. Did you have to drive in that rain the other day?
Yeah, I was stuck.
that was
I left at 5:30 yesterday. It took me an hour and 15 to get home.
Yeah, they had an accident on what's this, 80?
80.
Wasn't even an accident. I think it was flooded.
Oh, that's why.
I took an exit and I see there's one cop car and just the whole little overpass is flooded.
I wouldn't say it's the best time of year. Still summer. I love the holidays.
Summer's not the best time of year. Here,
Summer's
it's
hot
too
and
damn
sweat,
hot.
man.
No, summer's is fire.
Look,
Literally.
Look, you always put more clothes on. You can only take so much off.
Well,
At least in the workplace. And on that note, man, what a great night in the association it was last night. Again, we'll talk a lot about the Kings and the Celtics to get you geared up for that game. Of course, the Celtics were a part of what happened last night, but man, hey, salute to Ja Morant.
Yeah.
He has been talked about. He his personal life, his professional life. And by the way, all deserved. He brought this all on himself. But he stepped back onto a basketball floor last night and just resumed being a nasty ball player.
He was a problem.
And for that game to end the way that it did, especially, set the scene for you. We left our afternoon drive show like this is over. Like
it was like 20-point game damn near.
yeah, like it was kind of back and forth, and then it wasn't. It was just all Pelicans. Get home, settle in, and I'm thinking, I guess I'll just get ready for Celtics and Warriors and put the last few minutes of this blowout on. Like, oh, it's not a blowout. Like, all right, I'll watch this. And it's like, oh, Memphis really hanging around this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's tied. Oh boy. And then when they got the ball for the last possession, I thought there ain't no way. Ain't no way to come. There's no way the game ends the way it looks like it's going to end.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it did and it didn't. I thought he was pulling up. I absolutely thought he was going to pull up because that's what all the kids do. They just pull up for 30-foot threes to win the game. He went to the basket, a very, very difficult shot at the rim, and just a great, great finish to his first game back.
Yeah, man. I thought like you just laid out. I thought everything was done. You know, I was in the car and not necessarily watching, but listening. I would have turned on Ja, but I was like, this game's over.
Yeah.
Let me finish Michigan and Florida.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm packing up. Kenny's not moving. I'm put my bag in the bag, put my computer in the bag. Kenny's not moving.
Win an OT.
Go to the
Tough
locker.
loss.
Kenny's not moving. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Are you watching the end of another Pistons game? Like, what is going on?
These teams could beat the Pistons. It was a tough loss for my boys, man. Damn.
That's double overtime.
Yeah. Didn't box out. Allowed a tying 3 at the end of overtime. Just frustrating. But they'll get it together. They got some ball players. But I saw that to say, I was watching that, and then I called home because I had to make a little detour because flooding and all this other stuff. And I was talking to my son Reese. He's like, "Yeah, Ja just hit the game winner." I said, "The game winner of what?" He said, "The game. He won. He had 34." I said, "What?" When I left, he had 7. They were down by 20.
Yeah.
And I went back and saw how he did it. It was a cool moment, man. It really was a cool moment, man. I was glad to see that for Ja. I don't know. I wasn't like ever this big Ja Morant fan, just because I had a feeling about the way he behaved and the way he carried himself, even outside of like the gun stuff. I just thought he was a little arrogant, but there was also times when I was like, he's a young dude.
He still is.
Yeah.
Like he still shows those signs of
And that's confident is one thing. Arrogant is what I had a problem with. And some of the things that he's talked about, maybe, he's come to grips with that and he's gonna address that a little bit more. But even aside from all that, I'm all for seeing this young guy work through whatever he had to work through and become a better man on the other side of this. And because he played a basketball game. I don't know if he is or not, but I'm rooting for him in that aspect. And last night, to see him come through in that situation, I thought was really cool. And I was happy for him last night.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun watch. And boy, my eyes are so drawn to CV's comment here. Pelicans fake AF. I can't figure the Pelicans out. They got 3 wins against Sacramento, and that's why they're above 500 right now. Are those damn wins against the Sacramento Kings? I don't think they're fake. I just don't know what the hell they are.
I think they're a good team. I think ultimately they're a playing team.
Okay.
Which is where they are right now. So I could see them they're at 7 right now. That could be where they end up. Maybe they switch with Dallas, maybe, and get into the top 6. But
where's Dallas at now? 5?
They're at 5, and the Lakers will probably switch out with Dallas. So the Pelicans got a lot of talent.
They do, but
they have talent. But how bought in is that whole team?
I don't know.
Like how serious is Zion taking it?
I guess that's the case. I think everybody's bought in. I think it's whether or not you get Zion to buy in.
Ingram had a night last night.
Ingram always has a night.
Yeah, he had it. That's true.
That's my boy. BI is a problem.
Yeah.
He's a problem.
I think Jesse's question is going to come into play more later in the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where it rests. Like where the Zion, who had some crazy dunks last night, does he buy into whatever it is the team needs? If the team needs him to take a step back as an offensive player and let BI be the guy, and he's more of a rebounder, and like I said, not just a role player, but instead of averaging 23, averages 19. Is he going to be accepting of that and give everything that requires for the team to be successful in that way? Or is he, going to buck the system a little bit? If he buys in, they're real dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
If he's still kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out, they're going to stick around here.
Yeah, because my thing is like how I don't think he's like, how serious is he going to take it? I don't think he's like a losing player, but I think he also knows like I can just play ball and I'll be fine. Like how serious are you? Like you're going to be bought into winning and stuff like that.
What'd you call him earlier?
What did I call him earlier?
You said he's a big rich kid.
Oh yeah, I said earlier he's like a little kid who's just got NBA money now and he's just living life like any kid would right now. Like he's immature.
And here's part of the here's I think part of the problem with Zion is that New Orleans tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I think that in-season tournament game that's going to stick with them for a minute. Like as long as they sit at this 16, as long as they sit at this, +4, +3, +2, if that's the area they stay in, that game's going to stick with them for a while. If they go on a run, they can shed it, right? You talk about switching places with the with the Mavericks and moving up into the top 5, top 6, something like that. That could potentially do it too. And you probably won't need a run that strong to do it. But if they linger in this 7, 8, 9, 10 spot and just kind of stay in this vicinity of a little bit over 500, I think that in-season tournament blowout that's going to linger with them, especially with all of the clips from the press conferences before and all of the commentary after. It was literally that was like the one bad game like in the entire tournament, including the regular games on Tuesdays and Fridays. Like that one,
right?
And it was in Vegas,
right?
That doesn't help your label right there.
No, they're they're a team, in my opinion, that's looking for leadership. Yeah. CJ's a leader, but I think they're looking for BI or Zion to take the reins as being the leader of that team. And I don't know if it's in either of their natures to be a leader.
Ingram's too low key. I feel like he just goes and he hoops. Like, he's just going to go out and do his thing.
Right.
Not selfishly, but you know what I'm saying?
Right. The other blowout in the in-season tournament was when Billy Donovan didn't understand why the Celtics were.
That's right.
When the Celtics were just beating their ass, Drummond.
Joe Mazzulla out there. Yeah, so the point differential, Billy. We got to do it. Sorry.
What are you doing?
So Joe was explaining it to him.
I got to win by 27, dog.
He's like, but yeah, but why are you? I don't know. Is that what's going on here?
Billy, take him out. Billy, either take him out or tell your boy to hit his free throws. Now they're talking about we got to do away with point differential. Oh, will you stop it?
Hey,
Will you stop it?
another interesting note with Ja coming back. First game back in Memphis is going to be a movie. It's going to be Thursday.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be something. Yep.
You know who they playing?
Who?
Pacers.
Okay. Oh, yeah, he going for 90 that night. It's going to be 180 to 175. We gotta carve out some time to talk about our boy too.
What are you talking about?
Oh, is it gone?
Wow. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Wow. He leaves.
Wow.
You delete the sound. Wow. I would have never.
Who's missing?
I think TD's gone.
I'll just say it. Sensational.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think TD is gone. That might have been my call though.
It might have been my call too, I think.
Yeah.
Jesse just been in here deleting
To be fair, who knew we were going to say
I don't know. But man, shout out Terrence. What a performance he had last
TD.
night in the G League as well. We'll talk about that. Plenty more ahead. Steph Curry had some heroics of his own. We'll discuss that, and that will help us get ready for the Celtics and the Kings tonight at the Golden One Center. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey guys, my mom called me. I'm gonna call her back on the air, kind of like Joe Budden does from time to time. Hold on, let's see what happens. Oh, send me the voice.
Wow. Just decline call. I bet I could get through.
Yeah, send me the voicemail. What a jerk. Shout out, moms. Who the hell were those people?
I don't know.
I always take notice when you see.
Yep.
Hire
him. All of them, even the kid. What are we looking at?
Yeah. It'll come back one day. One day, Jonathan's gonna give me access to my own sound.
No, he's not.
You need like a board though, I think, to make that work.
Right here. Got space.
No.
Or just hook the roadcaster up.
6 little hotkeys. You know what's funny? Oh, what's your wide orbit? Oh, it's on that one, huh?
Yeah, this one.
That's all it is. But I don't think if you press anything, it fire. You know what I mean?
It'd just be nobody.
It might.
And I don't even know that you have ESPN access. You might only have 102.5 access.
Maybe so.
It might fire, but it'll fire through like my ESPN pod here.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Hey, you guys, I don't know if you saw this. I thought this was very funny. Very, very, very funny. This guy, Mark Phillips, he always does skits in the NBA. He did Ja yesterday, and I thought this was hilarious. Let's see.
Yeah. Ja, come on, bro. Don't do this, man.
Don't do what, man? What y'all talking about?
I just thought you're not about to go home, bro. What you finna do?
I'm finna go home and take care of the fam, bro. What you mean? I just got back, bro.
Bro, Ja, we need you for playoffs, man. We 7-19.
I know, bro. I'm saying I'm about to go home.
Ja, it's all right, bro. Just let them make it, bro.
So you feel like the niggas is playing with me?
Nobody did nothing to you, Joe. What you talking about?
I don't know, man. Some of them niggas didn't look happy for me after I hit that shot, bro.
Everybody's Grizzlies fans, they was hot, they lost.
Yeah, we're good, John. We're good.
You hit the game winner, everybody's happy.
Yeah,
we're
okay.
good. You got 34.
Okay.
Nobody was playing with you. Okay. Bro, put it away, Joe.
He's good at 41. I'll leave it there.
They're the best, bro. They're top tier, and I don't know if anyone's on their level.
I don't know either, man. He is hilarious.
That's funny.
I like when they do like the LeBron skits and they get Kyrie in there, and Kyrie's just kind of just standing, just not doing anything.
The LeBron skits are classic, bro. Classic. I don't know. Some of y'all didn't look happy when I hit that shot.
Oh man.
Yeah. And he goes, Ja, I know you ain't going on IG Live. He's like, nah, man, I'm just checking on my girl, man. Just check. He on live, dog. He on live. He's, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
That's funny. Game winner didn't stop everyone from getting their jokes off.
He gonna have to live with that for a little while.
I mean, he's got to. Like, he's still got a long road ahead. It was a great start for the brother. He's got a long road ahead.
The best way to shed all that is to be a good human and ball out. Don't forget about it all.
And note to television networks, please stop putting his father on television. Like, focus on John Morant.
I'll tell you right now.
I need to focus on his father.
At least, like, as far as like watching the game, I'd probably be closer to John Morant's dad. If Reese was as good as John Morant, I'm courtside, and I'm up and talking. You see how I do it for perfect strangers.
Yeah, I do. I get videos of it because I can't sit by you. I have to sit much further away than you.
Don't do that.
But it's facts. I get you. Bruh, there needs to be a camera on your man. He is going crazy out here. What game was that again?
I don't know.
Was it Warriors? It wasn't Warriors.
Yeah, it was Warriors.
Was it Warriors?
Stop! Don't do that. Don't do that.
You don't think that happened?
That might have been
tell me you don't think that
happened.
happened.
Might have been one text, man. You said multiple people.
One?
It's not multiple.
One?
Multiple people didn't text me. Oh, well, actually they did. But still, that's different.
I want to be clear. You're telling me multiple people didn't text me about that.
Maybe two. Maybe. That's it.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I'll show him. I got him.
Hey, the one guy I saw on the way out, he said, calm down. I text your boy. I wanted to be like, hey, let me get that seat next time, dog. What you doing?
Hey. Jesse, you can step out if you need to. Warriors beat the Celtics last night in overtime.
Game. Sorry, Jesse.
It really was it was 132-126. The stretch at the end of the fourth was sort of funny though. It was just brick. The Celtics must have missed 100 shots on one possession.
Man.
It was just three after three, mid-range, just miss. Clay missed a three by at least 26 feet. It was just a mess, and I thought, I'll just get the ball to Steph. He'll probably hit the one that they need to hit. He missed.
I was so frustrated a couple of times because I mean, I don't know who I was rooting for, but I wasn't rooting for the Warriors. I know that much. I don't know who I was rooting for because I don't like either team. Although my boy Tatum, that's my boy, man. I was looking at Tatum again last night.
I don't know. According to the history of this show,
he had a couple shots, and I was like, man,
according
that Tatum jersey,
according to the history of D'Lo and KC, you have nearly purchased a Steph Curry jersey and a Jason Tatum jersey.
First of all, not nearly. For Steph Curry, I said no.
We talked you out of Steph. We talked you out of Steph. You were going to do it.
Bullied you out of buying the Steph Curry jersey.
It was never buying a Steph Curry jersey.
Don't make me create the audio that says that shows it.
Bro, it didn't happen. Now, when you're talking about Tatum, he's still in line for me to get. I'm gonna get a Tatum jersey, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I hate the Celtics. I'm trying to wait for him to get traded at some point, but I guess it's not gonna happen. I'm gonna decide to get the Celtics.
Jason Tatum jersey. You're gonna get a Jason Tatum like USA jersey, and
that's what you got to do.
Have it on.
That's a good call.
Have it on.
I didn't even think about it.
I
didn't even think about it.
Think about that. You're gonna walk around with USA on your chest and not the Celtics. That's funny. That's funny. Look at this guy, Maga Caraway over here.
I am a real American Kenny Caraway.
Dun.
Oh no, I like the black Celtics joint. I'm gonna have to get that. But Tatum did move down the totem pole because Ant-Man shot up. He's right behind Fox and Monk.
I was gonna say you got your
and Debo's in there too. So I mean, I got a lot of
okay. Well, I guess when you got money like you can just buy all the jerseys you want to.
What are you talking about? That's why I don't have one right now.
Like Miguel says, All-American Kenny Caraway.
Stop, man. Stop. No.
It's like this new alias. Remember Mr. America? He's going to be Casey under a mask. We'll just start calling him Mr. America.
Mr. America, are you Hulk Hogan? No.
But yeah, they kept going. And the Celtics finally did what they were supposed to do.
I just want to be clear. You still getting an Ant-Man jersey?
Yeah, I'm gonna get Ant-Man. Oh,
Hey.
and he needs to work on his
All right.
decision making. But
Get that.
that boy cold.
Send the video.
You seen his
on the
jump
back.
shot?
Nah, send the video. Send the video. See it.
Yeah, man, I'm about to get Ant-Man, man. That's my boy. He got to make better decisions though. But yeah, I've been watching this for 10, 12 years. Steph Curry calls for a screen, gets the big man on him.
Mm-hmm.
One-on-one, it's barbecue chicken. He's going to pull up on their head.
Yep.
And it just happened over and over to Al Horford. I said, what are you guys
He
doing?
got Al Horford on one. Like, somebody please save this man.
So what are you guys doing?
Like,
Al Horford almost took the Ric Flair flop on
Oof.
that last shot. That's why Steph was so
Ooh.
distraught. It wasn't that he missed the shot and missed winning the game. He knew he probably had just added to his career highlights because Al Horford was about to go head first.
No, do you remember the cop
court.
falling down the slide when he got hurt in the video? That's what Al Horford was, just going down the slide, doom, 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 hitting his face and stuff like that. He almost ate the ground.
That was nasty. And it just kept, and finally, the Celtics later in the game started to, all right, he got the switch he wanted. Send the second guy over there.
Yeah.
Finally started doing it. By then, like they say on Inside the NBA, the house was on fire at that point.
Yeah.
Hey,
It sure was. And it really boils down. The Celtics needed to hit one shot. One shot in the final 2 minutes, and they probably could have won.
Yeah.
And just flat out couldn't.
That was a big time win for the Warriors. Man,
Absolutely.
To come back, win that game.
3-1 since.
I said what I said on Twitter, man. Another good performance. They look re-energized. They look like they're a cohesive unit at this point. It is what it is. Don't get mad at me because they're good without them.
Well, I said something similar on the other app. They calling for you over there.
What app?
Threads.
I ain't
I
seen.
no, they over there.
I ain't seen Threads since the day they said Twitter
See?
was about to go.
Is that still a thing?
Yeah, I was over there. They in there. I posted on there twice yesterday.
Threads is like one of those lost cities in the movies after like
Oh, in
Armageddon
there.
or something.
Threads is in there.
I'm gonna get on Threads today.
They're calling for you.
Ooh,
Threads.
what they saying?
Okay, get your man over here. We need everybody over here.
X, Twitter, whatever. Is still.
I've been
I'm
working.
on Threads.
I've been working like the last 3 days trying to figure out how I can get Elon Musk completely out of my life. It's challenging.
Kia got a new EV. I saw like commercials last night.
I saw one on my boss's IG page. She just bought one.
The Kia joint.
Yeah.
They wanted 80,000 for that.
Oh, maybe not that one. I hope she didn't buy that
They
one.
wanted 80,000.
This one was for her daughter. I don't think it was that one then.
I said,
But I know she
"Man."
said it was an electric.
I went that before we got the spaceship. I went test drive because it looked dope. I saw one in Vegas and it was like matted out. I was like, that's kind of sick. And then I came out here, test drive one. They're like, yeah, we only got one left. All right, well, is there a list I can get on? We don't know when we're getting any more.
Mm.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Just leave.
So yeah, Elon, unfortunately, is about 5 years ahead of everybody.
He is even some of them cars that have EVs out. Like
They ain't figured
we
it
had
out.
we had a car dealer tell us don't get the
He about
electric
5
here.
to 7 years ahead of them boys.
That's
But
goddamn shit. There's one other one out there that I've looked really hard at. It's just more expensive. That's the part that kills me. Is like
Cadillac joint.
Nah, it's called Lucid.
Oh yeah,
Lucid
I've
Motors.
heard, yeah,
It's just a lot more expensive.
yeah. Please that way. You got it.
You're one of the worst people to have around, by the way. Like this dude will hype you up
Yeah,
to
I
go
know, I
drop 10, 20, 30,000 on something.
Where are your blessings? Drive your
Okay.
blessings.
If you're not in debt, you're not living.
God
That's the one I
damn.
stick to.
All right, so here's the new rule. Mark Jones isn't allowed on this show anymore.
Mark Jones said that. I was like, gosh, I'm doing life right, I guess.
I can't remember anything James Ham said yesterday, but we remember Mark Jones quotes like they're nothing.
Put it on the shirt.
All right,
Mark Jones is like my life coach, bro.
man.
Should put it on the shirt.
Mark out here sending us all to financial hell.
David Jackson 209. Put it on a shirt.
That's Dave Garcia.
I mean, Dave Garcia. What
I
I
don't
say, David
I
Jackson.
don't know if David Jackson making a
Dave
shirt.
Garcia Designs. Put it on a shirt.
We going home, babe. Mark Jones says it's okay. Don't worry, we're fine.
No, but baby, what's wrong? I know I just bought the other one, but I traded it in. No, it's fine.
Good. It's good.
It's good to have that. We're good.
Hey, did you talk to Surrender, your financial advisor, about that? No, I talked to Mark Jones. He said it was cool.
Right after he said De'Aaron Fox was going to play well tonight.
You gotta listen to this man. Gotta listen to Mark Jones. But look, maybe people can do a little bit more research. I think I got a credible source here.
Okay.
StatMuse.
Mhm.
You know, it seems like it's up to date, but I challenge anybody to check it out.
Okay.
Did you see? Because you know, you can't win without Draymond. You don't have 4 championships without Draymond. All this other stuff.
Uh-huh.
Did you see Steph Curry's updated record without Draymond Green in the lineup?
I did not. I
After
just
yesterday,
know they're 3-1 since the roundhouse punch.
That was the Texas tornado joint.
Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you.
After yesterday,
Gary Von Draymond. Sorry.
After yesterday, Steph Curry specifically,
Yeah.
improved to 43-26 without Draymond Green in the lineup.
Well,
the man is almost 20 games over 500
hey.
without this guy that they supposedly can't win without. It's cool to be like, yeah, he helps out and he's all, you know, he's a good, all this other stuff. But let's stop. Let's dead all this. Let's dead all this.
It's fine. We talk about Draymond. Like it's all good. Steph, I got that. Talk about how Jonathan Kuminga's playing.
Come on, man. Let's talk about it.
Because you have time to salvage this.
Mm-hmm.
You've got time to fix this.
Mm-hmm.
You could still get something out of this monster prospect you drafted.
I'm not just being a jackass or a jerk. They look re-energized without him around. Is it because of him? That's not for me to say. But without him around, they look like a better cohesive unit. They look re-energized. They look like, all right, now let's go out here and buckle down and do work now that the sideshow is out the way.
Well, it's kind of like the murmurs too. It's like, play the younger guys. Steve, play the younger guys. And it's like Draymond kind of gave you that green light. And it's like, now we'll see what happens when he comes back. But yeah, it's looking good.
And they try to blame it on Clay. Clay been looking fine. They should be, oh yeah, you got to bench Clay. Well, maybe not. Maybe you should bench the other guy.
Maybe.
And let Clay cook.
Maybe just like send him home. Brett Sawyer says, yeah, but Game 5 of 2016 finals. Did he play Game 6?
Yes.
Did they win?
No.
Did he play Game 7?
Yes.
Did they win?
No.
Did he have the game of his life in Game 7?
Yes.
Still lost?
Yes.
Just asking. Securing the Beam says, don't do that. He's 290 games above 500 with Dre. That's fine.
Because
he hasn't played as many games without Draymond Green as he has with Draymond Green.
And this is the whole point of it. It's
Just
because
work-
he's Steph Curry.
Just work the percentages, Securing the Beam. That's all this is about. It's the percentages.
It's because that's the whole point. The whole
It's
he
Steph
came with
Curry.
Draymond, they wouldn't have won with all. Stop. It always has been Steph Curry. Draymond is lucky enough to be playing with him, not the other way around.
D-Mac asked, what's Draymond's record without Steph Curry?
It's like 14 games under.
It's 0-0 because he either gets suspended or thrown out or quits.
Well, there's that too.
So I think it's somewhere in the vicinity of 0-0.
There's that too. I looked at that not too long. It's like 14 games under 500 without Steph Curry. He's a losing ball player without Steph. These are what the numbers are telling me.
We can talk Steph all day, man, but Jonathan Kuminga looked good. Trace Jackson Davis looked good. I think James covered this. Jesse, maybe you caught the whole thing. Please stop with the Kings should have drafted Trace Jackson Davis. That was not an option. It was not possible. It wasn't going to happen. We actually know someone who wanted to get Trace here in the what's it called when you're not undrafted free agency thing, and was told no, he's going to Golden State. We knew about midway through the second. It's like, we're just going to get him to Golden State. It wasn't an option. They wanted a guaranteed roster spot. Kings weren't able to give that to him. The Warriors were, and that's where they were going to go. It's just as simple as that.
The interesting thing.
Stop with those tweets. Stop with that commentary. It's not real.
The interesting thing about that is I've heard Trace talk about how he models his game after Sabonis. So maybe he would have been willing. I don't know the whole intricacies of the conversation.
I don't think it was his call.
But
I don't think it was he. I don't think he was going, I don't want to go to Sacramento.
No, but I'm saying like they wanted the guaranteed roster spot and the Kings wouldn't. They weren't in a position to provide that
at the
so
time.
So maybe if they would have said, yeah, we can give you a guaranteed roster spot, maybe he would have came. I don't know. I'm just really just talking.
He might have. I just don't think it was his. I think by pick, and I can inquire about this.
Mhm.
I think by the middle of the second round, it became, hey, you're going to Golden State. That's where you're going. You know, you're not going to hear your name for a while. Don't worry about it. You're going to Golden State. That's where we're getting you.
Yeah, he had a heck of a performance last night.
That block.
That was crazy.
Oh my God, that
Man.
block on Jalen was nasty.
Jaylen Brown has been dunking on everybody this season. The fact that Trace Davis Jackson got him, that was sick.
It's
crazy.
It's tough to have a highlight as a block. I feel like we saw two of them yesterday. Jaren got BI early in the blowout portion of that game, and man, that one by Trace was cold.
Big time. That was clutch.
In clutch time too.
Yes.
Yeah, that was cold.
Yes.
That was cold. Fun game last night. Not the outcome, not Warriors hate. I would have preferred the Celtics come into the Golden One Center fat and happy and tired.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're probably a little angry and tired.
You know, I understand. But this is something that I've been thinking about and circling around for the last few years, even when the Kings weren't good, when I thought they might be good, and just circling around it. This whole remember in I don't know if they do it as much anymore. Maybe it was just the airtime era, but it was the Texas two-step that the teams always had to make with Houston and Dallas and San Antonio or whatever. And I was like, man, might be a little Northern California two-step going on here where teams are like, damn, man, we got to do Golden State and Sacramento. Like, that's crazy. Maybe that's what's going on right now. I would hope so. And as much as I agree with you, I'd want Boston to feel maybe a little more accomplished after a win. They could still be looking at like, damn, we lost, and now we got to deal with what goes on in the Golden One Center. Oof, it's gonna be tough. Schedule loss.
No. That don't happen.
Like,
that don't happen.
Hey.
No, they still better win today. That doesn't happen.
No. What was that? What was that last line?
I said we don't do that.
No, you said something else.
You said something else.
What'd I say?
You said they better win tonight.
They better win tonight. Yeah, you don't no excuses on a back-to-back.
They losing tonight, dog.
I don't know.
They losing.
Porzingis out there today.
They losing tonight, dog.
Kings are fresh. I guess they didn't play yesterday. They were buying groceries yesterday for people.
Yeah.
It's De'Aaron Fox's birthday today.
Yeah.
It's Sean Cunningham's birthday today.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to the godfather of Kings coverage, our man Sean Cunningham.
Yes, indeed.
But it's shaping up for an interesting night at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, it's gonna be electric tonight. It's gonna be electric.
Porzingis expected to play. Al Horford not. That's the Celtics. That's what they do.
Yeah, no back-to-backs.
It was precautionary type stuff with Porzingis and Al Horford. They just don't play. Jesse told us early yesterday that Porzingis wasn't going to play last night and would play tonight.
Yeah, Jesse Scalabrini, our Celtics.
Hey, don't disrespect me like that. Do not. No. Whoa. No.
Jesse is way more credible than Brian Scalabrine.
I can't believe you did that right now.
Is he still with the broadcast?
Yeah.
Just spreading lies.
What was my man's name? And R.I.P. to him.
Tommy Heinsohn?
Tommy Heinsohn.
I miss Tommy so much.
Tommy was crazy.
He was perfect.
Tommy would be like, well, Steph Curry, the guy's traveling 5 feet before he shoots. And then Tatum do the same move. Oh, the footwork by Tatum.
No. Warriors are in the 10th spot right now. They're 4 games behind Sacramento. The Jazz are in the 11th spot, and they're 8 games behind Sacramento.
The Grizzlies are behind them.
So there's a lot of the Kings have put themselves in a really good position. The first quarter way or so through this season, and some of these teams, it'll certainly. Last night was a lot of fun for Memphis. It was great just as a basketball fan who wasn't emotionally invested in that game one way or another to enjoy Ja's comeback and, wish my brother the best. That team has a lot of issues. Ja's back. Brandon Clark is not. Steven Adams is not. Dylan Brooks is not. There's a lot of guys who just aren't walking through that door, as the old line goes.
Mhm.
And again, last night was fun, but now it's like, okay, you've got to string together some wins. You've got to, find a way to get back into this thing a little bit. But it feels like there's already starting to be a little bit of separation between, in this case, it's the top 11 teams and everybody else. The Warriors obviously still very, very much in this thing. And I think there are people, and it, rightfully so, especially looking at the home road splits, who have questions about what exactly the Houston Rockets are.
Yeah. I think the Warriors obviously get back into the playoff picture, whether it's the play-in or maybe even the top 6 if they can put some things together. And I think the Rockets might be the team that falls out. I'm not sold on them.
The Rockets could be the most bizarre 500 team in history.
Yeah.
Just
win all their home
that's
games,
it.
none of the road games.
That's it.
Yeah, I think they might be the team that kind of falls out a little bit. I think they're probably a year ahead or a year away, I should say, from being a postseason.
They're a
team.
plus 3.4 point differential.
Mm.
That's more than the Pelicans.
It's more than the Kings.
It's more than the Mavericks. It is in fact more than the Kings.
The Kings are weird because they've beat the hell out of teams and they've got the hell beat out of them. That's why it comes to like one.
Well, what really, like, that 36-point loss still just like hovers over them, and I think they had two 20-point losses.
What they lose to Houston by did that end up being 30 or was it high 20s?
I think it was like 25. I can look. I think it was 25.
Yeah, they probably got 2 25s and
I think
a 36.
that's correct. I think that's exactly right.
And then,
but I will tell you definitively in a heartbeat.
They beat some teams by like 20 plus too.
Yeah, so their biggest win, 21 against Utah, 16-16, 15-15. Looks like they have 8 double-digit victories. 36-point loss to the Pelicans, 25-point loss against Houston. And then their other 20-point loss was 20 points exactly against the Clippers. One of them.
Two Clippers beat
one of them. 20 and 14. The Pelicans' point differentials were 36, 10, and then 5.
That 36 is crazy.
That 36 is tough. Yeah, that 36 is tough.
I think to your original point though, I think
it's Houston.
Yeah, is when that falls off. But they don't. But like I don't think they fall into Bolivian as Mike Tyson once.
Thank you, Mike. Yep.
I think they're just competing for 11th.
They're where the Warriors are. The Warriors are a game below 500 right now.
I think they end up being around there. Ultimately, the Warriors will be in there, and I think the Rockets will be back. Are you surprised to see that as well as people, and they're not far out or nothing like that, but as well as people kind of hyped up the resurgence of the Lakers, that they're still not in the top 6? I saw the standings this morning. I was like, damn, people talk about their play-in run and they were playing well and all this other stuff. I thought they were around 4. Still, they're 8.
Well, they've struggled leaving since the in-season tournament, right?
Yeah.
Well, the in-season tournament curse. Like, when's that article coming out?
Well, I don't think the Pacers have won a game since the in-season tournament, too.
They haven't.
That's just
no one's written about that.
Lakers lost the other night to the
Knicks.
Knicks.
The Lakers have lost
the banner.
The Lakers have lost 2 in a row, and the Indiana Pacers have lost 4 in a row.
The Lakers, you extended a little bit more. Lakers have lost 3 of 4 since the in-season tournament.
Okay.
Time to shut it down.
Yeah, I kind of expected the Lakers to be like a little more like maybe in the Dallas, even like Sacramento position. That's where I expected them to be. I don't know what it is with that group. Hey, they got their in-season tournament banner. I don't know what
for them.
I don't know what it is with that team.
This team will also probably look a lot different post trade deadline or whatever.
Oh, of course they will.
Like this, yeah.
Yeah, of course they will.
Rob going to
Buddy Hield will finally be on the team.
Buddy Hield. You see Pacers Muse deleted that tweet.
Did they really? Kings fans had too much with it. They were like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, come on.
Those Muse accounts aren't associated with the team. No, don't be a coward.
Yeah, say what's on your mind.
Yeah, stand on business. What you doing?
With your chest.
We'll come back. Shaq asked when Steph can move into the greatest of all time conversations. I had an observation yesterday. I ran it by Jesse. I was kind of working through something. I just wanted to share it. I don't know what it means, if it means anything.
Okay.
It was legitimately the first thing I noticed. Probably because I knew it was coming. And if you were watching that game, you knew this was going to happen. I just want to share it with you, and I want your thoughts.
I'm anxious to hear it.
Broadcast journalists, just ask questions. That's all we do.
This is going to be controversial.
It's not controversial. It's just a question. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Real quick.
Conversations are things where people go back and forth with. Is Steph as good as Jordan? No, it's not a debate. No, that's not a debate. Not at all. Not at all. DeMontis Sabonis on NBA 2K24 looks nothing like him. That's funny. That's right, photo. That's Trace's agent is Dunleavy's brother. That's 100% accurate. I don't think that became a thing though until they got to the second round. That's when it became a thing. Miguel, I think he's getting close. I guess depending on what your preference is, I think he's getting close. I don't believe Steph will ever be in the Jordan LeBron debate, and I'll say what I have to say here in a second. Again, I don't think people will like it, but I think it's fair. I don't think it's outrageous.
I got him in that 6 to 10 range right now.
That's perfectly fine.
I don't think he'll get above that though.
Who rounded out your other ones? We ended at Kareem. Who else was there?
Well, we went Jordan, Braun, Kareem, and then I think, like I said, like if you think Magic's better than Steph, you can throw Magic in at 4.
Okay.
Like once you get to 5, you got to think about it more, I guess.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
Oh, that's dope, Michigan. Yeah, that's a great spot to watch women's basketball for sure. A great spot. Top 10, but not top 5. I think that's perfectly fair. Yeah, I agree. You can't crack the top 3. I agree, Miguel. He cannot crack the top 3.
That might be something that's solidified forever too. That those top 3 guys.
I think the top 2 certainly are. For me, the top 3 will be because Kareem just does not get enough respect for what he does, man, or what he did. Excuse me.
That's true.
Maxwell, that's an interesting one. Kobe or Steph. That's Maxwell. That's the type of stuff that you could start a fight at Christmas by posing that question.
Meet me in Temecula.
Yeah, I think you throw this question out an hour into the conversation, like hands are thrown. I feel like Kobe people, and I kind of feel like I'm one, maybe to a certain degree. I feel like Kobe people will throw hands if you don't have him ranked high enough.
Some Kobe fans are Warriors fans now.
Yeah, I just don't use the 11 rings argument, Dr. Gonzo. I hear you. It's fair. That's just not how I...
Who's got 11 rings? The Niners? They should.
Well, of course they should.
The GOAT, Bill Russell.
Well, Bill Russell, one of the greatest to ever do it. Not the, but one of. There's nothing wrong with
We
that.
lost Bill, right? Bill passed
Yeah.
away. Yeah.
The Sixers.
I got scared. Kareem broke his hip. The Kareem... I saw a Kareem notification come up. I was like, oh, they used his full name. Like, what happened? I said, like, oh, man, he broke his hip. Well, I mean, yeah, Kareem's up there, right?
Yeah.
He's got to be 80?
My uncle, he broke his hip when he was...
He's
He
76.
passed away a long time ago, but when he was late 70s, and I was like, damn, broken hip. Like,
Really don't know what I was going to do here.
Now you're about to
Other
crap
than
all over
welcome
somebody.
back. No, wow, pause. I wasn't going to do anything of the sort. But I one thing that came out of last night's game was Shaquille O'Neal, the TNT crew, and I think Shaq started the conversation asking when Steph can be moved into the greatest of all time conversation. And I think it was Ernie that asked him, well, are you going to put him above you? And he was like, I'm fine with that. I think this is a discussion to be had. And this, the greatest of all time conversation, like people get entrenched in their beliefs, and that's fine. I don't believe Steph can enter the LeBron MJ debate. I don't think there's anyone else in that conversation. We could talk about Kareem, who I don't think gets enough respect for what he did. You guys can put Bill Russell in there if you like. Like, you can get into the Kobe conversation. You could do all of that. I honestly believe that the conversation is between two people. It's MJ and it's LeBron. And everybody who feels like it's LeBron, they feel like it's LeBron now. And he could win 100 more rings, and that's not going to change it. If you feel like it's MJ, LeBron could win 100 more rings, and it's not going to change your belief that MJ is the greatest of all time. I don't think Steph can enter that debate. How high Steph goes on a variety of greatest of all time list will certainly be fascinating. But one observation I picked up yesterday that I'm going to say this with context of what I'm talking about, but it's not it doesn't mean anything other than I'm just providing context. Okay. Michael Jordan wouldn't do it. And if LeBron did it. So Steph, we've talked about this before. We love Steph. He's the greatest shooter of all time. It's undeniable. Steph also gets away with stuff that I don't think other players could get away with. And it's the stuff he did to Dylan Brooks. It's the night stuff, like all of that. Now, ain't nothing wrong with night. We got Dame time. We got all that. Like, I got it. Shout out Dame. Dropped 40 last night. Steph hit the three, and it was clear the game was over. Hit the night. Crowd's going crazy. Announcers going crazy. Pictures everywhere. Push notifications. Tweets. All of this stuff. Steph is the greatest. Let's have the conversation. That's what Shaq said. The Warriors moved to 13 and 14. And all I could think about, because I didn't think about it I thought about it when Shaq said this. LeBron does that. He's eviscerated for at minimum the next 24 hours. If you flip over to Fox Sports, likely 72. He's celebrating going to 13 and 14. Steph, and I told Jesse, he was like, I don't know if I'm prepared to take this to the air. And Steph and Jesse kind of like, I just present it respectfully, like it works. I feel like Steph gets away with stuff that other players of that ilk, the greatest top 10 of all time, could never get away with.
I think you're spot on. So my question is, why? I think a little bit of it has to do with the fact that he's playing in LeBron's era. And he's
interesting.
The guy, because all these things that we talk about LeBron and all this other stuff is because people are trying to poke holes in LeBron and his ability to be looked at as the best ever. And Steph is the guy to do it. You couldn't beat Steph, or Steph beat you 3 times. Like, Steph is, to the people that want to knock LeBron down a peg, Steph is their guy.
Sure. Okay.
Steph is on their side. So they're not gonna discredit their guy. No, I'm not saying like in a fan way or nothing like that, but the opposition for LeBron's greatness, they're not gonna discredit him.
I feel like with Steph too, he's kind of like the he's the little guy. He's tearing it up, like kind of what we were talking about like before the show. Like they don't he's lovable,
more relatable.
Yeah, he's a lovable. Like they love him.
You can never be 6'6" or 6'8", 275. You can't look like LeBron James looks, but you're actually kind of close to Steph until you see him in person and you realize Steph is not a small individual.
6'3".
Yeah, Steph is not a small guy, but on TV around all these other guys, like, oh, Steph is me. He's not, but he's me. It's the Mark Jackson line. He's ruining the NBA. Not everybody can do what he does, but he's convinced them that they can.
Right.
And that's the only conclusion I could come to is maybe he's more likable. Maybe he's more relatable. Maybe he's less intimidating. I don't know what it is, but
I think those last two for sure.
It really got my attention when the Dylan Brooks thing. That when he or maybe it was because it was to Dylan Brooks. The refs didn't bat an eye. He ran around the court
Mhm.
doing that whole gimmick.
And they talked about it last night.
They didn't even bat an eye
They
at
loved
it.
it. They're like, oh, the Home Alone. It's like, what?
And it's fine for Shaq and Ernie and all of them. Like the refs didn't think like Terrence Davis got, and I'll never stop bringing this up. Terrence Davis got a technical foul because he looked at Dame Lillard the wrong way.
Yeah.
But Steph runs around the court humiliating Dylan Brooks. No one cares. I just find it fascinating.
Yeah, he gets away with all this stuff, and then let anybody question Steph Curry at all, and it's how dare you? How dare you? Like, come on, man. I love Steph. I absolutely love that guy.
But question, what about Steph? Like, question his game?
Question. Like I said, not being able, losing a playing game at home.
Okay,
like, that can't happen. Or not making the playoffs at all. That shouldn't happen. But because he's got his rings, then
championship equity.
Yeah, he's supposed to be Teflon to all that. Some of the things that happened last year in the second round. But when he loses, it's because he's just dragging.
He needs help.
Yeah, he's just dragging these G Leaguers all the way. I'm sorry, he got 2 other Hall of Famers on there. Another All-Star.
Well, not anymore. Now he needs help. Remember.
Exactly. But no, you're right. I mean, Stephen A. and Steve Kerr got into it a little bit last week because Stephen A. questioned Steph Curry's leadership. And Steve Kerr thought it was despicable and all this other stuff. And Stephen A., in this case, I understand what he was saying, and he's right. He's like, I'm not questioning his leadership per se. Like, I think he's a great ball player. I think he's a great leader. But put LeBron James in this same situation. And yes, we're probably spending the first hour of First Take questioning LeBron's leadership. So what makes Steph Curry above being questioned in this situation?
Yeah.
And Stephen A. was right.
Yeah.
He was right about that.
Yeah.
And that goes to what you were saying. Like, it's disrespectful if you question Steph Curry in any type of way, but they do it to LeBron all day long.
Is that because they've painted him as an underdog for 12 years?
Probably has a lot
despite the fact he's won 4 titles and has been on the best team in the league for the last decade.
Was also the 7th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Like sometimes that's a great point I never thought of. Sometimes they talk like he was drafted after Jokic.
That Davidson run did a lot, I think, as far as the underdog stuff that you're talking about. Like that followed him to the NBA.
I see.
And that comes with it too. Like, he wasn't highly recruited out of high school. He ended up, if he wanted to play in his mind, he had to go to Davidson. It'd be different. I think all this would be different if he went to North Carolina. If he were to come out of North Carolina, I don't think a lot of this would be going to the underdog mentality like Jesse talked about. But the fact that he went to Davidson and had the run that he had and, played the way he played at Davidson, I think that's followed him all the way through.
It's fascinating. I don't think there's another player in the league. Well, obviously, there isn't another player in the league like Steph. I don't think there's another player in the league who gets covered like Steph, especially amongst media people. He has like 100% approval rating.
Is it a Warriors thing? Because Draymond gets covered the same way. Clay, like they all get covered like they're like the same way. I feel like
could be.
It feels like they're turning on Clay a little bit, which is amazing. They didn't turn on Draymond, but it feels like they're turning on Clay a little bit.
Right.
They would rather you punch somebody or do jumping jacks on their chest. They'd rather you do that than be frustrated that you got benched at the end of a game, which is where I think there started to be a turn with Klay Thompson a week and some change ago.
For sure. Patrick Mahomes.
Clay, who played well last night.
You said anybody else in sports that you think Patrick Mahomes is on that level right now? 100% approval rating?
Amongst media members. Yeah, probably. I think they're watching him a little bit closer after his
Yeah, that was his
after his
first
little tantrum.
Yeah,
That
he can do no wrong. Though.
see, the funny part, no one would have cared if he was right or if it was close.
Mhm.
It was neither. He was wrong, and it wasn't close.
And you're 100%.
Bro was
correct.
5 yards offline. He was down there by the first down chain.
You're 100% correct. If he would have had the same tantrum the week before in Green Bay, people would have been like, "Yep, I agree with you."
Yeah, right.
But he stayed quiet then
Mm-hmm.
and decided to say something the next week. I mean, we're talking about the history of the game. Stop, bro. Stop, man. Come on, man.
It does feel like he has 100% approval rating though amongst media people.
Do you? I was interested by that conversation last night on Inside the NBA. I agree, and it's opinion based or whatever. I agree with Kenny though. I don't think Steph Curry is in that class. And Kenny said it right. He said, well, I forgot how Ernie phrased it or whatever. Like, is he in the same waters or something like that? Kenny was like, them waters are that pool is a kiddie pool. Like there ain't a lot of people in that pool of players that you can talk about when you talk about the GOAT.
There's two.
I put Kareem in there. He said,
okay,
Kareem.
that's fine. I'm
He said
perfectly
Kareem.
okay.
I
I'm
put
fine with
Kareem
that.
in there.
That's fine.
And then he said, anybody after that, you're kind of you're reaching to bring into that conversation. Do you believe the three that come to mind for me are Magic, Larry, and Kobe? That's a reach to put them in that category
Of
with
all
LeBron,
time.
LeBron and Mike.
Who'd you say again?
Magic, Larry, and Kobe.
You put Larry in there, huh?
Larry was a bad boy. Larry top 10.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he was.
Yeah.
Was he?
No, I think he is. I think
he's 10. If he made it, he's 10.
Do you have your booklet in front of you?
I might. It's on my other computer.
That's Larry. Who?
I think he's 10 because I don't think KD is 10.
I feel like you had KD in there, but I can't remember. Why don't you? Oh, that's right. You don't believe in the cloud, so your documents don't send.
I actually tried the cloud, and it was just a mess. I said, I'm turning this back off.
I tried the cloud is a terrific sentence.
I'm turning this back off. Yeah, Larry Bird is 10, Kevin Durant's 9.
So you got Larry Bird at 10, and you're asking if he can be considered the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, that might
in
be
the
a
conversation.
reach.
Okay. I'm going to say no, by the way. I'm going to say no.
Disregard Wilt, too.
Will can go hang out with Bill.
No, Will was a dominant basketball player.
Will was getting dominated by Bill Russell.
Bill was not a dominant basketball player. He was a great basketball player.
I'm not putting Wilt in that conversation. I don't care how many records he holds. I can't put Wilt in that conversation. Come on.
Do you think that the conversation should be that small, like between just Jordan and LeBron, and then like, okay, maybe we say Kareem?
I think there's a strong argument for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but
why is there an argument for those guys and not Shaq?
Well, out the gate with Shaq, longevity is an issue.
92 to 2005. That's
yeah,
13
that's a
years
decent run.
and 4 years of college too.
I mean, yeah, I can't put Shaq in there. I can always say, like, if I like when we have these conversations, Steph Curry is the greatest shooter of all time, right? To me, now this is where the era thing comes into play. Shaq is the most dominant player I've ever seen. Like there was no one, and I'm sure people older than us, and probably at this point, like significantly older than us, that's what they say about Wilt. Wilt was the most dominant player of his time. There was no one that could approach him. That's how I feel about Shaq. I don't see Shaq in that top three conversation.
I kind of feel like Kobe.
Yeah. Now I'd listen if you told me you wanted to put Shaq at like 5 or 4. Like if you wanted to be, if you were making a list, like how high does Shaq go? And you say, I got him at 5. Like I don't think that's outrageous at all.
I feel like Kobe might need to be in that discussion. Kobe
Fine with that too.
Kobe checks.
Wait, the top greatest of
all-time-
all time
all-time.
conversation?
He checks all the boxes. He checks all the boxes. He's got your longevity. He's got your records. He's got your championships. He's got your impact. He checks all the boxes.
Okay.
To me, it's always Michael and LeBron. But yeah, I think the more I thought about it, I think Kobe probably needs to be in there. And maybe the one thing that this guy doesn't check off is the longevity. Magic. From the day he stepped in to the day he walked out, he was a champion.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of many other guys in this league who can say that. Not even Mike.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it should be 5. I think there's five
Somebody-
guys you can for real have an argument with.
So my
Probably
retort
6 actually, because Shaq probably should.
So
be
if you started like weeding them out, right? The thing I would say about LeBron, if we created like some sort of, okay, make the case for LeBron over Magic. Well, Magic's, the Magic person, Magic's got 5 titles. He played the Celtics and he went to 8 finals in the 80s?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Like LeBron went to like 11 straight, 10 straight
What?
finals. Like LeBron went to he went to at least 10. I just can't remember if it's 11.
I think he went to 8 straight.
No, he did not. He went to at minimum 10.
No, because he had 4 in Miami, maybe 10 overall, not straight. He went to 4 in Miami, 4 in Cleveland, and then he went to the Lakers and missed with Luke Walton.
Oh, okay, that's right.
I think he's
4.
gone to 10 overall though, because you got the Lakers in the first cast.
3 and 10 or 3 and 7,
4.
3. He's got 4. Oh, 2 with Miami. Oh, he's got the Cleveland.
I think
and
he's
Lakers.
been to 10 off the top of my head. 4 and 6.
What about the Spurs one?
That's what
the Cavs Spurs.
You got 4
that?
straight with Miami, 4 straight with Cleveland, and then
the
1
Lakers
with Cleveland, 1 with Lakers.
Okay, got you.
I mean, that's still nothing to sneeze at. 8 straight.
8 straight is incredible.
8 straight finals. Come on, man.
8 straight isn't like
8 straight finals, 2 different teams,
60
2 different
win
franchises.
60 win Dwayne Casey got fired because he couldn't beat LeBron James and no one else. Hasn't panned out for him very well since either, but still.
I think he's getting paid though.
That's all that matters. Get your money, coach.
His
He might be in the
team's having a
Alvin
lot of money
Gentry
for
role
that.
there in Detroit.
Yeah, they ain't gonna just pay him to go away. You gotta do something.
Got to give him a role.
Shake hands.
Is
or something.
Alvin still here?
Yeah, I saw Alvin a couple games ago sitting down on the baseline.
Okay, good.
Yeah, shout out Alvin.
He ups the cool factor by like at least 7.5 points.
I hope he stays here forever.
And if you can get him and Mark Jones in the same vicinity, there ain't a doper place to be in than the Golden One Center.
For real. So that would be the argument for LeBron over Magic.
Well, I think there's a million arguments for LeBron. Part of it, he's 39 years old and he's averaging 25 points per game. Like
what's the LeBron versus Kobe argument, in your opinion? Jesse, Jesse ain't even listening to us. But what's that one? Because I think LeBron is better.
I don't want to do this. Let's not do this. Let's do something else. I don't like this. I love Kobe, but like I don't want to use the arguments that people use when this conversation.
What do they use?
It wasn't Kobe's team.
Whatever. I don't pay attention.
I don't either. But
he already validated that by going and winning on his own.
No, that's facts. But at the time of at least 2 of those titles, Shaq was the best player on the team.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron was never the second best player.
No.
On any team he's been on.
No. And that's fair. I don't think that discredits Kobe, or maybe it sounds that way, but that's just,
no.
We're talking about the greatest.
It comes across
the
the shade. Yeah, it comes across.
It's
the
just
shade.
When you talk about the greatest and you're trying to figure out what separates them, it's little stuff like that.
To me, and that's how I always end up on the LeBron Michael one, because the LeBron versus Jordan argument is a lot harder. Like if we're in a debate class and I'm making the argument for LeBron James over Michael Jordan. That's a lot harder to me because there was never a point where those two guys weren't the best player on their team. I mean, you could do whatever you want with this. Those two guys have always been, the top, in the top 5 players in the entire league when they played.
Yeah.
That argument gets tougher. With Jordan, you throw in, if you're making the argument for Jordan, you throw in, what ifs, or if this had happened, this had happened. And they're all really compelling. Like poor Hakeem Olajuwon has 2 titles. No one cares because everyone will say the same thing. Yeah, but if Jordan didn't feel like playing baseball, if Mr. Jordan hadn't been, tragically murdered, could have been 8 straight for Mike.
We talk about that. I go back and forth all the time. Sometimes it's like, damn, LeBron, how can you deny him? Then other times it's like, nah, it's still Mike. One thing that always sticks out to me.
I think it's like music, right? It's like where you were. Like they say you fall in love with the era of music where based on where you were in life. And how often do we reference Airtime and Come Fly With Me and play that to the best? LeBron is like watching YouTube videos or The Shop or something. Like it's a different, it's not romantic for us the same way that those old VHS cassettes were, or DVDs or whatever they became later. Kids now, it's who they fall in, whose highlights. So Keegan's telling his coach to YouTube him. Like it's different now, and I think it's where we were in our love of the game of basketball. Like that's ultimately what could decide the argument for us.
Yeah,
is where we were, because so I try to remove myself from that, because if I didn't, it would be Mike. Because I'm again, we could recite Airtime from beginning to end if you want to. Do it on Friday, the New Year's special. We just recite Airtime.
Just a country boy from North Carolina.
That's it. And how have we never referenced the part with him and Michael Jackson in the Jam video? I was nervous. He's the biggest star in the world. Like that's like the one part of the video we've never referenced. But when I just go across the board, I feel like it's LeBron James. Every time I see LeBron James, especially when I'm fortunate enough to see him in person, I look at him like that is the greatest player I've ever seen. And we talked about you used the Steph Davidson thing. LeBron, I told you the first time we saw LeBron on TV, there's no way. Y'all are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Y'all got this dude being the Messiah. There's no way. There's no way anyone can be what you're saying he is.
Yeah.
And he was, and then some. That's and whether that's a fair part of the argument or not, it plays a part in the argument for me. He's everything you said he was, but better. At 18 and at 39.
The two things
about
that, and I try to do the same thing. I mean, I can make an argument for LeBron because he is that great. The two things that I think about,
Tatum out tonight. I was wondering after that ankle.
Yeah.
I started thinking about De'Aaron.
Yeah.
Like this thing gonna go cold on him tomorrow. Jason Tatum and Al Horford, as we already knew, will not play in Sacramento tonight.
Man,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, so did I. I'm not particularly thrilled with that. Yeah, Jesse just sold his tickets.
Nothing's changing, bro. Like there's gonna be a good game still.
Yeah, it should be. They got a hell of a team.
More from the birthday boy, Sean Cunningham. Malik Monk is listed as questionable for tonight's game. He has an irritation in his right foot.
Oh man,
was that athlete's foot? Like, what does that mean?
What that is? Damn.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I thought that was important.
No, that was pressing. That was pressing. I would just, when I think about Mike and why, into the two situations that are difficult for me to get past when you talk about the greatest going up against LeBron. That 87 season, 88 or 88-7. I mean, my God. My God, 37 points a game, and you're the best defensive player. Don't give that to guards. That's a height that I don't know anybody.
It's happened once since. Did it? I think Olajuwon did it.
Yeah,
Did
I think he
Olajuwon
did.
do it?
Yeah, as a center, which is the crazy thing, right? Jordan did it as a shooting guard. And then the 6-0 in the finals, not only 6-0 in the finals, but never reaching a game 7.
Yeah, that's crazy. Ooh.
Mm.
No. Oh, never reached a game 7 in the finals. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's I don't know what's more impressive, that or 8 straight or 10 appearances overall.
Both.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're both impressive. I needed to look at something real quick because I wasn't sure. Wow, he didn't. Wow. LeBron James has never won Defensive Player of the Year.
It was probably 2 years where he was in.
I was wondering. I was thinking about that
contention.
Yeah, 2012 year. If he won it both, if he won both,
yeah.
He didn't. Tyson Chandler won it. We'll come back. Steelin' with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Sean Cunningham just reported it. Nightmare 916. So I'm gonna trust Sean. I didn't check the injury report though, but Sean Cunningham just reported it. You can go check his feed if you like. I feel like LeBron's 88 is 2012.
I can see that.
That's MVP, finals, Olympic gold medal. Might have been SI Sportsman of the Year that year. I can't remember. I don't know if his head moved on my coffee table.
That's when he had all the Thanos stones. Although, like, he took that leap. I didn't feel like he was in complete control of the game until 16. The 16
Really?
season and the 16 finals. I was like, this dude. That's when the physical lined up perfectly with the mental. And there wasn't nothing you was able to do with LeBron.
I don't do this very often, but Kareem, Slick Rick, just maybe rewind. Just rewind a couple of minutes. I think you'll feel a little bit better. And then you can catch up and be live with us. Yeah. The crazy part is, sorry, Jesse.
Or you can go ahead. I'll just clown on Nick Sirianni real quick.
No, I was just going to say the crazy part is there's like, people don't like this, but there's not a wrong answer in the conversation. Like, if you think it's LeBron, you're not wrong. If you think it's Jordan, you're not wrong. And hell, if you said Kareem or Kobe, you're not wrong either. Go ahead, Jesse.
Nick Sirianni said they went deep to A.J. Brown on that interception at the end of the game because they were trying to draw a PI. That's embarrassing.
Nick Sirianni, the Jason Kidd of NFL coaches.
You needed like 20 to 30 more yards, and you had like multiple plays to do it to get a field goal, bro.
I had all 3 timeouts. I think all 3 timeouts, and I'd even go shorter than that. I think they need about 15 yards to get in dude's range.
Why would you say that?
That's ridiculous. They're cooked. Hey, does he make it? Not this year, not next year, into that following year?
Maybe not.
I say no.
If they're in the playoffs every year, probably, but Philly doesn't play around. I know that.
I say no. His days are numbered.
Shout out Fiji. My best friend's from Fiji. Worldwide out here dealing with KC.
Yeah.
Love it. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
And I joke about it. I talk, just be talking shit. Like, I don't know the man. I don't hate him or whatever. He's whatever. But I mean, he's showing his ass right now.
Who?
Sirianni.
Oh, yeah. He bless you. He's foolish. Absolutely.
He's showing like he has no idea what's going on.
I get that, Chester, but you don't do it like when you still have plays. Like you don't have to do that right then and there.
What do you,
like you still have plays to run. Yeah.
They're down 3. He's got 3 timeouts. They're about 15 to 17 feet or yards away from a game time field goal.
Like if you want to do that last play of the game, that's fine or whatever. But there's still yards to be gained.
That is terrible. Well, not my coach.
Mm-hmm. I've been working with the Napa Valley Film Festival this weekend on a couple of auctions. You want that ultimate red and gold present. You want to see San Francisco and Washington on New Year's Eve in the nation's capital. You can make your bid right now, nvff.org. There's just a couple of hours left to get those bids in. Also, Dame Dollar entered the 20,000 point category. He's going to be at the Golden One Center along with the Greek Freak on March 12th. We got an insider package that includes getting to hang out with our man Vin Baker as well. Again, head over to nvff.org. Didn't even mention the Kevin Atlas part. He's a 7-foot-tall motivational speaker who has a hit series on YouTube. So go check all of that out. Again, only a couple of hours left to get your bid in. nvff.org to be a part of that. Again, it's part of the Napa Valley Film Festival, and all of the proceeds for this go to benefit arts and education programs. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So as just reported from our man, Sean Cunningham, just a couple of minutes ago, the birthday boy, Sean Cunningham, just a couple of minutes ago, Jason Tatum will be out in tonight's game against the Sacramento Kings at the Golden One Center. Everyone saw, I'm sure most of us saw at least him roll his ankle pretty tough.
I missed it. I was, I love Cheryl. I love my mom. So she was at the house and the game was on. She was watching it. She didn't watch the whole thing. She left, but it started with her there. And I think I was changing a diaper. And all of a sudden I hear, whoa, Tatum's out. He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, no.
I said, well, what happened? He said, yeah, it's his ankle. I don't think he's coming back anytime soon. And then I finished changing the diaper. They were on a commercial. They come back. He hits a 3. I said, what are you talking about? He's right there. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They must have shot him up.
She saw that. She's up. Gordon Hayward. That's what happened right now.
I love
what are you talking? So I didn't know the severity of what it was because he came right back out there and was playing.
He rolled it. They got him out. They got him the band, and you could see him work. Trying to get it mobile.
ABCs.
It's like he's like if it was that bad, he wouldn't be doing that. They'd be like, no, don't do that.
Right.
But as he got to the bench, you could see him talking to the trainer, and he was kind of. It's funny. I love Cheryl. You could see him nodding his head, like as he was talking to him. He was nodding his head, and then the trainer goes and gets the band, and like you see him working on his foot, and I was like, oh, okay. So in the moment, I immediately started thinking about today. All right, let's see what happens here. He comes back. I thought he looked fine. And the only thing I thought was De'Aaron's words ring in my head. Of course, De'Aaron's it appeared to be worse because De'Aaron had trouble moving on the floor that night.
Mm-hmm.
But when De'Aaron was first asked about his ankle, he was like, got cold. It's like the whole experience changed when the ankle got cold. They kept him moving while he was on the bench. He gets back up. He goes back out there. I thought, okay, he's moving fine. I think he'll be fine moving forward. But I did wonder what happens when that thing goes cold. This could be completely precautionary.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing he is in some discomfort.
Right. For sure. And Mom was like, yeah, they must have shot him up. I'm like, all right.
Maybe they did that too.
Answer to everything. They must have shot him up.
Mom's funny, man. So Tatum out, Al Horford is out. This wasn't, I don't think I saw James tweet this, or excuse me, not Sean. Nothing. So is the Porzingis stuff official? Has it already been said he's playing tonight? Or
Celtics already released their injury report. He's playing.
He's playing.
He's not even on it.
Okay.
Yeah, yesterday was just left calf management or whatever.
Well, I left calf management. I got that too.
Be careful. Yeah, be careful with that.
Everybody manage your left and right calves when you can.
Marcus Smart vibes last night.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do this. Don't do this. Because I heard this earlier too.
What are you doing?
What's that man doing shooting 7 more times?
He's open and he's like 40% from 3. If you're open, take the 3.
Did they win?
Yeah, because everyone else missed and they couldn't get points.
No, because he took too many shots.
No, that's no. I'm not letting you do that. No.
Ball to Tatum.
No. Tatum went 4 of 19 yesterday.
Or I'm sorry. Is there a coach? Is there do the Celtics not have the ability to draw up a play for Tatum?
He went 5 of 19 yesterday. You
should be taking 20. It was an overtime game. You should be taking 25 to 28 shots.
They did not lose that game because of Derek White.
He hurt his ankle. Derek White hurt his elbow.
That's the ball, Derek White. That's the ball, everybody. It ain't even just Derek White.
Derek White
get
had
that man 25 shots.
30 last night.
Yeah, he balled out.
Why do you hate Derek White?
He does.
No, better yet, why do you hate Marcus Smart?
Why do you hate Celtics point guards?
I like both of them. What I'm saying is they should never be taking more shots than Jason Tatum. Ever.
I disagree. It's different. Like if it's open, take the shot.
Given the ankle, see, you do that. You're the meme. Like, I don't know why you just won't tell us that you're not the meme that's on the internet. You just made the meme
that
face.
That is not me.
Dr. David, get it. Go get it, Dr. David. You just made the meme face, and you try to convince us it's not you.
It's not me.
You see our confusion, though, right? The guy looks exactly like you.
He tried to steal my whole style. Absolutely. I understand it.
Now, given what happened to Tatum yesterday in the early part of the game, given the fact he's out today, maybe that played a factor into why he only got 17 shots up.
Yeah, maybe so.
He was also 5 of 17. Maybe he's like, hey, Derek White's cooking a little bit. Let me get him the ball. Hey, Jalen's cooking. Let me get him the ball.
He's cooking until he wasn't, right?
All right, well, tell your boy Tatum to take over. When you
That's
go,
what I would tell him if I was the coach.
Well, when you go get his jersey, tell him to take over.
Tatum was taking shots too. He was bricking at the end of the game too. Like he got his shots up.
Hey,
the whole damn Celtics team was throwing up bricks at the end of the game.
They shouldn't have lost that game.
No, they absolutely shouldn't have. I just hope they brick a bunch of shots tonight.
That was a Celtics franchise record for most threes missed. 41.
Was it really?
Yes.
How many did they take?
58.
17 to 58.
29.3%.
That's probably when the you make 15 or more threes probably wouldn't work. Go.
How many threes total were shot last night? 108.
Wow.
There were 108 threes shot last night between the two teams.
Wow. It was a great game, though. I enjoyed it. I as much as I say, hey, Tatum should have shot more. I thought both teams were playing well. I thought Boston probably should have closed that out earlier. But
Tristan talked about it yesterday. Those dudes throw up all over themselves when it's crunch time.
I thought about that. I thought they had that game in hand, man. I thought they had it in hand. Did you ever think Steph Curry was going to foul out?
They're 20-6.
No, they're fine. They're going to go to the conference finals. Like they're fine, but like they do have that issue where sometimes I don't know what it is, but like the last 3 minutes they just go away from anything that was working.
To answer your question, it's funny. No.
Guy had 5 fouls with 10 minutes to go in the third.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he ain't fouling out.
No, he's not.
You don't even have to take him out, Steve Kerr.
No,
he ain't fouling out.
No, unless he hits Tatum with a rock bottom in the middle of the Chase Center, he's probably not going to get called for. Yeah, probably not going to get called for that third foul. And you're right, Steve Kerr would call for a review.
He lost his review last night when Curry got the 5th foul.
Nothing shocks me with Steph. That shot was insane. The catch and shoot, the arc.
Shot was crazy. Didn't hit anything but the bottom of the net.
You know what deserves more love is the play that broke the streak of nobody making a freaking basket, and that was Kuminga. The steal and the breakaway dunk.
Yeah.
And I'll give the dental office credit. They popped for that.
Oh yeah.
They were
lit up yesterday.
Yeah, as much as the dental office can get a pop. Yeah.
We're grading on a curve, but
no, for sure, and that's okay. Yeah. It's a good teachers grade on a curve.
It was cool last night.
But that was a hell of a play from Kuminga, and it was almost it kind of settled things because again it was just brick from both sides. That was at the beginning of overtime. Mm-hmm. Kuminga gets that steal, the breakaway, and so all right, it was almost like okay, now the game now the game is resumed.
Yeah, man. They Warriors needed that. Everybody needed. And they had Al Horford had a big time 3 to get it to 1 in that situation. I thought they get that 1 stop. They get an opportunity to win the game, but
the Celtics
Curry wouldn't have it.
The Celtics missing 4 shots on 1 possession is incredible.
It was cooked when Jaylen Brown missed the layup at the end of it.
Oh, Jaylen Brown.
It was a wide open lane too, and it's just like, bro, just dunk it. What are you doing?
What about
Trace
Horford?
had him
The
shaking.
Horford tip in.
Mm.
Like that. He missed 2. He missed like 3 tip ins.
I think Al Horford's stat line last night was bad.
Yeah, he wasn't great. I think it was like 2 of 10 from
yes.
3 maybe or something like that.
It was 3 of 10 from 3. It was 4 of 14
He had a
overall.
double.
He did.
13, 12, and 6 for
He did.
Horford.
He did.
He's someone they're just keeping him safe for the playoffs. He's hit that age.
What are they doing? Playing him every other game, or they just don't play him the second night?
He doesn't play
back to
back-to-backs.
Smart.
The second night of a back-to-back.
How old is Al Horford?
Like 36, 37?
Yeah, he's 37.
So because of that, you know who we'll see today, and we saw a little bit last night who played well, I thought, is Neemias Queta.
Yeah, so Jesse called that one earlier. We could get some big Neemias Queta minutes.
He's low-key playing himself like into like a deal or something like that. He's a two-way right now, I think, but he's better than Luke Cornett.
Yeah.
That's good enough to be the third center right now on that team.
Yeah, 10 and 10 last night.
He had a double-double last week too as well, I believe.
The rebounds is what is impressive to me. That was always my frustration with him, is being a better rebounder. And I haven't watched a lot of them this year, but I know last night he was doing a really good job on the boards, as you can see by the 10 rebounds.
He's kind of playing that Rob Williams role, not as good because Rob is a much better defender. Kate is still kind of figuring that out with the Celtics, but like it's kind of like get the rebounds and then run this pick and roll. If you're open, we're going to throw you this lob.
So we could get 48. I thought I saw this earlier, but wasn't sure. Your boy Cornett is out.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
Yeah,
Isn't he the Green Rocket or something?
The Green Cornet.
Green Cornet.
Shout out the Green Hornet. Good movie.
Is it?
It's cool. It's stupid, but it's cool.
DC joint?
No, I don't even think it's anything like it might be like knockoff DC type or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Queta gonna play 48 tonight. Yeah, they ain't got much.
Queta, this is your opportunity.
Revenge game.
It's your opportunity,
Whatever you
Queta.
call it. Hey, I like Neemias Queta.
I do too.
I want it to work out for him. I prefer it not work out for him tonight, but I hope he finds if not a home in Boston, certainly a home in the league.
Yeah, he might find a home in ball. He should. I mean, he's playing well for those guys.
Yeah, and he's gonna play tonight. Is he gonna get a pop?
Yeah,
You think so?
yeah.
I think he might.
Yeah, he's gonna get people gonna show him love here.
Do people stand when he comes in?
Yeah, I think he'll get some love on his way in, and that'll be it. It's not gonna be like Harry Giles love. He's gonna get love when he checks in, and that's gonna be the end of it.
You imagine
I
Cater
don't
brings.
know if I need to come out of my seat.
You imagine Cater brings down 10 rebounds. They start booing because like, what was this last year?
Well, the good thing, you don't have to get out of your you're
already sitting on the
no
court
one in front of you, so you're fine.
Stop it! Don't do that. Don't do that. Do you think he gets people standing up when he comes in the game?
Yeah. Again, he's gonna get a pop.
I'm not against it. That just wouldn't come to mind.
He's gonna get
That wouldn't come to my mind.
He's
as
a G League MVP. He'll get booed real quick if he, gets a couple of rebounds and puts him back. Because, like Jesse said, it's gonna be like, oh, now, all right, big fella.
Well, there's levels to this.
I guess.
I don't know if he's a get out your seat guy.
I don't know. You guys do love like your former Kings though. Like everyone
I
gets
got
love.
love for Queta.
It takes a lot to get booed. Shout out Buddy and Bagley, but
Queta, he definitely far from getting booed. He'll get. But if I was sitting there watching the game, Queta comes in. Hey, Neemias.
maybe a clap and then you get him to
Hey.
stretch.
No,
Good to
there's-
see you, man.
no,
I don't know if hey. I don't know.
I think that's happening. I think
You might be
Queta.
right. You
I
might be
think
right.
Queta's, but it's not going to be 100%. Queta, of the folks in the bowl area, not counting the concourse.
Yeah.
I think you'll get a solid 45 to 50% off their feet.
More people off their feet, or more people that say ski ye when that beat is played.
More people saying ski because I'm saying ski you later.
I'm gonna say,
I'm saying people that say ski ye.
yeah, that's probably true. Third best record of the year, according to Complex Magazine or Complex Publication. I don't know what to call it. I say Complex, and when people think I'm talking about DJ Complex,
Yeah.
I don't know where Ski ranks in terms of DJ Complex's rankings.
I'm happy to see
I
Queta
didn't
playing
even see
well.
my man Complex.
I ain't seen him either. I'm happy to see Queta playing well, though, man.
Yeah.
And I hope, in a Kings win, I hope he plays well again tonight, man. I like his story. Seems like a good guy, hard worker. I want to see him succeed in this league.
KD went for 40. Suns lost last night.
It's a bad loss.
KD went for 40. I think him and Book Where is it? Him and Book had a combined 66 of the Suns' 104 points, but they lost by like 5. They lost to the Blazers.
I don't know what to make of that because the Blazers aren't very good. They play hard though. They play hard, but Phoenix, you got Book and KD there.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta win that game.
Suns are 14-13.
How are we feeling about the Suns right now?
I don't feel nothing
You worried-
about the
you
Suns.
worried about them?
I never
You think
felt
they're gonna-
anything. I never felt anything about the Suns. Because this was always the thing. Would it be different if Brad was around? Of course it would be different. But part of the issue is I think the depth of this team got a little bit better when they made that trade. But overall, the team collectively, it doesn't move me.
Yeah,
I think Nurkic has done a fine job. I think Nurkic is he wasn't last night. Nurkic has done a more solid job on the season, I think, than I expected. I just don't like the makeup of this team.
I agree with you. I don't think this is a team, and I'm looking at like what their expectations are. I don't think this is any type
Their
of
expectation.
team.
That's not realistic with this team to me.
I don't even know.
Not at all. This is an owner doing way too much. I think the Brad Beal acquisition. I'm a fan of Brad Beal for the record. I think it was way too much.
Yeah.
You should have figured out a different way to fill this team out.
I'm not exactly sure. But I feel like I'd be shocked if they got to the conference finals. I just don't feel like they have enough.
So
their big three has only played 24 minutes total this season.
That's crazy.
Together.
You know what it is with the conference finals? It's like, what's the path there? Right? And not to disrespect different teams that have gone to the conference finals in the past. If you get to the conference finals, you've earned it. Some paths are more difficult than others.
Yeah.
And can I see Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker squad get through some series? Like, sure. But like this is a team that could play in the play-in.
This is low-key feeling like Brooklyn Nets a couple of years ago. I think like they didn't like get any time together or whatever. And I think they were expecting, now they're back for the playoffs and they're gonna do it, and they lost first round. Like, you gotta have some type of consistency and like constant playing together.
What you're saying though is spot on. I mean, look at the way the standings are right now. Kings 4-5. You get matchups with Dallas in the first round, and then Minnesota is tough or whatever, but you avoid the Clippers, right? You know what I'm saying? I feel like the Clippers are the team that.
Well, after a handful of losses to the Clippers, yes, I'd like to avoid them for now.
Don't want to see, but
until further discussion, I'd like to avoid them.
You get to the conference finals without playing.
Give me. That's when I want the Clippers. Give me the Clippers in the conference finals. Give me peak conference finals, James Harden, and I'm good to go as a Kings fan.
Hell, I could take it to say right now the 8th seed is the Lakers. They could beat the Timberwolves. I like the matchup with the Kings and the Lakers.
Yeah.
So it'd be with the Western Conference being as tight as it is, and really no dominant teams, matchups in your path in the playoffs matter more than ever.
Absolutely. Especially since when we don't lose to very many teams, but when we do, we lose to them multiple times.
We make sure you get the point.
We want you to know you're better than us, so we're going to lose a couple of times. Because Kenny and I are throwing our uniforms on tonight.
Yeah, we say
Minnesota and Philly tonight.
It's a good game. Where's it at, Philly?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 4:00 start for those going to the Kings game tonight. Or for those that are watching, you'll be able to catch pretty much all of that.
They had a big time.
That's the game on before NBA TV.
Oh, yeah, NBA TV. Yeah. National TV tonight. National TV. Yeah.
Right. We really changed the way we grade this, don't we?
It's always been national TV. National TV.
Clippers in Dallas tonight.
Clippers are about to mollywop the Mavericks.
In Dallas. Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Clippers are cooking.
Have they lost yet?
8 in a row.
I can't remember the I know they were on the longest winning streak in the league.
can't remember. I thought they
got
hadn't
you.
lost
Clippers.
since
No,
that
they
Nugget
haven't.
game.
Yeah, 8
Nuggets
straight.
game. And before the Nuggets game, I think they had won like 4 or 5 in a row.
The hell is the Nuggets game?
It was before the first Kings game.
Where's the Clippers? Nuggets. No, they lost to the Warriors after the Kings game.
Ah, that's right.
They played 2 games against the Warriors in a row. That was the last team that they lost to. They beat the Kings. You're right. They did lose to the Nuggets before the Kings game. They beat the Mavericks earlier this season, 107-88. They didn't have a streak. Before the Nuggets game, they had won 4 or 5.
They won 13 of 16.
Yeah.
After losing,
they're playing well.
What did they lose 5 in a row when James got there?
I'm sorry.
5 or 6 in a row.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Something caught my attention. NBA power rankings with a graphic that has Keegan Murray on it.
Thanks,
sorry.
guys. Thanks, guys.
Let me see where this is. All right, we got Boston at number 1, Minnesota at number 2, Milwaukee, Philly, Denver's at number 5, Oklahoma City, the Clippers are at number 7, and the Sacramento Kings, up from the 11th spot, are at number 8. The write-up from Kendra Andrews says Keegan Murray has come into his own this season. During his rookie campaign a season ago, he showed the potential, but this year he's realizing it. He hit 12 threes, a franchise record against the Jazz on Saturday. And while he struggled with his shot early in the season, he excelled in every other area of his game. The Kings currently rank 14th on offense, with Murray's shooting, assuming he maintains it, in combination with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. Sacramento could reach the offensive standards it set last season when it had the league's best unit. Pause. It's Kendra Andrews right there in the latest ESPN power rankings.
Well,
up 3 spots, 11-8. No mention of defense in that.
No. Well, what are the Kings? 15th in defensive rating, I think.
Yeah, Kendra used to write a lot about the Kings got to be better defensively. She focused on the offensive end here this year. It's funny. She says the Kings currently ranked 14th on offense. She focused on Keegan Murray's shooting, focused on that, going with De'Aaron and Domas. All of last year, she would talk about how bad the defense is. But had a golden opportunity to talk about, and which I guess she sort of did when she said while his shot early in the season struggled, he excelled in every other area of his game, but didn't point out the fact that they're about middle of the tier defensively. That's all right.
It's okay. It's okay.
Right.
The Kings in their last 4 victories scored 131, 128, 125, and 143.
Man, we looked at the third quarters of those games, and they were pretty nasty. 40 plus in all of those quarters.
I need to see that tonight. Boston's a little different.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
One thing that I want to see from them against Boston, though. And Boston gave up 130, wasn't something last night?
Yeah, 131.
Yeah. I'm not saying the Kings should get 131 tonight, but I want to see them.
The Warriors can do it.
Get in the open court a little bit more. Boston is tough when you got to deal with them in a half-court setting.
You're talking about on the offensive end?
Yeah.
Get into the open.
Get stops and get into the open court and, try and push the pace on these guys.
I want to push the pace on them because they played an overtime game last night. That's what we talked about with Denver earlier in this year.
Yep.
Denver was on the second night of a back-to-back. Hell, if you are going to get your ass kicked on the second night of a back-to-back because you're tired because of the way you run, that's fine. It sucks, but okay, take advantage of the night you're playing teams on the second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
When you're not.
Ass.
That's right. That's right. Run them out the gym. Or run through 3 quarters until they just fall out the gym in the 4th. Most points. I knew this would be the case. I was just curious what it looked like. Most points that the Celtics have scored this year, 155. I don't think it'll be difficult for anyone to guess who it was against. By the way, they won that game by 51.
Oof.
For those that haven't caught on, it was the Pacers. They scored 133 against the Knicks, thought to be a good defensive team. Most points that they've given up was, in fact, last night. I said 131. It was 132, forgive me, against the Golden State Warriors. Prior to that, the most points they had given up, they actually gave up 123 in that win that I just referenced against the New York Knicks when they scored 133.
They're third in the league right now in defensive rating.
Really? Wow. I wouldn't have guessed that just looking at the
I'm
just looking at some of these numbers. I wanted to guess that.
I'm assuming they're probably one of the top teams in transition defense as well. But I feel like that's your best bet because you got to deal with those guys in the half court. It's tough. It's tough. So get stops. Starts with your stops. Get stops. Get the ball. Get up in the open court. De'Aaron using his speed. If Malik plays, same thing. You know, get the guys out there. Keegan, Kevin Huerter, get some open threes. Yeah, it's a bonus. You even handle the rock. You do that often. You get out in transition.
Yeah, if I'm the Kings, I'm just running at Boston all game.
Don't foul. That's really the biggest thing. Because even after a miss, you can take the ball out, get it up the court. But you foul, that gives them the break they need.
Sorry, I'm a little shaken.
What?
I just want to see. I just want to see more power rankings. I just want to see
CBS. What CBS got?
You want to go to break?
How about see them, and we'll talk about it.
Hey, you want to go to break, dumbass? You know, so we can get a paycheck. No, that's fine. Well, all right. I found another one.
Ooh,
Stilo and KC.
We need to do this more often.
Just peruse the internet.
Yeah.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
No sticky Nicky.
Wow, amazing. Yeah. No, go find the motherfuckers. Did you check under your desk, your pockets, check your home office? Suggest you put your backpack down and go find them motherfuckers. No, I'll tell you what. I don't know where they're at, but I know where they better be.
Would hit him with the what De'Aaron say a couple years ago in training camp? Be like, hey, can't find those overtime hours. Fuck, I do with me.
Exactly. Fine, I'll just double up on the next pay period.
Y'all giving Ye Ty Dolla $ign to listen.
I mean,
I'll probably listen to it.
Does Kanye put out good stuff still?
I don't know.
It's hit or miss.
It's the Ty Dolla $ign component that's going to make me listen to it.
Kanye, what he puts out is hit or miss. At this
I haven't listened to a new Kanye album since The Life of Pablo, probably.
I listened to
that. Was a
Donda.
great movie. And great album. Donda, yeah, like somebody. I don't know the official title, but somebody's going to jail tonight. Kind of like that song. Ye, he had a couple songs on Ye that was cool, but it's just really hit or miss. Like he don't put out like a banging ass album.
I feel like he's low key trash now, to be honest.
Yeah.
We're talking Kanye West standards. Like it's not good at all.
He be doing too much with the songs. Like just make a good record. Like you always want to just go all over the place and change up the beat and you're barely rapping. You're just saying like 3 words at a time. And like, it's just, I'll just make a song, sir. Like, what are we doing?
Complex be posting motivational shit over on Instagram or on Threads.
I wouldn't know.
Celebrate yourself. Nobody knows what it takes to be you. Complex is a good follow on Threads.
So I went over to Threads right now. I'm looking at my profile. It says, at IMK Diddy. Nah, Threads might be the one. 24 weeks ago.
You know what's funny? What's funny is people's like, oh, Threads is so much better. It's so much more peaceful. No, it's the same thing.
Threads got the drama that Twitter
It's
does.
the same thing. I said the Warriors win again without Draymond. It's almost as if they're better. I have no clue who this person
Were
is.
they lighting up the dimensions on that one?
No, they're not. That's completely misguided. Boston messed up and right rotations helped. Draymond is a DPOYS player who's having his best shooting year of his career. Like, what are we talking about? Sir, who the F are you? Who the hell is this guy? He's got a profile of his beard. Get the hell out of my face. I thought it was supposed to be different over there. It's the same thing.
All social media is trash.
It's the same. No.
Instagram's fake too. Instagram's fake. Don't tell me about Instagram.
Instagram's
Instagram's
right.
fake.
It's fake and it's happy.
No, that's why it's trash.
Man, no, that's cap.
Twitter's in the dumps. That's real.
No, that's
Twitter.
no, Twitter is trash. But I
Twitter
don't like
has
your
trash elements.
Like, look how happy we look right there. Look it. We up
Yeah.
there. Look it. I'm up there with KC and my man.
Hey, that's your boy.
Come on,
Flo
man.
Rida. Let's go.
Come on, man. This is happy.
I need real.
IG is happy. Look it. I'm staring off into the light.
And you know, I bet after that you're like, damn, I gotta go charge my car, and you're all pissed off. In reality, Instagram, it looks like, oh, Damien's fine, but in reality, no, he's mad.
I don't. That doesn't matter. I don't have to post that part. My man said he already responded. I just tweeted the Eddie Murphy meme from the Distinguished Gentleman of Laughing. He said, if you believe that, respectfully agree to disagree, but I can't take you seriously, my friend. You have no facts to back that up. Sir, I have no idea who the hell you are. I'm sure not going to take you seriously. Look it. It's D'Lo Casey and Victoria Monet. How could you not like this app?
I love it.
I'm not a picture
Look
guy
it.
either, though.
Me and Charlotte. What's wrong with you?
As we were speaking, I'm about to put this on my stories.
Put what on your stories?
I just was filming you going off on the guy on Threads.
Oh, for goodness.
Jordan in the chat threw it in there earlier. YouTube, it's not the same, but YouTube is low key the GOAT.
And you can't.
YouTube actually feels like a lot of work.
Where else are you going to follow waitresses from?
Oh, snap.
So the Kings moved up on the NBA's power rankings as well. They moved up one slot from 9 to 8. This was before they played the Wizards. I'm looking to see. Nope. Not a single reference about De'Aaron Fox averaging 30 points per game. Just nothing.
We got the Keegan Murray picture on the power rankings. Is this our Brock Purdy here?
Just nothing. You said CBS. I don't know if CBS has theirs out yet, but Sports Illustrated does. I'll check on Sports Illustrated.
So one thing I thought about last night, and I'm telling you, I'm not trying to pit these guys against each other. They're phenomenal in their own right. They're just great by themselves. They kind of will be pitted against each other a lot, just because that's what people do. But John Morant, people were going crazy over Ja last night. Crazy. Oh, yeah. Ja's back. Yo, John. Yeah, I'm telling you, this boy's crazy. Hey, they got hope now. They got hope. I'm sitting there and I can't front. Part of me was like, would they do this for De'Aaron if he scored 34 on TNT?
No.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Nope.
Absolutely not. They would not treat De'Aaron like this. And I Just take note of it. I just noticed. I'm like, okay. I don't know why that is.
Well, I think these outlets are sharing power rankings because I pulled up SIs and the Kings are, what do you think?
8th.
They're 8th. Up from 11th. Why are they up to 8th? You want to guess?
Up from 11th.
Or up from 11th? Keegan Murray.
NBA.
Man, they really do hate De'Aaron Fox out here.
Who's ahead of them real quick?
Sorry, I just closed. I know the Timberwolves are 1.
Okay.
Boston's 1.
Okay.
So that's very literally 1 and 2. Minnesota, Boston, Philly, Oklahoma City, Denver, your Clippers, up from 14, by the way, to 6, and then Milwaukee at 7.
Okay. OKC, I might have take a little umbrage with, but no big deal.
I get look here's Pro Basketball Talk posted a couple minutes ago. Oklahoma City's at 5. Denver's at 6, Los Angeles at 7. You guys aren't going to believe this. The Sacramento Kings are at 8.
Oh man, it's all good.
Do you think
all those teams ahead of them are deserving?
Do you think they reference De'Aaron Fox in this write-up?
No,
they do not.
It's crazy, man. This dude averaging 30 a night.
They reference
5 scorer in the league.
Keegan Murray, not De'Aaron Fox.
Why do you think that is? That he's not getting mentions like anywhere, really?
I don't know. Man.
He's gone from 25 to 30. He's 30 and 6. There's only a handful of players that are probably scoring 30 right now. Everyone else is scoring 30, I'm sure, besides KD, whose team is in the play-in, is an MVP candidate.
Fascinating. I found another
one. Oh.
So this individual, this is Uprocks. Broke him down into tiers.
Oh, Zach Harper style. Little barista.
Well, that's unfortunate. Tier 1, the contenders. Tier 2, the next best. The contenders, Minnesota, Boston, Milwaukee, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, and Denver. Tier 2, the Clippers, the Orlando Magic, the Sacramento Kings, and the Dallas Mavericks.
The Mavericks. Mavericks.
Well, I'm blocking Uprock. Okay. CBS, this was a day ago. I'm just determined to find somebody say something. Hey! All right, we've got the Kings at 6. And I see De'Aaron Fox's name.
Who's that?
Oh, De'Aaron Fox missed the Utah win.
Hey, who is that? I got him at 6.
CBS. CBS has this might be more your style, just taking a quick glance at it because the Thunder are 7. It's
I don't know why everybody's so quick to love the Thunder.
It's Boston at 1 because they've been waiting years for this. It's Boston at 1, Minnesota at 2, the Clippers, the Bucks, the Sixers, and then the Sacramento Kings. The Kings lost to the Clippers to start the week before rattling off consecutive wins over the Thunder, Jazz, and Wizards. Keegan Murray did the unthinkable on Saturday, making 12 of his first 13 three-point attempts en route to a career-high 47. De'Aaron Fox missed the Utah win, but averaged 28 points and 5 assists in the other 3 games, while the Domantas Sabonis added 20 points, 12 rebounds, and 7.5 assists per game on 65% shooting. Well done, CBS.
Good job by them.
I'll get off the internet now, but well done.
Good job by them. Yeah, okay, the OKC thing, they're a good team. I think the Thunder and the Kings are about the same spot. Like that's where they should be. One should be 6, the other should be 7 or 7 or 8 or something like that. Like they should be at the same spot. I'm not sure why they're like 3 spots ahead of the Kings.
I have no idea. I just think they've wanted this moment for a long time, and it's finally happening for them. You know, with one of the greatest Twitter beatdowns in history yesterday, I didn't read the rest of Homeboy's column. He has the Kings at 11th. Yeah. That's all I read everything he wrote about Sacramento. I didn't read anything else. He got his ass kicked, Jason. That was tough. That was tough. That was
I couldn't imagine your own city not liking you, bro.
That was a Nexus John Cena style beatdown. Like they just not only did they beat him up, they just tore the ring up and everything.
Well, I mean, part of the reason for that,
ass yesterday.
Jesse, and he may not care, so it's fine. If he's happy, that's all that matters. But the own city don't like you because you don't like your own city.
That's right.
It came down to you got up out of here, try to disassociate yourself with the city, and you succeeded. And if he doesn't care, that's fine too. I just do better. Do better at your job. Better at your job.
Or do something else for a living. No, because you're really bad at this. That's the culprit. Like you're really, really bad at this. You be better. Yeah. Or just cover a team. If that's your bag, just cover a team.
Yeah.
Because you're not equipped to cover the league.
Bees like that sometimes.
They really are treating De'Aaron Fox like he's Brock Purdy.
It's all right, though. It's all right.
That's crazy. Like normally they love this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I guess they won't. I actually think it's the Brock Purdy syndrome. They can't admit I was wrong about Brock Purdy. I thought the 49ers season was over. I wrote 10,000 words about how the 49ers season was over.
You think the media gets turned off by like Fox saying, I don't care if I make the all-star team or like stuff that they're involved in. You know, like Fox is very
he values their importance.
Yeah, like Fox is very like, I'm a ball, I'm gonna do my thing or whatever. This other stuff doesn't matter. And you kind of gotta be like friends with the media. Not friends, but you know?
Yeah. No,
you gotta play a game.
Yeah, you gotta play the game.
Yeah, Fox is really not here for any of it. Like it's just whatever. Like if something is engaging and he finds it engaging that day to speak on or whatever, then speak on it. If it's just like cut and dry, he'll hit you with if they got to do with me.
Well, every once in a while you got to hit him with that. By the way, Jerry Rice said Brock Purdy reminds him of Joe Montana.
Interesting,
isn't it? I wonder how people reacted to Jerry Rice doing that. I heard that. I can't even calculate the weeks I've heard that. I heard that. It was a while ago that was said here by someone in this studio. Not me. Jerry Rice isn't here. That's fine.
Hey, it's whatever,
That's
man.
fine.
It's whatever. You know what I'm saying? What was the other thing we was on before when we last year we said the Kings get to the finals? Nobody saying nothing, and all of a sudden the Kings get to the finals.
It wasn't that nobody said anything. It was that they took they laughed at it.
That's facts.
Yeah, they laughed at it, and we saw it. We saw shows and podcasts and different people. You don't think this can be a finals team, right? You don't think. Then all of a sudden, I don't remember if it was Windhurst. Someone on ESPN said it, and all of a sudden, people are leading their shows with it.
All of them clowned.
Can this be a finals team?
All of them clowned.
Will Z laughed at us. Love Will Z. He'll be with us in a minute. Laughed at us.
They was laughing.
Well, and part of it was they didn't actually listen to what you said. That was the cold piece. Is when we got into the conversation, they heard Kings finals and formed a take rather than no. Let me explain. They didn't hear none of that. Just we saw it all. We heard it all. The before and the after.
Yeah.
We love y'all.
Yeah.
We heard all of it.
Come on, man. Come on. Hey, it's good. It's cool. It's whatever. It's whatever. All I'm saying is with this situation and what I've been saying with this situation with Brock Purdy is I just watched them. Like, man, he got some Joe Montana elements to him. Not saying he's Joe Montana, not saying he's going to win one Super Bowl, let alone 4.
And I think what Jerry was talking about, Jesse, was his poise.
His poise.
Yeah, he said Brock doesn't get rattled or anything like that.
Yeah.
Nope, doesn't get rattled. Another thing that reminds me of Joe, and other great quarterbacks have this quality as well, is Brock knows his limitations. And what I mean by that, some people may look at that as like, oh, he knows I don't have a strong arm, so I'm not going to throw it down the field. No, that's not necessarily what that means to me. That means he knows he just doesn't have this. I can be off my back foot and I've got a cannon that's going to go 60 yards. He knows if I want to be accurate, if I want to be good throwing the ball down the field, I've got to put so much work in on making sure my footwork is right, making sure everything is where it's supposed to be. My timing is right, understanding the game, doing my homework so my timing is right. So when I see Debo cut down the seam, I see it before Debo sees it, and I can let the joint go and have it on the money. Like he understands I'm not Patrick Mahomes or whatever the case may be. That doesn't mean I can't be great.
Mm-hmm.
That just means I have to prepare myself in a different fashion. And he's great at that. Brock has shown so far in his year and a half, he is great at understanding defenses, understanding his game plan, what his team wants, the strengths and weaknesses of his team and his players, his teammates. He is great at preparation and understanding what he has to do to be great.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well. If you want to watch the show, or if you want to call in, 916-909-1320. Let's get our man TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's good with you, big dog? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm all right. Just tapping in with my boys, man. I see y'all going to be there tonight, man. Y'all go crazy tonight. Hey, y'all both look nice, too. I like that jacket, Kenny.
I appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you. Always a good
sure.
sign when my man TC says good, man. So it's good.
Yeah, for sure. D-Lo, you as well. But, hey, look, check it out. Like I said, the Kings going to win by 8 tonight, man. I think, did I look at that right? I guess Tatum and Horford ain't playing tonight?
Yep, that's correct. They're out. So
check
do you
boys-
change how much they win by or anything like that?
Nah, I'm still saying 8 points. The only thing I got to say different is the boys got to stay focused tonight. Don't play down and think that, Tatum and Horford ain't playing, so we can kind of drag button. We ain't going to play well. No, we got to stay laser focused because we tend to do that sometimes. It depends on the team, or if one of the teams are playing without their star players, we just came in and played like, we're just out here lollygagging. We're going to jack up 100 threes and see if we can win that way. No, Mike, keep everybody focused, laser focused. Let's beat these dudes like we're supposed to and move on and have a nice holiday.
I'm with you on that. Well, we got a couple games before the holiday, but yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, we got a couple more really tough games before the holiday. I don't even think that's a trait of this Kings team either.
Doesn't seem like it. Although, it doesn't seem like it. Although we were just frustrated with the fact that they seem not focused on back-to-backs.
Well, that's different. That's
But
not the same as there'd be a time where if so and so was ruled out, it's like, well, the Kings are losing by 12.
Oh, yeah. I agree. With that situation,
which is why the Philly loss was so angering last year.
With that situation and with playing teams that you should beat, I think they're past that. They'll come out and beat the hell out of you if you're not supposed to be out there. Not saying that's where Boston is, but I'm just saying, like,
definitely not.
If you're playing teams that are shorthanded or like the Wizards just aren't, good enough to beat you, they seem like they don't mess around no more.
Yeah, the Wizards was a good example of that. The Jazz were a good example of that. Those are teams that they not only won, they won by a lot.
Yeah, and this home court thing, man. I think they're taking that a little seriously this year too, and they're trying to make this a tough place for teams to come in and.
Does this stretch go a long way for that? This 3-game stretch here?
Yeah, if they can
you've beaten the Suns. Yeah,
they can come out of this 2-1. That'll maybe it'll establish something.
12-4.
Yeah. I'll be like, look, this is what it is when you come here.
916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone line, shout out to our man TC. As he noted, Jason Tatum will not play tonight at the Golden One Center. I know, like, people, the competitive part of all this. I hate that. Like, this is Tatum's only trip here. This sucks. Like I from a basketball perspective, I hate this. Plus, give me De'Aaron and Tatum. Give me Keegan and Tatum. I'm ready for that.
Right.
I hate that Tatum can't go.
I was literally gonna buy the jersey tonight and have him sign it.
That's not true. You were not.
Damn.
Where were you gonna buy the jersey at?
At Lids.
No, you weren't, because we're going to the ice rink.
But listen, Casey already knows too. Like he would have been in position for Tatum to sign it. Hey, Jason, whatever, my little courtside seat. Can you sign this for me? Like you just said, you just told on yourself.
He would have asked him before the jump ball.
Dang, I gotta do like Drake. Dang, man. Let's go get the jersey tonight.
You're such a fraud sometimes. I swear, you were not.
I got a Rondo for you if you want that.
No.
What if Jesse said, I got a Tatum jersey right here?
I don't think there's any other Celtics I would want their jersey.
Tatum. I said Tatum.
Oh, I bet it's Jesse's. I'm not gonna take his jersey. I mean,
It's fine. I'm wearing Bird today, dude. You can have Tatum.
See? Yeah.
Damn, Bird. It's gonna be charged up at the Golden One Center tonight.
It's gonna be fun. I think Fox
Type
is. I was telling Dan before the show. I think Fox is gonna have something for everyone tonight.
Birthday buckets.
I told Dan he could hit 50 tonight.
Mm.
I'm waiting for that game from him too. He hasn't had that game yet where it's just like that 50 or whatever. He's just unstoppable. 40, whatever. Everyone does 40. I'm waiting for him to have that 50.
You know what the great part about that would be is I think if Fox hit 50 like tonight, this week or something like that, he'd just stare at Keegan. He just look right at Keegan like, I told you I get 50. I told you I can get it. He treat like they treat Keegan like Mike treated Dikembe Mutombo.
What you say?
Yeah, like that. Exactly. Like that. Okay. Hey Keegan, this for you, baby. That's the way Malik and De'Aaron be doing.
I was talking about it on the handoff, man. I love the relationship that they have. Not only how they have fun with Keegan and and it's it's all out of love. I think that's one thing that Keegan gets out of it too is that's big bros, man. They showing love the way they do, and they look out for Keegan the way they do. But also Keegan being accepting of that dynamic.
Yeah.
I don't know if all rookies would like stop trying to big bro me, man. Stop trying to, like he just takes it all in stride. And even though he's not a rookie anymore, he's like, man, it's all good. It's what my guys do. It's their way of showing love, and they got my back and things of that nature. Now, I don't know if all rookies will be accepting of that dynamic.
Yeah,
especially when you're the fourth pick in the draft too.
Second year player.
Say, yeah, he's not even a rookie. But yeah, Keegan comes across as like the chillest, like being the fourth pick in the draft, like all that stuff. None of that stuff phases now.
He's the perfect number 3 guy for this team.
He's the perfect guy for De'Aaron and Malik. Like he's perfect.
Yeah,
because Malik is a massive personality. De'Aaron he doesn't have a personality, I think, the size of Malik's, but he is the unquestioned like guy here. He's perfect for that.
Yeah.
And Domas just ties it all together.
He does. Domas is the no nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it was Arvidas' birthday yesterday? And I saw a bunch of highlights in that.
Arvidas was nasty.
It came up a couple times on the timeline, just highlights. And
he only played for the Blazers, right? Like he didn't play for anyone else.
Yeah, just the Blazers.
Like 9 years, 10 years, something.
And he came over late.
Yeah.
I think he was in his 30s when he finally came over.
Oh wow.
I
knew he was older. I didn't realize he was that old.
I think he was in his 30s, and it was after he had torn his Achilles already. That was crazy.
Why am I doing this? I can't spell
Arvidas. 7-3. Oh, try.
Well, I already got it.
Oh, I'm gonna try.
I already got it.
ARVYI.
Switch the I and the Y, I think.
No, there's no I.
There's no I.
There's got to be an I in there.
There's not.
ARVY.
That's it.
Arvidas.
You got it. Well,
DUS?
No.
What?
No. You trying to weigh in here too?
Well, I know. Which is RVYDAS, right? Arvidas, right?
Spell it again.
I don't want to because I felt like it was wrong.
There's an A. The AS. AS.
It's ARVYDAS.
AS. what I
But
said. I said DIS.
I got in the general vicinity, and so it popped up. Pause. 31.
Wow.
Yeah, you were right. 31.
We got pocket watches for Arvidas.
Oh man!
Shout out
Well,
Jeremiah Price in the chat.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't want to make promises I can't deliver.
It never made.
Hang on, Arvidas
that I can't keep.
Oh, that's a terrible rendition of that record.
I didn't have my tea this morning.
There's Domas. Let me head over to Hoops Hype.
Real GM might have it too.
Okay. All right.
When we come back.
Okay.
When we come back, pocket watching.
We got it. Also, Will Z will join us. We'll preview tonight's game by the numbers when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Let's go a little 13th round today, because unfortunately we have ridiculous news to talk about.
Get the hell out the way. I'm gonna need it to stop raining.
Yeah, it's gonna rain until about 4.
I told people it's gonna not be raining.
Right.
It's beautiful outside.
Beautiful weather out here today. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Jordan brand. You know the vibes. Shout out to the dope ones. You know the vibes. And shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Go get you some. I got that fine apple pineapple today. Go to colaseamoss.com. Get you some of that Cola Sea Moss. You already know what it is over there. And unfortunately, we got ridiculous news to talk about because Jermell Charlo was arrested and charged with misdemeanor assault in Texas yesterday. And it just had me thinking, I was a big proponent of, of the Charlos. I'm a big fan and all this other stuff years ago, but it's not Lions only anymore. I mean, these guys, they're finished. As elite guys, they're finished. Their mind isn't on being great fighters anymore. Then it's sad to see, because I thought they had the talent and the ability and the charisma to be some of the greatest this era has ever seen. And they've accomplished a lot at the same time. It's not like they haven't accomplished anything, but I think their time is done as far as being one of the top draws in whatever division they're in, both Jermell and Jamal. I think they're about finished. And it's sad to see, man, because the Lions only era, it was shaping up to be a good one. But these guys they're not locked in on being greats like they were at one point. So as a man, I hope Jermell gets himself together. Still hoping Jamal is taking care of everything he needs to take care of. And as men, I hope they get themselves together. And fighters, that may be something that's off the table in general, but we'll see. That's the 13th round. So wanted to. Little brother was in here. Little brother was Jesse. Help me out with this one, Jesse. I mean, come on, man. Where's it at? Where's it at? So, little brother 45 talking about 49ers backup has a legit chance of getting some serious playing time. Darnold being our backup is freaking embarrassing.
Based off of what?
Come on, man. I mean, what?
You can say that about the 32 other teams, I guess.
What are we talking about? There's the other one. It goes, Darnold being here is a huge check mark against Shanahan.
All right,
Shanahan
that's enough. Walk away from the keyboard, bro.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, no.
That's what we're finding to criticize Shanahan with now. Come on, little brother. Come on, big dog. Come on.
It's not very big brother of you, little brother.
Don't do that, man. These guys have one of the best teams in football, if not the best team in football. And
who is the best backup quarterback in the league? And what difference is that going to make?
Would it be Drew Lock? We're back.
Let's bring in our man, Will Z. William, what's happening, man?
Oh, not too much. How are you guys?
We good. What's up with you, Will?
Just getting ready for the holidays, busy time of year, but
You done with your
yeah.
Christmas shopping?
Oh no. I'm like halfway done.
What's the plan? I mean, are you gonna have to hit the malls? Are you going to Amazon it? What's the plan?
At this point, probably Target. We live right
along.
next to a Target, and they have everything. I love Target, so just go and do that. Just got to find some time. That's the hard part.
I agree.
Okay. Will, you want in on this?
Oh yeah, official entry.
So I got it.
It is lit.
Oh. Oh, okay. Got it. I got it. Okay. Let me just make sure. 1, because he retired. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8 NBA seasons for Arvydas Sabonis. 8 NBA seasons. Played them all with Portland. First season, 1995. Retired for the 2001-2002 season. Came back for the 2002-2003 season. Played 1 year. The most money Arvydas made was in 2000-2001 when he earned $11.2 million. Again, 8 seasons. Peaked at $11.2 million. Career earnings for Arvydas Sabonis. We will let William go first as he is the newest entrant into the program. William?
Fair. 51.
William goes 51 million. We will go to KC, who is currently 5 games under 500.
No, I'm only 3.
That's cap. You lost
Only
like
3
3
games.
times the last time we played.
No, I was 2 games at the time. I went 1 and 2 that day.
No,
3 games.
no. You are 5 games under 500. My order of
official
business
stat.
next week is to get our secondary music back.
I'm going.
Yep.
$44.5 million.
We're going $44.5 million for KC. Now the reigning defending champion, Jesse. William has 51. KC has 44.5. Jesse, you have what?
Let's go in between. Let's go 47.
Ladies and gentlemen, $47.8 million. This man, as he walks out of the studio, look at that. Look at, he's out of here. That's the winner right there. $47.838 million.
All I can do is do my Doc Rivers gift.
No? Yeah. It was a Doc Rivers gift indeed. Now, I did want to do this real quick. $47.8 million. That's how much Domantas Sabonis will make in 27-28.
Wild.
Domas going to be at Thanksgiving talking about, don't talk, you too broke to talk to me, Dad.
Yeah, man. Don't big bank take little bank.
Well, right. True, but I think Arvydas is still a lot bigger than Domas, isn't he?
Yeah, Arvydas
Like,
7'3".
I was going to say Arvydas' height is a shoot. Domas's height is a bit of a work, but Arvydas is a shoot.
He tell me, hey, little fella.
Yeah,
Domas, hey, little fella.
Domas, when he is 31 years old, the year his dad's career started in the NBA, he will earn $48.6 million. That's in the 2027-2028 season.
Wow. Yeah, it's got to be.
If it makes Arvydas feel any better, that's $86 million with inflation.
Well,
that's not how money works,
but maybe it might make him feel better, though.
It might. I was surprised by the 11. It feels like a big number for 2000, 2001. Yeah, he made 11.2 that year.
One of the best centers in the game at the time.
He was phenomenal. He was absolutely phenomenal. All right, Will. Where do we start? Did you watch any of the Celtics Warriors last night?
I did, yeah. Great game. good comeback by the Warriors. I thought that the Celtics couldn't make their shots, and they, looking at the numbers for today's game, they just, similar to the Kings, a make or miss team, and I think last night they just had one of their missing games, which is going to happen from time to time. It took some comebacks and rotation changes for the Warriors, but it was fun. It was a fun night in the NBA.
It really was, man. It was. Um, do you see Memphis with Ja being back there, being able to make a run into the play-in? It feels like they're just too far away. I mean, I think they're what, like 6 games out of the play-in, and that's before the Warriors start playing better.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
don't, I
six
don't
and a
know.
half.
I don't know if they can make that up to get into the play-in.
The hard part is that everyone is so close, and it's not like they have Utah. I think will kind of fall off, especially as the season goes on. But above them, you've got the Warriors, Suns, Rockets, Lakers as 11 to 8. Like those aren't teams that are going to fall off on purpose at the end of the year. Like they're going to be fighting to get into the play-in as well. So they're already ahead of the 2 teams that are going to be bad, I think. It's going to be tough, but I mean, did you guys see it yesterday too? A little fun fact. The only 2 teams that didn't play the Grizzlies yet in the Western Conference are the Kings and the Warriors.
I saw you tweet that.
Oh, it just made me chuckle. It's tough. It's a tough break for the Kings because obviously they're better with Ja back.
Yeah.
Especially, with I'm Cha obviously has a lot of pent-up energy. And I'm sure some frustrations, and I kept receipts and all of that. And but is he just back to being a 36 point per game guy? Is that what he's doing on a night-to-night basis? This is a different Grizzlies team than he left.
Yeah.
So he very well could be a 36 point per game guy without the accompanying W's.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be nights where he can do it all himself, and you beat a New Orleans or there's a variety of teams that you could beat when you have a player as skilled as Ja. But there's going to be nights where, get your stuff off, homie. You're playing the Sixers. You're going to score 36. Your team's going to lose by 15. It's not this, and that's not a critique or a criticism of Ja Morant. That's a critique and criticism of the Memphis Grizzlies.
I don't think
it's just not built.
I don't know if they have the 3-point shooting to win consistently. You've got Bane, he's at 38%, Kennard 37%, but after that, it's a big drop off. And they, especially last year, they focused so much on transition opportunities and using their speed and athleticism. You see them kind of struggle when they get into the half court, and I think that's where the shooting will kind of hurt them. I don't know if their roster, especially without Steven Adams, he opens so much with the screens, which sounds silly, but it's true. I just don't know if they have the roster to come back. But again, who knows? It's the NBA. Anything can happen.
About the team that the Kings got tonight, the Celtics. I talked earlier about how I want to see the Kings get in transition. There's a number of different reasons for that. Second night of a back-to-back. But I just also think about how potent this Celtics defense can be. And your best bet, in my opinion, is limit the times you got to deal with them set up defensively in the half court. Try and get in the open floor and get buckets that way, get shot opportunities that way. Are they also one of the top transition defense teams in the league? I'm assuming they are. And are they maybe the best in the half court?
So with transition, as this loads, it's taking its time.
Yeah, it's like times.
I know. I do know. Here it is. So opponent fast break points, they allowed 12.7 per game, which is 6th fewest in the league. So they are really good at limiting those transition opportunities. Kings are better, which is wild. They're at 10. That's tied for second least. I think one of the things that helps the Celtics in that aspect is that they don't turn the ball over very much. Only 13.5 times per game. That's tied for, or that is 19th. So it'll be on the Kings to kind of create those looks. Boston isn't going to give you those looks. So we see the Kings, to me, I think still are the best at their best when they're getting out and running. They take a ton of open threes at the beginning of the shot clock. So kind of working that offense early, maybe not getting all the way into the rim, but look for those open threes. And the Celtics will give open threes as well. Kenny, this stats for you to kind of transition out of that. Wide open threes. We always talk about how the Kings get a bunch of them. We've talked about that a lot. But the Celtics give up 21.3 wide open threes per game. That's fourth most in the league. So I don't know if it's just kind of luck or maybe they're choosing who they leave open, but Kings will get their looks tonight, even if it is in the half court, I think.
Who's picking up? Because obviously you wrote this article over on willzstats.com before we learned that Jason Tatum was going to be out tonight. This is a team obviously with a really good offense. Spoiler alert, and this is strong NBA analyst work on my part. Jason Tatum is a really good offensive player. Who picks up the slack, and how easy is it for this team to adjust with Tatum out?
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of a mix of everyone. It's going to be tough. I want to see what
Kenny's going to be mad.
Tatum
when
missed
Derek
any
White
games?
shoots even more tonight.
Well, I mean, there's no Tatum there, so now he's got to pick it up.
Oh, now you're okay with Derek White shooting more.
Yeah, he's got to.
Well,
now.
he was
There was
hobbled
a lot
last
of threes last night.
I know, Will.
No,
That's
he
what I'm trying
was.
to tell him. I know.
Yeah.
Nobody was
So
saying.
this is Tatum's first game missed
Good
this year.
looks.
So.
They were good looks. Sorry,
Yeah.
Will.
He had a really
You're good.
He had a really
I think it'll be a team-wide approach to kind of pick up the slack. Boston, what they do really well is they have so many shooters around Tatum and Brown because those two aren't necessarily great shooters from three-point range. Tatum was at 34.5%, Brown's at 33.9%. Like those are fine, especially for the types of looks that they get, usually contested, step backs, those types of shots. But their ensemble just shoots so well from beyond the arc. You've got Hauser at 43.1%, Derek White 41.5%, Kenny 41.5. That's pretty good. Drew Holiday 38.3, Peyton Pritchard 37.8, Al Horford, who's out tonight, 36.4. They just Tatum and Brown do such a good job of penetrating and getting the attention drawn to them that they're able to kick out. So a big part of that will be gone with Tatum out and not being able to kind of get him to initiate that aspect of their offense. I assume that they'll go with Brown to do that a little bit more tonight.
No, go ahead.
We saw I forgot the number. It was like 100-something 3-point attempts last night. I think it was 108. You think we get that tonight?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you've got the Celtics lead the league at 43 attempts per game from three, and the Kings are at third at 41.8. That's a lot of looks. I mean, even if they're at those averages, it's pretty far below what we saw last night. So maybe, I don't know if they break 100, but I'd bet heavily on it breaking 80 between the two teams, and that's a lot. And what the Celtics do is they have like the epitome of the layups and threes offense. So 74.8% of their field goal attempts are either from the restricted area or from three. That's the highest in the league. So they don't take floaters, they don't take mid-range shots. I mean, obviously some, but not many. So expect a lot of threes and a lot of layups from the Celtics tonight.
Do you what do you think about Domas in this matchup potentially with Porzingis, and I guess Queta is going to be part of that sometimes as well. Do you look at that? I know usually they talk about guys that are taller than him giving him problems, but this isn't. They're definitely taller, but they're not Valanciunas. Valanciunas is a creature. You know, Sabonis might be able to move these guys a little bit. What do you think about that matchup?
I like the lineup for him, or the matchup for him. As we talk, I'll see if I can find some historical data, but it's kind of the similar body type to Chet that we've seen Sabonis kind of attack this year. Obviously, Porzingis is more seasoned and stronger than Chet, but just that type of player compared to Sabonis is so stocky and strong. I'd like to see them try and get going inside. The Celtics are really good at defending the rim. I think opponents are shooting 60% or so in the restricted area, which is a really good number. So it's one of those things where try it early. If it works, great. If not, I don't know if I'd keep coming back to it. But yeah, and I'll see what I can find as we from last year and the years before on Sabonis and Porzingis.
Yeah, just looking at your write-up about the sixth best offense, the third best defense, second best net rating. Obviously, it's not rocket science. That's in the record. This team was, they're 21-6 now. It's a really good basketball team.
Yeah.
But I do think the component of Tatum out is fascinating because Keegan Murray now, if you wanted Keegan Murray on Jaylen Brown, that makes complete sense, where you probably had to make some decisions before that in terms of, Tatum or Brown, both guys who are capable of getting their buckets at any point. From a defensive standpoint, well, I feel like this opens up some things for Sacramento with Tatum out.
It definitely does. And it's what we've seen them struggle with is teams with multiple wings or multiple lengthier players that can go at you on offense. The Pelicans with Zion and Ingram, the Clippers with their myriad of isolation players. So I think it definitely allows them to key in and focus more. And then also just to close the loop on the Porzingis and Sabonis. Last year, Sabonis shot 0 of 3 when guarded by Porzingis. The year before that, though, he was 7 of 8. So take with that what you will.
What do I do with that?
I don't know.
I don't know what to do with that.
You can average them out, say 7 of 11.
Yeah, somewhere right in the middle.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, right. I don't know. Domas been eating lately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Domas been eating lately.
He's got his touch back the last 4 games at the rim. I said it a week or two ago.
I was gonna say at the rim, but then he had like a step back 3 the other night.
Yeah.
I said, yo, that's what we doing.
Everybody was hitting threes that night. It was only fair that Domas gets a step
step
back
back
in there.
Gets in on the fun.
I don't
He's
think
been making his threes.
I don't think he did that.
He makes
I'm
them
happy he's.
bunches.
It's great that he's getting the 3 up or whatever. I'm happy he's finishing those shots at the basket.
Yeah.
There's sometimes. I mean, you talk about Jaylen last night. He's so many of his shots just seem to roll off or hit the back of the rim and bounce out to where he can't even attempt an offensive rebound and get back up there. The fact that his as Will was pointing out there a second ago, his touch around the rim has gotten perfected. Yo, give me that. Give me that, because I know Domas going to be in the paint. Like, give me that. And if the occasional 3 is there, like, cool. But give me that touch around the paint.
Yeah, 83.3% the last 4 games.
Wow.
That's up from like 64% in the first 21.
Wow.
And that not only helps him by finishing the shots, but if he gets fouled or it's an and one, he's with his free throw struggles this year, it's so important to finish through the contact rather than relying on getting those fouls from the free throw line. It just kind of opens everything up. And if he starts hitting around the rim at that clip for a long stretch of time, teams will take notice, double teams, open up even more good looks.
Great stuff as always, Will. We appreciate you, my man. WillZStats.com. Hopefully all these numbers go into your machine and come out a dub tonight. And we'll talk to you on Friday ahead of Kings-Suns.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, care, Will. Dog.
So, man, poor Willsy got to go to Target.
Sometimes, sometimes
I
I'll
got
be
some
like,
things to order too.
I'll be like, man, I kind of like I like going out and every now and then just getting a feel of the holidays and what's going on. And then like I'm in line, I'm like, damn, I don't want to be here. Like, because the line is wrapped all the way around to the electronics department. And it's like,
it was like people at the store too act like they're the only ones at the store. Like, you trying to get around and this person's just taking up the whole aisle or whatever, just with their card and stuff. It's like, bro, I need to get around. Like, you're not the only one here. Or the store is trash.
Or the family walking 3 deep. Like, yeah, nah. Like this way, can't go around them. Yeah, that's tough. I'm not
but
for that.
you know, some of it has to do with like coming out of the pandemic when we couldn't go nowhere. Like, damn, I appreciate going to Target
Oh, I think that's part of what pre-programmed me was I got used to not going.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, I like ordering something from Amazon every 15 minutes.
Yeah, see, I don't. I mean, I like that aspect of it, but I need to go out, man. I need to go out and try something on.
Oh, stop it. Will you
like,
stop?
Oh,
you're not going to stores where you could try your clothes on. We
Yes,
all
I
know
am. What are you
your
talking
stores,
about?
your clothes come from overseas.
Stop.
Will you stop?
Where was my shirt from yesterday?
What shirt you have on yesterday?
That flannel shirt.
Palms Angels.
No.
Kenny was wearing
them. Domestic. That's
Kenny was
Palm
wearing
Angels.
that French shirt I can't pronounce last week. Was it Balenciaga? Givenchy?
Yeah.
I told you I can't. That's the shoot.
No, but Balenciaga, you got that right. That's just a different brand.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, one of those.
That's the other brand in Kenny's closet. Givenchy, Palm Angels.
Yesterday was just a nice, modest flannel.
Y'all couldn't see the back.
There was nothing there.
They had the Palm Angels on the back. Had all these other people wearing these flannels they dug out of the back of their closet. Here comes KC.
You'll find good old KC at Old Navy.
Good old KC.
At Target.
Shopping for Reese. Yes, we know.
No. I'll go get a nice little graphic tee from Target.
Graphic tees are fire. I've learned that that's where
one wear because they shrink.
That's where I draw the line. Is I will not like. I don't mind. I like nice clothes. Like I like to dress.
Yeah.
Someone asked us this. Oh, I think it was our man Justin. Justin Case. It's like, how much would you pay for a t-shirt? And I never thought about that before. I was like, I'm not paying very much. I don't like.
What's the
I'm not
most
a
you
big
ever paid
t-shirt.
for a t-shirt?
A t-shirt?
Yeah. It's probably
what I
close
tell
to
you.
100.
No, I don't think a t-shirt. I don't think I have.
I mean, some of the brands you have, it's not like it's a $17.99 t-shirt.
I paid for one of them. The
Honor to Give.
Well, okay, so that's the thing. What I tell you the other day at the concert, I ordered like 5 Honor the Gift t-shirts.
It was crazy.
I barely liked because they were like $10.
That was crazy.
They was on sale for like 80%. I was like, add to cart. Add to cart.
They should be coming soon. I got
those too. Tell it. Yo, Jazz, if you're listening, I can attest to this. They was $10.
I sent her the little link. I was like, yo, check this out. Because they have women's stuff too. I was like, check this out if you want some.
Because I'm about to order mine right now. Jazz, I can attest to this. Those shirts were legit like $10.
Yeah, it was crazy.
You see this jacket I got? Jacket was like $30.
Crazy.
Oh, don't get it twisted. I like nice clothes, but I'll bargain hunt.
Oh, for sure.
If Instagram gonna serve me an ad that say honor the gift is 75% off, I'm on it.
A lot of times I don't be paying full price, man. Like I shop for deal. Like if a deal comes across my way, that's the problem. Deal comes across my way, I have a hard time passing it up because it's a deal.
I think the most I have a Balenciaga shirt that I have a friend that helped.
That's big time, right?
That's probably the most expensive. I have another designer shirt that I don't even like. Thank God it was a gift. I don't even like it.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh, stop it! You were okay.
I'm crazy, bro. I'm just saying, bro.
You walked in here with a Givenchy crew neck the other day with gratitudes on.
Wow.
Anybody else get gratitude? The shoe I got, everybody can get. You could walk into the mall and buy the shoe I got. Them threes.
Your mind.
Oh.
Shout out to everyone getting the 3 for 15 white tees like your boy.
You didn't.
I ain't mad at that. And they need to do better with the V-necks.
I don't like V-necks.
They need to do better with that. And they need to do
I just need to get Jesse more D-Lo and Casey gear because that's
the only thing I wear, to be honest. I got like a bunch of D-Lo and Casey hoodies.
I need to get
I need to get one more for the winter. One more for the winter.
Yeah, I got you. I'm actually meant to. I started an order the other day and just lost track of what I was doing and couldn't remember who was what and deleted the whole thing.
That might have been when the Eagles lost the game.
That I did that?
Yeah.
It could have been.
I just wanted to mention the Eagles losing again.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with nothing. You want me to leave? Let's get Eric in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, E?
What's cracking, Dang?
Hey, no, man. How you? You ready for the night?
Oh, man, I'm I left work early. I hate that it's raining, but I'm about to go get it in at Tom's right before the game, right before I go in.
Yeah. Should clear up.
But unfortunately, I went down to San Francisco last night, and I call you guys' show not as often as I want to, work duties and whatnot. So but I'm saying that I respect y'all's basketball opinion, and I don't know how much you guys watch the Celtics. I watch every single game. And I want, and on the way in, I was talking to Jess. I know he's a Celtic fan too. Like, I give me some hope, because what I see is the same thing. I see not being able to close. I don't think Tatum, as I've always stated on this show, I don't think Tatum is him when it matters. He can go get you 30, but shot selection, mindset, the whole nine, I just don't think he has it. And it started in the bubble when Bam went up and got him at the rim on the game-winning dunk. He got blocked. And it just seems like since then it's step-back threes, dribble the clock out, and if I make this, this heave, then, we win. If not, we'll go into overtime. I mean, I don't see it. I don't see that killer instinct. You got Steph on you. He got 5 fouls. I mean, the Warriors were playing small. I mean, and here's the thing with the Celtics. They lead the league in 2-point percentage shots, but they're 30th in 2-point attempts. So you tell me if his mindset, and I don't even blame Mazzulla, just because, he's new on the job. He's kind of wet behind the ears. Like, these guys have been together for years. If they haven't taken the step now, when will they?
Man, you know what Eric goes to show you? All fan bases are exactly the same.
That's facts. Me and Eric, love Eric, he's a Celtics fan. We are completely different as far as when it comes to the Celtics.
Seems 21-6 in E sounds like it's over for us. That man had to now to be fair to E, he had to experience that game last night in person.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it's probably a bit tough.
I was
to
watching
shake.
that game like, oh yeah, here we go again with the Warriors. Like, yeah.
I got to talk about that, because the Tatum thing. I want to hear what Jesse got
me
to
too.
say. I'm a little removed, as opposed to Eric and Jesse. So I want to hear what they got to say about it.
We'll come back, and I think James Ham. Well, I know James Ham will join us here. It's a game day. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All I see is this man. What is? What is that?
Nell got arrested, man.
Oh man! All I saw was the picture in the small screen. Like, what is going on down there?
Lisa, you're lucky Tatum snapped his ankle in that game 7.
I gotta log in. Hammer.
Universal deal, Weezy. Send it in.
There we go.
It's facts, Dr. David. Mark Jones says it, we live it. Kendrick Perkins on PTI right now. The headline, do the Warriors still need Draymond?
Nope.
Warm it up.
Nope. Boot his ass out of here.
Norm, Celtics don't have those problems. They're 2-1 on back-to-backs.
Now the new narrative. The Kings struggle with teams on the second night of a back-to-back. No, not the Kings back-to-back. The other teams back-to-back. Show some facts on Threads. Damien, Threads is different. We bring facts. Okay. Sorry I didn't show any facts over there. This is it's actually Banana Republic, but it was designed by my man Prep Curry. He did a little limited release for them maybe 2 years ago. And this was one of the joints he put out. But yeah, it's Banana Republic, but it's designed by my man Prep Curry. Appreciate you, Lazy. D-Lo, CMC has a partnership with Lucid. So if it's good enough for the best running back, I didn't know that. I didn't know. It's not that it's not that I didn't think it was good enough. I love it. It's just a lot more expensive. I think their bottom tier car is 76,000. I mean, it's really, really nice, but I think it's like 76,000. Like that's a lot. That's a lot for a car. Oh, you should do that. So the only thing with you though is like charging. That's the only thing I'd be worried about. Is because you're in an apartment complex, right? Oh, okay. Hey, as long as you don't mind doing that stuff, I like I'd recommend I like having an electric car. I really would love a Lucid because that's the only thing that I think in terms of longevity, technology, the whole thing is comparable to a Tesla. It's just a lot more expensive. Like a Tesla, especially if you could do it right now, you could get it for like 40 something thousand because you get all those rebates. You get a ton of rebates, which is why I'm considering trading mine in because I'm having problems with mine. Get a brand new one, it'll in the end only cost me like $5,000 more. Because yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Donovan Mitchell landing on your Heat. Yeah, it's possible. I'm tired of the Heat talking about superstars coming to their team. But I like Donovan. Sorry, bro. Not yet. All right, man. We got a game tonight. You want to weigh in on what your man E said about E's called this show for years. He's a Celtics fan.
Yep. Shout out, E.
He's not a Tatum fan, though. He does not seem to like Jason Tatum.
I don't know if he doesn't like Tatum. I just don't think he believes in Tatum.
Eric doesn't think Tatum can lead him, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't believe
think he can be that guy. And like Eric says, like Tatum, he recently like falters in crunch time and stuff like that. Like there's going to be times like Tatum's going to have the ball in his hands when it's crunch time and stuff like that. He's going to have bad days. He's also going to save you in Game 6 against Philadelphia when nobody else was doing anything. That series was over, cooked, all of that. All right, over. Nobody was doing anything. Who saved him? Jason Tatum. Take it a year before. All right, Game 6 against Milwaukee. What did he do? He went for like 40 plus or whatever. Game 7 against Philly. After the Game 6 where he saved them, what did he do? He went for like 50. He's got moments. He also has some where he's faltered and not done well, but he's that dude. He's proved it multiple times. The Warriors final series, that was bad. But like I said, he's got other moments too to show like, yes, he can do it too.
Tatum is
Don't
him.
get all hot at me. I'm a Tatum guy.
Tatum is him. There's maybe 10 other people in the world who could do what Jason Tatum does.
Yeah.
And I do see like Eric Tatum does take like just stupid pull-up threes sometimes where it's just like, what are you doing? Get to the rim and stuff like that. But it's just kind of, you got to take what you get from him.
Yeah.
Because other times he's going to pull it out for you.
My issue, and we've talked about it a little before we have fun with it, but seriously, my issue is sometimes I don't think he's assertive enough. Like I think he needs, and this could be a flaw of his. Like sometimes I'll be like, hey, draw something up for him. Sometimes he's got to demand, like, me to rock. Let me do this. He did it in those Game 6s and things of that nature. I think my frustration will be there are times when I want him to put his imprint on this game more in big moments, and he's a little passive sometimes. Do you see that from him at all?
I'll counter that, but like Boozy threw it out there. Like you got guys who are just on the 3-point line, like ready to go. Like I'm fine with him passing up shots or whatever. I think I don't fully agree with he needs to be more aggressive. I think he's aggressive enough and stuff like that. The Warriors game yesterday was one thing, dealing with an ankle, whatever. But I mean, you got players where you can share the ball still.
Well, and he can still share the ball, but I also, and then this goes back to coaching, and I don't know if it's exclusively to Missoula because I feel like Stevens did the same thing. They always they get the ball to Tatum a lot of times at the top of the key, and they put him in an isolation situation.
No, that's an issue. That's kind of like what Trista was talking about yesterday with like they kind of get into crunch time or clutch time, whatever you want to call it. And it's just they go away from everything they were doing. They go ISO ball. They've been doing it since the bubble, and it makes no sense to me.
But even in depth in that is they put him at the top of the key. And that's where all the help can come. You got to help him. Where's he going to go? Essentially, they wall up to a certain degree. You got the guy guarding them, which is the best perimeter defender on each team. And then they got these other guys right outside the key. And so, yeah, he's going to kick it out to Derek White because he's wide open because they're doing that. I'd like to see him more, in maybe on a extended block area. Sometimes put him in different places.
That one I'll throw on Joe Mazzulla because he needs to save Tatum from himself. Because I agree, like, yes, I don't like when he's just dribbling up top or whatever. And it's just, you only have so many options. Like that, Joe Mazzulla probably has to save him from himself then. Because Tatum is like, he's a pull-up guy.
Tatum, my guy. Get his jersey, man.
Don't worry, Eric. We'll be fine.
By the summer, I'll have it because that's when you wear the basketball jerseys in the summer. It's my guy. It's my guy.
I know that's your guy.
You know what I mean? That's my boy.
You're not getting a jersey.
Stop.
But all this talk about Tatum's not playing tonight.
He's not. My other guy is though. My boy is 5. No.
Oh.
My boy's 5.
Okay.
That's my boy. He getting the first. Him or Malik? I haven't decided. I don't know, man. I think that's gonna be Fox and then Malik. It's gonna be Fox.
Okay.
But
if I got a jersey, which I won't, it would be Malik's. I get a Malik jersey. Yeah. That's my boy. That boy is nasty. Yeah. He is nasty, and he is playing tonight.
He's in. He's in.
Yeah, it looks at least it looked like it. De'Aaron's definitely playing tonight. It's his birthday, and Tatum is not. I think this does switch things up from a defensive perspective. I think we could have Keegan and Jalen, nightly, or for the whole night, I should say. You also have the Derek White component. Derek White, despite Kenny's criticisms, shot pretty well last night.
No, all joking aside, he was cooking last night.
Yeah,
he was cooking.
I think the guy you watch tonight too is Porzingis. I think with Tatum out, he'll get his tonight. He'll get his shots. Him and Brown will be the focal points tonight. They're gonna get him involved a lot.
Look out for Drew. I think Drew might say, "Oh, you need to score here. I'll step up a little bit."
The Drew on Fox tonight.
Drew on Fox. I think you might see Jalen on Fox from time to time. You might even see Derek White get a shot. I think they're going to try to keep fresh legs on Fox.
I see. Well, all right. Certainly a different dynamic with Jason Tatum out, man, but it'll be a fun game for sure as the Kings continue this 6-game homestand, but kick off the most difficult part of the 6-game homestand with these next 3 games. It begins with the now 20-6, right? Is that right? 20-6 Boston Celtics?
20. It ain't 21 yet.
20-6.
That ain't happening until like the weekend.
That's fine. It's the 20-6 Boston Celtics. And of course, they've got the Suns on Friday and the Timberwolves on Saturday for the dreaded back-to-back. This, a second night of a back-to-back for the Boston Celtics as the NBA world was locked in to Ja Morant's return in New Orleans last night. And the night capped off with an overtime game between the Warriors and the Celtics, a game where the Warriors came from behind to get the victory. And we've seen, I think, only once, not counting the Clippers because both teams were on the second night of a back-to-back. I think the only other time the Kings have played a team on the second night of a back-to-back, it was Denver. I'm pretty confident that's true.
Of that earlier.
Again, not counting the Clippers game because both teams were on the second night of a back-to-back. But Denver was on the second night and without Jamal Murray. You've got Boston on the second night tonight.
Smell what you're cooking.
Without Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
I ain't apologizing for nobody. This
Absolutely
stuff happens during the season, but they did a great job of taking advantage of that second night. They did a great job of taking advantage of the fact Jamal Murray was out. I hope they can do the, obviously it's a different team. I hope they could do the same thing tonight, though.
Yeah. I mean, you've got an opportunity to catch a team when, they're not 100% or they're down a little bit. This is, another thing that good teams really do. If you're not 100% and you're not at full strength going up against those guys, you know, they make you pay for that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're looking for tonight. Like I said, like you, I would have loved to seen Tatum just because I love his game. I love watching him play basketball, but he's not going to be there. And the Kings got to take advantage of this opportunity.
First time Boston hasn't been favored all season.
Wow.
Really?
Crazy.
Yeah. Kings by 2.5 is
Wow.
Vegas right now. Or Kings minus
Wow.
2.5, I guess.
Interesting. I'd like to see, you know, we mentioned earlier in the week after the Kings played the Wizards, that was a, for lack of a better word, starter. There was a heavy starter game. The Fox and Herter and Domas and Keegan Harrison, those guys all played really well. I'd like to see, you know, Kevin Herter was a little bit better against the Wizards. I hope he can find his groove here. We've seen the ups and downs with him already this season. What felt like the trenches in the preseason, with all of the who's starting, who's not, all of that different type of stuff. To, all right, he's found his legs, he's found his shot, he's found his groove. Probably most importantly, he's found his confidence. And now he's kind of in a little bit of a lull. Not like a drastic lull. Again, he had 11 the other night, but we have seen him, you know, 1 for 3 in a game. We have seen him, you know, have 2 points, 3 points, stuff like that over the course of the last week or so. I'd like to see him find a groove a little bit tonight. And if you're able to get that, I'm confident in Fox every night. I'm confident in Domas every night. We're almost to the point where I'm confident in Keegan every night. Like, I really thought Keegan was due for like somewhat of a letdown game. Like, if you said the the game after Keegan scored 47, here are the numbers for the non-Domas Fox players. 11, 18, 25. Which one's Keegan Murray? I probably would have said he's probably 11, but maybe 18. He followed that up with 25. Like, he's bro's finding his groove as not an NBA player, but as like a main piece of a team NBA player.
Hey, man, it is December 20th. In the month of December, Keegan Murray, 20.4 points per game, 4.9 rebounds. He's shooting 53% from the field, 51% from beyond the arc. Some of this is skewed, obviously.
You said 51?
51. Some of this is obviously skewed by
Little bit.
what happened on
No,
Saturday.
that's fine.
But even if Saturday was a 27-point night, not 47-point night, he's probably still averaging like 19, you know, and shooting 47% from 3. Like, I'm not expecting this to be who he is for his career, but damn, if he's 18 points a night and super efficient, shooting like 50% from the field, mid 40s from 3, we keep talking about it. They may have the 3. They the big 3 like they started a league.
Thanks, Drake. J. Cole.
We getting Drake bars tonight for this game? Is the Drake bars game?
Oh, we're undefeated.
Yeah. Can I tase you tomorrow?
In Drake bar games.
We're doing the Goldberg taste tomorrow?
It ain't happening because Drake bars will happen tomorrow.
Oh, certified
This is a
Drake bar game.
certified Drake bars game. Undefeated on the season.
As everyone knows, the Kings have never lost on a certified Drake
Never
bars
lost.
game.
14-0 on Drake bars games.
14-0.
Sorry, Jesse, it's not happening tonight. Ain't happening tonight, baby.
It's gonna be a fun game. I can't wait.
I feel bad for someone who's not in on that bit. Oh, wow, they're 14-0 and Kenny's going to do Drake bars? That's crazy.
Somebody go to their bookie and put everything they got on the game. They don't lose with Drake bars.
I heard KC say, man, keep that streak going.
And we say all this about Keegan, not even taking into account his defense. I think on that night,
every write-up we read like 8 of them.
Yeah.
It was all about Keegan Murray and what he's done on the offensive end.
I think on that 47-point night, I saw a stat where when he was guarding somebody, they were like 2 of 9, you know, from the field or something like that. Like, it's a problem, man. He's a problem on both ends of the floor.
It's the birth of the two-way player in Sacramento.
Wow.
Never thought it happened. It's happening. The birth
Never would have made it.
Is his defense like the most surprising part of his game since he's come into the league? Just the fact that like, it's this good. Like, did anyone expect him to be like locked down?
No.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all.
James.
There he is.
James appears to have made it out of Target with a bunch of hoodies. Oh, they're insiders. Okay, I didn't know.
Would you guys like red or blue?
Well, Kenny, why don't you tell us? Who you claiming today, KC?
Suge Caraway.
Wow, I know, right?
I'll take
Club 662 over here.
I'll take a blue.
Wow.
I got a lot of red in my closet.
Wow. Mm.
Wow.
We'll go
Hear
medium.
that?
Medium for your boy. Appreciate you, man.
Right.
Thank you.
Santa.
Thank you, Santa Ham.
Yeah, well, I was gonna do blue too, and I'm a large guy, so that's fine as James.
Whoa.
Well, all right.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait. No.
You can't be doing that, bro. You can't. What is wrong with you?
That's illegal contact.
Closer because I have this feeling.
James brought my flags closer so I could throw one on myself. All right.
You could always throw the challenge too. We got the challenge flag.
Who reviews the challenge?
Me.
Roger Jesse in there. Jesse
Yeah,
Goodell.
I'm Jesse Goodell, Roger Tapia, whatever you want to call me.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep your
I'm
timeouts.
keeping my challenge. I'm keeping my timeouts. I'm tucking the challenge flag back in my sock. It was a little egregious.
You know, throw like Bill Belichick did to that ref that one week.
It's my bad. It's my bad. I got it tucked back into my sock here as we bring in our insider of the insiders, as he wasn't even ready for me, but I still put him on the screen. It's James Ham here as you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Hammer, we'll start with this. No Tatum tonight. De'Aaron Fox's birthday. Second night of a back-to-back for the Celtics. What's your gut feeling on this game before it gets underway tonight?
Yeah, this team looked dog tired last night.
Mm-hmm.
Run them off the board. Mm-hmm. Just like put your foot down, run. I don't think Al Horford's playing because he doesn't play in the second night of back-to-back, which means they don't have a heavyweight fighter down there to go against Sabonis, unless we count Neemias Queta. So like I would love to see a one-on-one matchup all night long against Domas and Porzingis.
One thing that reminds me of too is last year, Celtics had Horford and Tatum. They were throwing him on Domas like all game last year. They won't have those guys this year, so we'll see what happens.
I would even assume that Tatum would have defended Fox for a certain amount of time because they like to throw all kinds of mixes, but they still have great defenders like Drew Holiday. Derek White's a good defender.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can throw Brown on him.
Jalen is,
yeah, they've got all kinds of like matchup issues that you can throw at him, but just don't get caught in the battle if you're Fox. Like there's a battle and then there's a war. Win the war. Don't worry about the battle. Make your teammates better. You don't have to go for 50 because Jason Tatum's watching and he went 3 spots ahead of you in the draft. Just go out there and play your game.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying on now. I think his game is to get 30, 35. That's his game this year. Like, that's what he does. You know what I mean? And it's within the flow of the offense. It's part of the offense because right now he is one of the more unguardable players in the game today. What I would want to see him do, though, is I want to see him attacking. Like, don't settle for threes. Don't settle for jump shots. Look to attack and get to the line even. And when I say attack, that's in the half court, but get that ball off a miss, even off some makes. Attack the basket. Like you talked about, James, these guys played a tough game last night, tired legs. Run. That's part of running them. Even if you got to take it out of after a made basket, run up the floor. The thing that I don't want to see from the Kings today is I don't want to see a lot of flat fouls, which slows the game down and gives the Celtics the rest they may need tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. They look like they lost their legs like mid-third quarter. And this is their third game in 4 nights. They're on a back-to-back, but third game in 4 nights. One of those games was in Boston. They flew all the way to the West Coast. They lose a tough game to Golden State in overtime. Like, you could see them run out of gas mid third, late third, early fourth, and the shots stop falling. That's who they are right now. So go out there and take advantage of the situation. Just like, Minnesota's not going to let you off the hook on Saturday. Like, that back-to-back is coming for you. You need 2 of these 3 wins right here. This is a tough, tough 3-game set. You need 2 of them, and you're better than at least 2 of these teams, in my opinion. Regardless of record, you're a matchup problem for them. You're better than them. Go out there and beat them.
You think the Celtics, I think it was 58 threes last night?
It's wild.
It's probably part of a sign of being tired, right? It's easier to I think that was the flow of the game because the Warriors shot 50. But you think we see 58 shot attempts from them tonight?
No.
Like I asked Will Z earlier. You think we see 100 threes between the two teams tonight like we saw last night?
I don't think so. No, I think the Kings are getting a game plan to take away the 3. That's the Celtics offense. They really don't have a true post-up player outside of Tatum. I mean, I don't like Porzingis as a true post-up player. They're going to have a tough time. Like, this is the Kings they've got crushed by the Celtics too many times in recent years. They look at this, they've circled it. They did not practice yesterday. They watched film. I'm not sure that I 100% believe that. But this is a game where, like, the target is lined up for you. Like, just stay focused, do what you do. Don't worry about them. And you should have the ability to beat this team without Tatum.
The other thing about this whole situation, not only this game, you take it one game at a time, but not only this game, but this stretch of 3 games, I think this team is ready for this moment. I think they are looking forward to this moment to prove that they're one of the elite teams in the league, and they've got an opportunity in front of them right here to win 2 of 3, maybe win all 3, and make an early season statement that not that they really care, but just maybe even prove to themselves and just put the league on notice that all the people thought it was a fluke or couldn't do it because of injuries and all this other stuff. No, we're for real. We're here. You're going to deal with us this year. They got an opportunity to make that statement in the next 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, and I would point out that the Kings are so far ahead of where they were last year. Like, last year, they got to 7 games over 500 on like January 17th. So they really are trending the right direction. And when we got to last season, I know there were so many teams that we thought would tank for Victor Wembanyama. Not a lot of teams did. Like, if you look at this year's records of some of these teams, the bottom 7 teams in the league are absolute garbage. They aren't trying, or at least they're not able to win. So when you're looking at, I'll take Memphis and kind of cross them off that list, but Utah, Portland, San Antonio, Detroit, Washington, Charlotte, even I'm going to guess that Chicago, we can throw in that mix when they start to tear that thing apart. That means the Kings haven't even played these guys. Like, look at how many games that they can win in the second half of the season when the basketball gets real. This lines you up. If you start picking off these games right now, you're 10-3 at home, you can get to, somehow you win all 3 and you're 13-3 coming out of this, and you're, what would that put you? 10 games over 500 right now? You would hope that even playing 500 ball the rest of the season, you're already a playoff team without any question. But you could be a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, I mean, even you talked about 3-0. You mentioned 2-1 earlier, like 12-4 at home. Like that's a good number. That's up there with the big boys. I don't think Houston's going to maintain the 11-1 record that they have. I don't think they're going to maintain that clip in Houston. But when you look at Denver, Milwaukee, Boston, those are teams that have really, really good home records. That's certainly what you want to see from Sacramento as you hope they take another step forward this year. I'm going to ask you the question because it's obviously been a big few weeks for Keegan Murray. I'm going to ask you a big few games for Keegan Murray. The question that Jesse asked us a second ago, is what he's doing on the defensive end more surprising to you than what he's doing on the offensive end?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, because, I watch a lot of footage of him. I watched him play a lot in college, and just randomly, like during the season, and even like their big tournament, I watched him play where he was like a 37, 38% 3-point shooter. And then he had a blow up couple of games like towards the end of the season, which pushed him well over 40%. I looked at him and everyone talked about his defensive prowess at that level, and it just did not look like it would translate. Like we talked about it before, like the shot blocking was never going to translate. No one is going to allow him to be a weak side shot blocker like he was at the college level. So we haven't seen the like 1.6 or 1.8 blocks per game like he was in college. But even like the motion, like his movement, he said, okay, he can be a league average, maybe a little bit better than that. I would not have put him at a plus defender at all. Then he goes into the offseason and he works out like a crazy man. And the Kings really focused on leaning him down, letting him build up his upper body, but getting him stronger, but really working on flexibility, mobility. He comes in and he said, like right away, like I'm a better athlete right now than I was before. And I don't think I've ever, I've seen players improve and get more physical and all that stuff, but to have someone say, I'm just flat out a better athlete, that's weird. That doesn't usually happen when a player goes from his first season to his second season. They get better at shooting. They get better at the nuances of the game. They get stronger. They can add some weight, all that stuff. But have someone just flat out become a better athlete, and that's what we're seeing. It's not like he's a whole lot different than he was in college, except for he's just quicker. He won't get burned time and time again by Steph Curry going to the basket like what we saw in the playoffs. He's just a better athlete. He can move quicker. He can get to the spot better. And I think that's the most surprising thing for me from this whole season. Although, like, again, he just dropped 47. That was pretty surprising as well.
Yeah. We talked about it a little bit before you came on, but I mean, in the month of December, skewed a little bit by 47, but he's averaging 20.4 points per game, 4.9 rebounds, shooting 53% from the field and 51% from beyond the arc. And that's before we talk about what he's able to do on the defensive end. And like I said, it skewed a little bit by 47, by 12 or 15 from beyond the arc. But, I mean, this is a guy that's a mid-40s, going to be a mid-40s career three-point shooter, in my opinion, especially with the role that he plays in Sacramento, where it's going to be a lot of wide-open catch-and-shoot threes. I mean, I have no problem saying it. He's better than I thought he would be. And I thought he was a good prospect coming out of college. He's better as an offensive player, and he's way better as a perimeter defensive player than I thought he would be.
Yeah.
Already.
I mean, this is what the Kings kept kind of quietly saying. Like, this is going to be an all-star level player. And we haven't got there yet. I mean, it's been a week of him being like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Like, it's not like he's been this a whole season. He certainly took some time to adapt to, I think, both physically being like bigger and heavier than he was before. But then on top of that, like just what it takes to defend like that on one end and go to the other end and still have your legs, his body's figuring it out. And that's something that, we saw it last year with Monk and with Herter. Like, sure, they had played good minutes before on other teams, but they had never played the type of minutes that the Kings were asking them to do, where they were playing as hard as they were, where they were running around in that offense as much as they were. And they just ran out of juice for certain portions of the season. They eventually figured it out and finished strong. Take Herter's playoffs off the table. I mean, his last 6 weeks of the season were really good. But now we're seeing it with Keegan, who's a younger player who has this ability to, show you something that you didn't think he had. So yeah, I'm impressed. I think he's changed my mind 100%. Not just I didn't think he was a bad prospect. I didn't think he was a bad choice by the Kings. I just kept saying, like, you probably should have got something out of Detroit so they aren't sitting there snickering and acting like they got over on you on draft night and they got Jaden Ivey, the guy they wanted, and everyone in the league knew they wanted. Right? They didn't want to go get Keegan Murray. They wanted Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, who's laughing now?
The Kings are. Yeah, the Kings are. But I would still argue the Kings would have really been laughing if they had Keegan Murray and Sadiq Bey side by side. And we didn't have to worry about that because, they would have.
Well, wasn't the problem with that was everyone knew that the Kings weren't taking Jaden Ivey, that they were taking Keegan Murray?
Well, yeah, that's part of it. But, like, this is a game you got to play. And, like, again, they let
gotta
that.
Bluff better.
Yes, for some reason I got out there because
Yeah.
if you go back to the year before, no one knew
Mhm.
they were drafting Davion Mitchell.
Mhm.
No one.
Mhm. Including Davion Mitchell,
No.
if I remember correctly.
He never even met with them
Yeah.
at all. Yeah, just wild.
He told that story to Mark and Chris Haynes. They got, or I said that weird. Mark Stein and Chris Haynes. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I didn't even talk to Sacramento." That's great.
Yeah.
Not picking on these guys. At some point, do you have to know what you're getting from Harrison and Kevin Huerter on a night-to-night basis? Because right now it feels like you don't. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes you get what you got from Harrison the other night against Washington. Sometimes you get what you get from Harrison a couple of nights ago. Does Mike have to know what he's getting from these guys?
Well, I think if we start pinning in Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and now Keegan Murray and Malik Monk,
yeah.
if you got 4 players that you can write and pen what they're going to do numbers-wise, then it's okay for this other group of 4 to kind of take turns.
Okay.
Like, I think that, and if that's the case, just to be completely honest, that makes them very, very movable, not just like on the market, but in the Kings' eyes. Like, if you can't really write down and know what they're going to get on a nightly basis, what they're going to give you. Okay, you can take a step back in talent, overall talent at that position to go get a better 3-and-D version of those players without like a lot of trying.
Feeling, sure.
Yeah. So I mean, again, if they can't, Kevin Huerter's not averaging 15 and pushing the envelope on who's your 3rd or 4th best player, then can you get a player that just fits and plays really, really well defensively and is just more of a straight 3-and-D guy? Yeah, the answer is yes, you can.
That's one of the things that we talked about yesterday. I talked about it's like you looked at the just the way the game goes. Like if Keegan is this 21 point per game score or something like that, well, you're getting Keegan giving you 21. You're getting Domas giving you 18 to 25. You got Fox giving you 28 to 32. Monk will come in with 15 to 20. You got all that guaranteed. Now, out of Barnes, Huerter, and I'd say Trey Lyles, I just need one of you guys to have a good game. Like, I just need one of you guys. I don't care which one it is. One of you guys give me double digits, give me like 11, and we're probably going to win 60% of our games.
And then even you can take it a step further. If you have 2, throw Sasha Vezenkov in there. If you have 2 of that group,
now you're cooking.
Give you 9 to 11, then you're really difficult to beat.
Right.
You're really difficult to beat, especially like, and you can, like, on occasion, it could be a guy like Keon Ellis who surprises you and has a 17-point game like he has. He's also had like a 10-point game, 12-point game. Like those games, they don't look that huge on the stat sheet, but when you try to slow down all of these really high level scorers, you got 4 guys that can go for 30 on any given night. And this team might have 6 that can go for 30 on any given night. But then you have these other guys who hit you for 7 or 8, but there's 3 of them that do it. That's just, it's nearly impossible to defend.
It's one of those things, like, because people talk about all KC thinks about its offense. It's not the offense necessarily. It's, you guys got to understand how hard that is to go up against. Like if Kevin Durant did a podcast about it, he's like, what do we do? Everybody can score. Like mentally, the pressure that puts on you, not only on the defensive end, but to try to keep up with a team like that. That's a lot. You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean that defense doesn't matter. It just means, like, if you can get infinite firepower, that's going to be hard to beat.
Well, I'd add too that, I mean, like, to single out Kevin Durant, it's really tough when you're a team like the Suns and you got these 2 or 3 guys that are going to shoot all the shots. And so if they're hot, then they're going to win. But if they're not, like, they've kind of taken the option of the other guys helping. That's, I think, the beauty of the Kings. Like, Fox is going for 30 almost every night. Like, I mean, that the snarky comment he had to Sean 2 days ago about, like, well, I'm great
every night.
I'm great, consistently great every night, right? So, but he is. So, like, I'm not going to fault him for saying it. He's had 3 games this season where he hasn't been. That's pretty good in 25 games or what he's played 20, right? Like he's been consistently great. Well, he's not the only guy. The Kings don't live and die just by what De'Aaron Fox does. Where some of these other teams who have star players, well, Dallas Mavericks, they live and die by Luka and Kyrie. The Kings are living and dying by like a whole bunch of guys, and it's okay to distribute it that way. Even Golden State, like if Steph doesn't have that game that he had last night, they get absolutely run over. But the dude just keeps hitting threes. There's nothing you can do about it.
And then you got Keon Ellis, who just kind of balances a lot of the stuff we see on the defensive end. Now we talk about Keegan, talk about De'Aaron, talk about what those guys are doing defensively. Keon, you talk about having an opportunity or earning an opportunity, getting an opportunity, and taking advantage of it. Keon can have a night where he's 0 for 2, and it doesn't matter because, like Keon is impactful when he's out on the floor. He's one of the really cool King stories of the last couple of years.
I totally agree, especially for a two-way player to have this type of impact and to steal somebody's rotational spot.
Yeah.
And just like, look, this is who I am. This is what I do. Brian Cruz in the chat, he brought up Matisse Thybulle. Like that's the type of player I'm saying, like, look, if you don't have consistency from Herter or Barnes, like you can go swap these guys out and find players like Matisse Thybulle, and you might have stumbled into one with Keon Ellis. I don't know that he is the pure lockdown individual defender that Matisse Thybulle is, but his ability to get through screens, to fight through, like what Mike Brown started, he said, again, he's not Bruce Bowen, but the way that he can go over a screen and fight through it and have no problem, or he can go under a screen, but then zip right up and eat that space and not allow a shooter to get a shot off, even going under the screen. He's like, that's what Bruce Bowen did. That's what made Bruce Bowen so great. Keon Ellis is showing that he can do that. Plus, he brings a joy and an energy to the court that, it doesn't matter what sport you play in. If you got one of those dudes on your bench, if Kenny's basketball team has a kid who might not be as good as everybody else, but man, he's fun and he's a joy and he leads the team huddle and he's grabbing other teammates by the hand and like, they're all excited and like he's that guy. That's Keon. That's what he's bringing. He's bringing just a good energy that I think Malik brings, but also we all know you can't bring it every day. And now you got two of them that can bring that type of energy off the bench. Some days you don't got it. Malik won't have it. Now you got a second guy who can just like, oh, I got you. I see we're struggling right there and come in with a different energy.
I can't imagine Malik Monk not coming in with energy. That's hard to believe. That's hard to believe. And if Kenny had a kid like Keon, he wouldn't play him. He ain't here for energy. You better get some buckets.
Oh no, I need
Kenny's team.
Oh. I need energy, man.
You need those kids, man.
I need it. Well, it helps if you can get buckets, but see, this is the funny thing about radio KC and Coach KC. You don't defend. I don't have a whole lot of spot free. I got people that can score. I can draw up a play to get anybody.
Yeah, but what if the kid says, "Hey, Dad, you didn't defend"?
Not
speak.
I used to be the glove dog. I was the glove. I was locked down.
Oh, okay.
I was locked down. But then, they needed me to score 25. I can't do everything.
Of course not.
So that's what happened.
Okay.
But yeah, you got to defend.
Yeah,
got to defend.
That's Keon.
Yeah.
Is it as simple as Keon's taller than Davion? It can't be that, right? It's something else.
Oh no, he's wiry. He's longer. Like wingspan. It's not just that Davion isn't very tall. It's that he's built like Isaiah Thomas. He's like blocky and doesn't have long arms.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And Davion just keeps working and working out. Yeah, I mean, he's built like a linebacker. That's tough to get through a small space when someone's trying to set a screen on you. When you're built like that, like he wants to run someone over and fight through it. That's one way to get around the screen, but Keon's doing it by being nimble and just like there is something about being wiry, being able to move that way, like just being loose. And the same thing with Fox. Like he's built more like Fox. And so is Monk. They're all kind of built that same way. Long arms, wiry, skinny ankles. Like
Money's got a type.
Yeah.
Money's got a type.
Yeah, understandable. It works for me. All three of those guys are good. We'll come back. I want to ask you some more about Keon Ellis, and we'll talk more about this game. It is the Kings and the Celtics tonight at the Golden One Center. Also, we're going to be outside. We're going to be downtown.
Outside.
We'll tell you all about it when dealing with KC. I'm going to sound awfully stupid in about 2 hours if it don't stop raining. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Is it really?
It wasn't raining when I came in.
Start it up again. You said you just walked in? I'm going to need it to
Couple
chill.
things in the chat. Number one, that's got to be Katrina. That's got to be Katrina.
Oh, Katrina's back.
Katrina hit in the chat like Russell Westbrook on the bench eating. What's up, guys?
Did she change her emoji? Oh, Katrina.
Like Russell Westbrook on the bench.
They say this not Photoshop. Did you see that picture?
I didn't see that picture.
Goodness gracious. That boy's an animal.
Yeah,
Ripped.
he's jacked.
Also, Drew Down, appreciate you, man. We got to get up in the morning tomorrow morning, matter of fact. So
When did you get that addition to your house? The gym?
Yeah.
at my house.
It's in the house next door, the compound.
It's not my
Gotcha.
house.
It's past the lake. We weren't allowed in that area.
It's not in my house at all. What are we talking about? Come on.
Hey, don't be ashamed of what you got.
You worked hard to get there.
Show everyone your bag.
No, I did. None of this is true. None of this is true. I got a regular house. Also, LSU versus Coppin State right now. At Coppin State. You rarely ever see that in college. Maybe you see it more in
Don't know
women's
where that's
basketball.
at. Coppin State.
Coppin State is
it?
off the top of my head, I think it's in Maryland.
Oh.
And I think it's more of it's not a HBCU, but it's like, you know, those schools like in the SoCon or the MEAC. Like they're not technically HBCUs, but they got a lot of black kids to go there.
Rain for the next hour.
But yeah, at Coppin State, true road game. Rarely see that. I remember North Carolina went to UC Santa Barbara on their way to the Maui Invitational and lost. That's why they don't go to these places too often, because for whatever reason it's just hard to play there.
Trying to find Keon Ellis. Is it like,
it's like a 5,000 square foot guest house.
Is it too difficult for NBA.com to put in a search, like little window for players, so you can actually search for just some random player on a team without having to like go through lists and lists of players? It's ridiculous.
Well, I guess our dumbasses are going to be standing in it.
Coach Molly, I don't see that anywhere.
Well, check Sacramento and not Roseville, because that just dawned on me a second ago, too.
Well, I
Like we're
checked
in
Sacramento
Roseville.
earlier. Let me see that.
I did, too. I have rain all through the 4 o'clock hour. I still think it's raining a lot later than the people at the ice rink thought it was going to.
It's going to be done in about 45 minutes.
Well, make it 30.
Yeah,
Katrina, you guys going to the game?
Right now in Las Vegas, it is 64 degrees. In Paramount, it is 63 degrees. There's a flood watch. Oh, my.
What are you cackling at?
You got a response to your question, just a one word.
Maybe. That. Yeah, they're not happy with me. I don't know.
Come on, y'all. Come on, man. It's love, y'all. Come on now.
No,
It's love. It's love. It's love. Come on, y'all. Don't do that. Don't do that, y'all. Don't do that.
Mad at the teacher who's trying to keep
do
class in order.
It's love. It's love.
We were talking about Keon Ellis Hammer there a second ago. Like, obviously, it's still early in the season. We're a quarter way through. Keon is, I think, had a couple of games injured as well. We're kind of, they're going to make it. Like, he's not going to Stockton, is he?
No, I don't think so.
Like, they got to convert him, and he's going to be a player.
Okay, so they just signed Juan Toscano Anderson, so
Right.
they're out of regular roster spots, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a non-guaranteed deal, so we're gonna get past the trade deadline and figure out what's happening, and then they'll figure out what they're gonna do with Keon.
We're normally about 50 games in by the trade deadline, right?
Yeah, there's usually about 25, 27 games after the deadline, but I also think because he got injured, because he hasn't been active for every single game, that it's possible that Keon is. I don't know where he's at game-wise as of right now. It used to be the amount of days you were up with the team, 50 days or 45 days. But yeah, he's pushing more like he's well above.
And it's just games now. It's
it's games
it's
played.
just games. That's it. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna like guess that what they'll do is they'll get past the trade deadline. They'll figure everything out that happened at the trade deadline. If they have to waive a player at that point, they will. If they don't have to waive a player because, say, you did like a 3-for-1 or 3-for-2 and you opened up a roster spot, then you might have a spot for both Juan Toscano Anderson and a player like Keon. But I think I'm pretty sure that Keon is going to get a full-fledged contract. And I don't think they'll give him likely a 2-year contract, which will be the second year will be a team option.
He was inactive, according to Basketball Reference, for 3 games. He did not play in 4 additional others. I'm assuming those did not plays meant he was on the roster and his number just didn't get called.
Yeah, the DMPs count though. If he's in uniform.
So there's 3. If I'm reading this all correctly, there's 3 of the 25 that he was inactive.
Yeah, so Allison Marie says in the chat he's at 18 games, but I think that's 18 games played. And it's not based off of games played. It's based off of games that you're available and on the active roster. So, yeah, he's probably in the 20s, in the low 20s. So they'll have to monitor that a little bit, but maybe you don't. I mean, like the way he's played and the way he's impacted the game, you might just get to the end of his 2-way and say, look, you got to hang tight for a few days until we get to a point where we get past February 8th. So I don't know how many games are between now and February 8th to actually make that judgment call.
So it's interesting you brought up JTA, because when they signed him, the first thing I was thinking was like, oh, they have an open roster spot, and like wasn't. And I guess my thought was, I always thought that was going to be Keon's if it got converted. So where do they stand now with say you get 50 games in and it's time to make a decision on Keon? Do they have a roster spot, or will somebody have to get cut?
No, someone's going to have to get cut. Yeah, I mean, they waived Filip Petrusev, and that's what gave him the extra spot. But again, they had some sort of weird mechanism where they had to have a 15th roster player in order to get their 2-way players to have 150 games. So the 2-way system is very strange. If you have less than 15 players on your roster, you get a combined 90 games for the season out of your 2-way players. If you have 15 on your roster, you get 50 for all 3 for each of your 3.
Is that
so 150
to discourage signing players to 2-way contracts instead of full guaranteed contracts?
Yeah, because the players union doesn't want to lose.
It protects the players.
Yeah, they don't want to add a 2-way player but lose a roster spot on a main roster.
I got you.
The players union
that makes complete sense.
They want
it's weird, but
15 players on every roster every single game. I mean, you want as many paying union members as you can possibly get.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let me see.
Ham's counting. I think he's counting how many players they have on 2-ways and the active roster. I would say. What can you have? 20?
No, they have 25 games until they get to the trade deadline. The trade deadline is February 8th. So they should be okay.
What did we just say for
I believe it's February 8th.
Keon is, it looks like he's at 22. If we're just judging off the inactives versus the did not plays, he's at 22 games this season so far. So that does put him in the kind of that, hey, you may have to
47 games. That's where you're at.
Yeah.
So maybe that works. Yeah.
I'll take it. Because it's hard, because he doesn't feel like our man Terrence Davis, who was showing out last night. He doesn't feel like a hot hand. We're gonna ride this out. When it doesn't work, we're gonna go back to Davion. It feels like, and we're fans of Davion. It feels like he just deballed Davion's spot. He just took it.
Yeah, he did. I mean, at the end of the day,
it's not a back and forth thing. Like he took it.
And I'll keep making this point, and I kept making this point, and then Mike reiterated it the other night. Like, these bad games, when you have a bad game, that is such an opportunity for someone who doesn't get to play in the rotation to go out on the court, show that they can play the right way, do the right things. We've seen it.
We saw Chemezi last year.
Yeah.
Matu.
We even saw it from that's a all right. We've even seen it, like, we saw it from Sasha Vezinkov when they were getting smoked by the Clippers. Sasha went in the game, was like, look at how hard he's playing. He set up his teammates. He hit some threes. He's grabbing rebounds. He's acting like it's a regular, everyday second quarter minute stint where you got to go out there and play hard. And that's what they're looking for. Keon does it. He steps up. But my point would be that Davion has now had this opportunity in 4 or 5 games and hasn't gone back out there and just stole the spot away. Yeah. And that's what you're waiting for. Like, hey, look, man, it's not like Keon Ellis is playing so incredibly well that he can't ever be replaced. No, you've had opportunities to go out there and take the spot back, and you just haven't been able to. Yeah, I've been super impressed with Keon. And, again, like, he has so much, like, spirit about him. Like, he's just like an energy guy. It just, like, exudes out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. You talked about Sasha a little bit and Keon as well. And we talked about Keegan earlier in the season and getting his legs under him. Is that a lot of what was going on in maybe the first month of these guys trying to get their legs under him? I'm talking about Sasha, get his NBA legs under him. Keegan being a two-way guy, having a little bit more of a responsibility. And now, as we get into the new year and get to the end of December, they have a better feel of their bodies and the NBA in Sasha's case. And now you can kind of see a little bit more consistency. You think it's that simple with this team, where they're at right now?
I think they had to play themselves into shape a little bit. I don't know why that is, but I feel like maybe they were going through so many things in training camp, so many different, changes in the offense and changes in the defense, and really working on, like, technique and improvements, that they may have missed a little bit of just making these dudes run. It's not been the same season. Like, I talked to you guys about it all last year. It was like, holy cow, we have practice every day. Like, they practice, but we have to be there every day because they're practicing. That's not the case this season. Even like yesterday, they won on Monday. And then, like, right away, Mike said, yeah, we're not practicing tomorrow.
Why do you think that all that is? Is it more, because my thought, and you can tell me what you think, is like, Mike might have looked at what happened last year, the way it went about it, the constant grind, like, they're not going to make it. Like, there's a reason that doesn't happen all the time in the NBA. The immediate timeouts and everything.
That's the reason Tom Thibodeau lost like 2 jobs.
Yeah, right? And there's a part of me that believes, like, he felt like, all right, they grew up a little bit last year and learned some things. If they're going to make it where we want them to make it, I can't hold their hand all the time. They've got to do it themselves to a certain degree. So I can't have practice every day. I can't call a timeout after a 5-0 run or something like that. Like, they're going to have to learn to do these things on their own a little bit. You think that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, Mike was clear he doesn't coach in practice. I mean, he doesn't coach in games all that much. Like, he's not sitting there with his legs crossed, as Mark Jones likes to say, just sitting back watching. But he is, like, you do the work beforehand. And so you can make an adjustment. You can say, hey, player X isn't playing that well. I need to go more minutes here, less minutes here. So you're making that type of mental adjustment. But I think, again, to get back to, like, youth sports, your team is good when you roll up and your players are all hanging out and talking, getting their shoes on, all that stuff. And then someone goes, "Hey, let's go." And a player says it, and the whole team gets up, they go get in their 2 lines, and they start going. And they start doing their drills and getting warmed up for a game. And they go through and they go from one drill to the next. Someone's calling out, "All right, 1 touch, 2 touch as far as soccer." Like, that's when you're like, you see that? We didn't have to say anything. Coaches are sitting over there like drinking coffee, and you're watching your team like get in the mindset. So, like, I think there's a lot of that in the NBA where you're just like, okay, do they get it? Do I have to sit here and call plays the whole game? Because Mike said that, like, I might call a play like once or twice a game. And then the Kings said in the game the other night, they ran the same play for 7 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you can't stop us. So why would we stop doing? And that's another thing where you're like, man, the realization of players on the court to say they can't stop this. Let's just keep doing it and see how they react. Okay, you can't stop it.
No, you're fine. Everything's fine. James is safe, guys. James is safe. It's all right.
Jeez.
We got you, James. We'll cover. This is what we do. We cover for you, James.
I
Just
couldn't get to
sneeze,
the
we
button.
got you.
Couldn't get to the button. I'm like,
No, it's all
Go
right.
back to talking about Mike Sirianni.
yeah. Anyway, I mean, you guys get it, right? You're waiting for this team to figure it out, and right now they're starting to figure out everything, and they're starting to get better and better and better.
And that comes with Mike knowing these guys. That comes with the year of equity they have together.
Yeah. Well, that, and you've put the players in a position to succeed, and they know that, and they have found success. Now let's figure out
Put them in
ways.
places of power too, like De'Aaron, Domas, Malik, hell, Keon, any of them.
Oh yeah,
to stand up and correct something that they're not doing right.
No, I totally agree. Like, that's how this team is built, though. Like, it's a tight-knit family. Like, I'm really enjoying this last year and a half with these guys because it's just so different. Like, they really are, like we were talking about it earlier. There's that, the story about Keegan and, him spending all summer with De'Aaron Fox, right? And we're not just talking about the basketball court. We're talking about, like, we all saw
Uncle Keegs.
Yeah, Uncle Keegs, right? And we're seeing him push a stroller everywhere, right? Like, Keegan Murray is a very, like, unique player. He's a player who spent his entire life with an identical twin. And then one of them went to the NBA and the other one didn't. And the other one stayed back in Iowa. And while that's happening, we know last season grandma had a medical emergency, right? And that was like very earth-shattering for Keegan. And you could see early in the season him have some real struggles because he's having some personal stuff off the court. But then as we've seen this thing develop, like, remember that, like, his parents are back where where they live, and his dad coaches daughters in high school basketball, and now his brother's in Portland. Like, I don't know if there was a player, like, there are players that come to Sacramento all the time as rookies, and they have, sometimes their family members come out. I mean, you remember DeMarcus Cousins brought Andrew Rogers with him, right? Who is the one of the trainers at Kentucky. He brought him with him to be like, to help him with his daily life, to help him pay bills and learn how to teach. I mean, DeMarcus didn't know how to drive. He didn't have his driver's license when he got to Sacramento. Nick Stauskas didn't have his driver's license. He would walk from the apartments to the practice facility. You could see him walking across the parking lot to and from because the dude didn't have his driver's license. And so the point I'll make with Keegan, it's not just that Keegan needed the support of a regular rookie where he needed some people around him to, like, hey, we got you here, keep shooting, right? He needed a family because his family is busy and doing other things, and he's a long ways away. And I think that that's where you can see the Foxes as a family have, like, understood that and understood that, he's a quiet kid. He's an introvert, and, like, tried to help bring him out of his shell, but also make him comfortable in his situation here so he can develop the right way and he can feel like there's a family like that he can rely on here. And it's not just about basketball. It's about everything in life. And the other thing I bring up is, if anyone out there thinks that De'Aaron Fox would let Monty McNair trade Keegan Murray, that's just not happening. Like, Rasay wouldn't let it happen. She'd be on the phone like, cancel the trade now. Like, these guys are that close. They are family.
Adam, hey, need you to Chris Paul Lakers this thing.
Hi, Adam. How you doing? This is Rasay.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like it's more than just like Mike Brown has created a culture here that was not here before, and it starts with him and his coaching staff. You walk into a game and there are babies everywhere. There are 1, 2, 3, 4-year-olds everywhere. All of the assistant coaches almost all of them have little kids. They're all there every single game.
Jordy's got several.
Jordy's got 2. Luke Laux, I think, has 3. Dolkey's has like 2 or 3. Like there's all of these kids. There's one daycare in Sacramento has 13 kids from the Sacramento Kings coaching staff / front office.
Tell Doug and Jackie we need more content for Jackie's show.
There it is.
Time for a late life baby. Let's go, DC. Come
No,
on, Jackie.
no. Oh, they got it. They might have another grandbaby on the way.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
How many kids do they have?
Jackie and Doug?
Yeah.
Well, they have 3 total.
3 total. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've met all of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but I mean that's the
awesome.
family that's being built here, and you feel it. The players feel it. They all feel comfortable. And again, so Sabonis now has 2 babies at home. You've got Harrison Barnes has a little one. You got baby Rain. Like this is they're growing together as a family. They're all around the same age, shared experience, having a great time playing basketball, but they also have family support in place for all of these players and for all of the coaches. They are all built in support for each other, which is great.
That's what's going to make the parade so special.
There'll be a whole bus filled with babies.
Right. The baby bus.
The baby bus.
The baby bus.
That's tremendous. Maybe a baby race with all of the coaches' kids.
That could happen.
Hey, even Mike has grandbaby here. Mike has a grandbaby here too, which he talks about all the time.
It could happen.
Mike definitely comes across like a proud grandpa.
Oh yeah.
Like Mike comes across like he just loves like being a grandpa more than he loves being a coach, more than anything. Like he comes across like he's strong grandpa vibes from Mike Brown.
Well, his parents have dropped by. They're here, and his mom was in the last game in the press conference room. His dad was in the game before that. And his mom like calls him and says, "Mike, spit out your gum. Like don't talk to the media with gum in your mouth. That's rude." So there's that. So we haven't met her until this last game, but yeah, I mean, this is a family atmosphere, and I think it's something that, again, it's unique because I've been here a long time covering this team. It's never felt like this particular vibe.
Well, is the family going to beat the Celtics?
Well,
family got to beat the Celtics.
Is Baby Rain going to put up a double-double tonight with Domas? Because we know Domas is going to put one up. At minimum, he's going to put up a double-double. Have we gotten to the point where, because we know Domas just gets ignored. Domas just puts up 20, 13, and 8 on a night-to-night basis. No one cares. Have we hit that point with De'Aaron? It feels like the noise with De'Aaron was kind of loud to start the season, and now Keegan's had a hot 2-week stretch, and it's like, De'Aaron's old news. He's just scoring 30 a game.
That's what they do in power rankings.
Yeah, I'm waiting for.
That is what they do. That's facts.
I'm waiting for like the Western Conference Player of the Week to come up with Keegan Murray, because then it'll be like, oh, you got some competition, and that's fun.
Oh, and Fox and De'Aaron will absolutely. Well, I've won it 4 times. Like
that's his first one.
You're talking to the new Player of the Week in the Western Conference.
I think Jason Anderson asked Mike. He's something about. He said, "Did you know that your Keegan Murray impersonation has a little Urkel in it?" And Mike's like, "Okay." Like, oh, wow.
Keegan, I love Keegan so much. He does talk like he doesn't want you to hear him, nor does he really want to move his mouth. Like he just wants to get the whole like when he does the interviews, he's looking this way, when like the headset interviews. Now, again, there's no one for him to like look at. There's no one directly for him to look at, but he's off to this side. He's just taking in the crowd. Oh, they're lighting the beam over here.
That's something I haven't noticed because I never get to see those interviews. Right. I'll mention that because I've got friends there that just say, "Hey, can you tell the players to like look into the lens?"
I told.
I can understand. Looking into the lens is hard. That's difficult. Unless there's someone like there. You know what I mean?
Not a camera on a stand. There's
no. I mean, like,
I know there's a little awkward.
Yeah, I know there's a person holding the camera, but unless there's like Mike and Deuce or Kyle or Morgan or whoever, they're up far away. Make a little fake Morgan and just like stand next to the camera and the player can talk and make it look like they're talking to them.
Yeah. No, I mean that makes sense. Like
because it's really hard to just look straight at it.
Because all you're doing is you're listening.
Yeah.
And you're just like, all right, I'm listening. Yeah, we played hard. Like you're kind of talking to
Yeah, but I think the players forget.
And
that,
Keegan's thought bubble just says, just get this over with.
Yeah. Players forget, though, that there's a camera that's actually rolling. They're listening for the question. They're trying to think about what the question
It's also
is.
probably really hard to hear because they're lighting the beam at the exact time that you're having this
all right, let's count down. 5, 4. I can't hear anything.
Like,
that's why I have double.
I don't know what Mike said.
Yeah, it's because I would be on the floor and they'd be asking, and you're like, I hope you're asking me the question that I think you're asking me. So I'm just going to go ahead and start answering it. And then one time I was on the floor at Oracle and someone knocked a chair over, a fold-up chair right next to me, snapped me out. I was shot, done. Absolutely.
No.
I couldn't even.
James, are you okay?
Back to studio.
James, blink.
It sounded like,
are you okay?
It sounded like a gunshot right next to me. It was like, oh, this thing's over. Just go back to studio. I'm shot now.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. I did have a time when Jim Cosmore, while I was doing a live hit on the set, walks right by the camera, and then someone goes, Jim, and he stops and he's like, camera's right here. And he turns and his face is in the camera. And you're like, live hit, bro. Live hit right now. And he's like, oh, my bad. Like,
well,
there you
probably
go.
not the worst thing, Jim.
No, might not.
Will you relax? I'm only laughing because you're laughing. Knock it off.
Yeah.
We did the same thing. He said his name. We were all like, well.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, man. I hate learning about people.
I know.
Not good. Not fun. Not fun. What y'all think? You think they can get it done?
Yeah, they win in tonight. Sorry, Jesse.
Think they can get it done?
Drake bars.
I know you don't make
beam
predictions.
will be lit.
I think they need to get it done. Again, De'Aaron Fox needs to look at the war. Don't look at the battle. Don't worry about
who told you that? Because I feel like you've said that a couple of times today.
Yeah,
Did
because
somebody whisper that line to
no, this is one of those things where he wants to win the matchup so badly against Tatum. And we've seen it with other players. There are certain players that Fox wants to go out and win the matchup. Like, don't worry about the matchup. Worry about the only thing that matters now. Like 3 years ago when your team was bad, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now your team's not bad. You go out there and you figure out how to win the game.
I honestly think he just wants to go out and beat Keegan at this point.
Where's that?
He just wants to have a better game.
He won the
than Keegan
matchup
Murray.
against SGA. Won the matchup and won the game. They could do that.
Yeah, I mean, he won the game. That's all that matters. Didn't SGA have 43?
Yeah, I thought they both had
43, 41.
Oh,
43 to 41. Yeah, but
that's not really winning the battle.
Yeah, it could have been 31, and as long as the Kings got the dub, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. But yeah, that was a moment. We won't get that moment with Tatum tonight. But obviously the Celtics are stacked with players, man. And this is the first the Kings have done what everyone has wanted them to do for the first 3 games of this homestand. Now it picks up. Business is about to pick up.
Business about to pick up.
As good old JR would say, it starts with the Celtics, hits the Phoenix Suns on Friday, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves on Saturday. But it is the Celtics tonight. We're headed out to the ice rink. That's where we'll be. The ice rink. If you're on your way into the Golden One Center, come over and say hi. We will be the 2 idiots standing in the rain under the KSFM tent. So please come see us, and we will see you tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. James Ham, Kyle Matts, and the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
Ooh. Yeah, it's not good out.
Oh, boy.
I just got because it's in the calendar, the traffic alert says it's 48 minutes to downtown.
Great.
Yeah, it's not good.
That means I've got to leave quickly.
Yeah, you got to go. We are on our way out to, let's see what this looks like.
That was a big sneeze.
Yeah, that
usually they're much needed, though. You get a sneeze out like that, it's like,
yeah, it's all bad on. It's all bad on 80. The 80-5 split's really bad.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's rough. It's
All
gonna
right,
be a rough
friends.
drive.
I might have to go. No, not throwing a flag on me. I was about to say I might have to go the back way.
Well, sometime you do what you got to do.
We need a flag on that. Oh, that's a big sneeze. Excellent.
I might have to go to Arden, the way to Arden to 160, coming back of downtown, coming that way.
All right, friends.
All
We'll
right,
see you
everyone
tomorrow.
Drive careful. We'll see you guys tomorrow. True down. If I could time you out, I would.